Here at the European Le Mans Series, we're all for firsts, and for the first time in the history of ACO rules racing, a brand new venue being visited this weekend. We have already been to Italy this season. Round 3 took us to Emilia-Romagna and the Imola circuit, but now, at 50 years into its history, the Autodromo Internazionale del Mugello joins the party. We're not quite sure how long we're going to be here, but we are very much thoroughly enjoying it in the process. Beautiful skies above. I have to say that the start time was a little bit threatened because of some very low-hanging cloud as we drove in. There was a Porsche Carrera Cup France support race this morning, which had to be slightly delayed and began behind the safety car purely because of the lack of visibility. But as you can see now, the skies and the cloud have cleared in readiness for this 43-car grid and the first ever 4 hours of Mugello. This is where it sits in the calendar after we kick things off in Catalonia, in Barcelona for the first race in April, then on to Le Castellet in the south of France, Imola, as I mentioned, and Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium last month. Here in Mugello at the end of September, and in 3 weeks' time, it's the 4 hours of Portimão for the now typical season finale. My name's Johnny Palmer. I'm joined as always by Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com, who's already got his hand up because he wants to talk. I do. Yeah, that's just the way I'm wired, really. Two quick things here. First thing is to remind listeners and viewers that it'll be a Saturday race for the finale at Portimão. That's quite an unusual one, but important you don't miss it. It's going to be an absolute cracker. You asked how long we're going to be here at Mugello. I can answer that question, Johnny. It's approximately 4 hours. That's, yeah, very good calculation, actually, on the fly. We're going to start at 11:30, so we're going to finish at 3:30. He's very good. Correct. And that is regardless of what happens along the way, because we hope that we stay green. Look, the Le Mans Cup race, we were concerned about how much green running we would get during that, just purely because it was a launch into the unknown and how Mugello would lend itself to multi-class racing. I know it's no stranger to that, but certainly with the prototypes and therefore the difference in speed, this is even more significant. LMP2s, all the LMP2 drivers have said this is just a mega track for that particular car. And of course, we had a Grand Prix here 4 years ago as well. Before we delve into the grid from yesterday, all the personnel, the teams, the drivers, the fans are standing in readiness for the Italian national anthem as the sun beats down. Slowly the temperature is climbing. The 59 Aston Martin, amazingly, with no race wins so far this year, nevertheless tops the championship and got a first pole position yesterday as well, courtesy of Derek de Boer. And the racing spirit of Le Mans car will start ahead of Sarah Bovey and her Iron Dames Lamborghini, Porsche, I should say, Lamborghini yesterday in Le Mans Cup for Celia Martin and Karen Gaillard. But they're back to the Porsche, which is their typical ELMS mount. And with her 3 pole positions, she was going for 4 out of 5, but missed out by a small margin. Nevertheless, will start on the front row of LMGT3. And we'll have a look at the prototypes and their lineup very, very shortly indeed. But we're waiting for the imminent start of the Italian national anthem. Here we go.
Chequered. Siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò.
Absolutely brilliant. Goosebumps all over my body and probably Graham's as well. Let me have a feel. Oh yeah, they're there. And a round of applause, which is richly deserved as well. So those that are of an Italian vintage, we've got many drivers, we've got teams as well from Italy too, wanting to perform well here this weekend. But of course, those up in the championship have ties with the US and with the UK as far as AO by TF Sport are concerned. And well, certainly Euro International in the LMP3 fold could actually win the championship today if the results fall their way. They really need to win to better their opportunity and hope that RLR M Sport finish off the podium. And when you consider there are only 10 cars in LMP3, then that might be a tough ask if they don't top the race at the end of the 4 hours. We'll keep you in tune with the points as we go. That's the most likely to be decided, but we're obviously hoping that everything continues all the way to the 4 hours of Portimão.
Yeah, it's a race to look forward to. Fabulous circuit, fabulous setting. Great to see the Italian fans coming out to support this. It's been a packed paddock. The pit lane walkabout packed, the grid walk packed. And sports car racing in its pomp. It's a beautiful setting for any kind of motorsport. You and I have been here for other endurance racing in the past, but it is such a delight, Johnny, to bring this European Le Mans Series at the level it's now operating to a brand new audience here at Mugello. An audience that knows all about motorsport, that knows all about what this is all about. The speeds we're going to see here. Closing speed has been a big topic between the LMP2 drivers, LMP3 and GT. Give you an idea, qualifying times yesterday, somewhat quicker than raced lap times when F2 was here back in 2020 during COVID. Remains to be seen just exactly what race pace is going to be, but we're working our way through the grid now. DK Engineering and that number 4 Duquesne. So it's issues through this weekend, but from a good starting position. There are the points positions for LMP3, as you quite rightly say, a healthy but not completely secure lead for your International.
No, certainly not, but as I say, if your International can win the race and RLR finish off the podium, then that should seal it, because that will put them on 102 points, and RLR in fourth would go up to 75, and they're looking for a gap of 26 points, the points on offer in Portimão, so that would seal it. But, as I say, that's quite a big ask around here. Who knows what might happen?
Pole sitters, Cool Racing are defending champions. Different crew, of course. Manuel Espirito Santo, a fabulous lap put in yesterday. He's beginning to show as being one of the next big stars, young stars to come out of LMP3, and it's been a rich seam of talent in its time. Looking there at the Nielsen Racing crew. Look out later next week for some really good news to come from Nielsen Racing. No clues, but some really good news from the successful British squad.
Great chance for the fans that flocked here early in the morning to meet all the drivers that they favoured through the course of the year. I always like this stage of the season if we're in countries or regions of countries that we've not visited before, because fans may well have tuned into every race on YouTube beforehand, so seeing the cars televisually, but then to actually see them in the skin is an entirely different thing, particularly if it's your home circuit as well. It's just quite nice to come to this part of the world and see the cars for real and see the drivers as well for a quick chat. So that was done earlier on with the pit walkabout. Long cleared now, of course, as is the grid being slowly in readiness for this start, which is a little over 10 minutes away now, 11:30. So just the core mechanics, engineers required on the grid for the final checks, drivers being seated to make sure that they are comfortable. There is a bit of breeze here, but it looks to be going right down the main straight, this 1.1 kilometre straight, which has a couple of kinks in it in actual fact, and makes the stopping into San Donato, the first corner, very crucial indeed. I sense that that's going to be a difficult first corner on the opening lap, but it's also a key place to try and clear some traffic if you're in one of the faster cars as well.
You've already seen John Falber aboard the number 24 Nielsen racing car, third on the grid LMP2 Pro-Am. Rodrigo Salas give it a good old go for pole position again. LMP2 Pro-Am took that away from Giorgio Roda at Spa, but it was a cracking qualifying performance once again from Giorgio. Local race for him, and very proud to be here with his friends and family.
So starting 15th, but crucially the first position for the LMP2 Pro-Am cars. 135.8 plays a 136.1, so a gap of 0.3 of a second. And Sales will start alongside him in 16th spot then in the Richard Mille by TDS car. And now to the top 5 positions in LMP2 proper. So these are the cars that don't contain a bronze in the driving lineup. And again, well, we promised quite a bit from this session. It looked to be going that way. It looked to be very exciting indeed. And then, unfortunately, there was a red flag. There's the current points, by the way. It's a gap of 2 heading into this race between the AO by TF crew, who currently lead the championship. But, yeah, the red flag rather ruined the flow of the session. And it meant that Patrick Pilet ended up in the gravel just after the Materassi corner, which is turn 4. And then on the restart, it was a question as to how much tyres you wanted to burn, because you only get 3 sets, 12 tyres in total across qualifying and the race, and 1 or 2 kind of refused to go back out again. Malte Jakobsen parked it fairly early on in the 37 Cool Racing car. Learning,
because they're having a couple of races this year where the tyre drop-off at the end of the race with less fresh tyres available has hurt them badly. They've learned, I think, from that experience. Third on the grid, we've just seen the 34 into Europol competition. Ollie Gray put in a great qualifying performance, put that car on the second row. Here are defending champions, Algar Pro Racing. Matthias Kaiser it will be to start the number 25 car. Then we get to the front row. It was Sharma Lacey that put the car on pole position, but it was Manuel Maldonado starting the 65 car. Palace Racing, this car looked after now by TDS Racing, and in the colours of yet a third team, Mark VDS.
Yep.
But Manuel Maldonado, it will be starting, and then we move to pole position.
Yeah, Sharma Lacey almost put it on pole position. You said he actually managed it, but I did that in Spa. Oh. Yeah, don't worry. It's very easily said. He put it on the front row, but then I don't think anybody expected the number 9 car, which hasn't had a great season to date, run by Iron Lynx Proton, and Matteo Cairoli, who is the local in terms of being an Italian for an Italian team, and a 132.829 was just 37 thousandths of a second quicker than Sharma Lacey. So Charles became very close to getting that right-hand side of the grid. He'll still be on the front row, and crucially will not be able to go ahead of the starting driver, Jonas Reed. It is a long wait coming out of turn 15, Bucine corner, to the start and finish line. So everyone will want to get going, because they'll be going over the grid hatchings. You've got to go drive straight through those, of course, to make it a legal start. But you have to wait for those 10 red lights to be extinguished before you hit the loud pedal. Green flag being waved. It'll be 2 formation laps to make sure that the temperature is rising. And one of those model/influencers, Hugo Philippe, is
model. He looks real to me.
Yeah, he did. Not a scale model, full size influencer.
What a vista. What a vista. What a place to come racing.
Well, what you miss from this view, looking back down the start-finish straight, is the huge mountain range in behind. The Tuscan hills, as I have to call them. That's rather inaccurate. They are mountains. And we'll get a shot from turn 2 at Luco to San Donato, and you'll see what I mean. It's just an amazing place to put a racetrack. As I say, opened in 1974, so we are actually celebrating 50 years of Mugello as well. Owned by Ferrari, and they test here an awful lot. and therefore, if you're in the GT class, perhaps very important to win for Ferrari. Jonas Reed for Iron Lynx and Proton with their first pole position of the year. It was done by Matteo Cairoli. He starts on the front row alongside Manuel Maldonado for Panis Racing number 65. Then the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car to be started by Matthias Kaiser, Clement Novalak for Inter-Europol competition there on the second row. Nico Pino for EDEX Sport number 28, and Johnny Edgar, the silver for number 14, AO by TF. They're the championship leaders. Lorenzo Fluxa, a winner in Barcelona for Cool Racing, starts 7th alongside Philip Ugran, the Romanian driver for United Autosports number 22. Sebastian Alvarez into Europol competition number 43 in the second of those cars. They'll be disappointed with that finishing position in qualifying, 9th, with Fred Vesti for Cool Racing on that row. Then it's Benjamin Pedersen and Niels Koolen for Nielsen and Duquesne, and Bijoy Garg and Patrick Pilet, who caused the red flag yesterday, although he did have times at that point, so doesn't have to start from the very back of the grid. LMP2 Pro-Am is at the pole position is Giorgio Roder ahead of Rodrigo Sales for Richard Mille, and it's John Faub, Nielsen Racing and Daniel Schneider for United. 19th position, AF Courses, Francois Perrodo, Giorgio Kolovos, who had a spinning qualifying in his Team Virage car, then Algarve Pro Racing and DKR, Crichton Lendudis and Andres Latour to start. Pole position in the LMP3s is Cool Racing and Miguel Cristobal, a cracking effort yesterday from Manuel Espirito Santo. It's Alex Matchell for DKR Engineering second, then Bukantsov and Wolf for Inter-Europol competition and Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Ultimate and the WTM by Rinaldi Racing car comes next. Then Michael Jensen, 29th for RLR M Sport, and the Team Virage car to be started by Julien Gerby. Matthew Bell leading the championship with Adam Ali. They really could do with winning today to try and seal it here in Mugello, the championship that is, alongside James Dayson. And then we're into the LMGT3s, Racing Spirit of Le Mans with their first GT pole.
We are entering the last lap.
In ELMS.
Entering the last formation lap. Let's ask the leaders of each category to do as requested yesterday in the briefing. Once at T15, constant pace, 2 by 2, and let's not have any erratic movements on the grid. Please close the gaps.
And for the starting drivers, just working our way through, are they all the bronzes? Derek De Boer did the time yesterday for Racing Spirit of Le Mans to start the 59 championship leading car from pole position. He's definitely bronze, as is Sarah Bovey for Iron Dame starting second. We've got Martin Berry and Johnny Lawson for Grid Motorsport, Aston and Formula Racing Ferrari. Hiroshi Hamaguchi for the Iron Lynx Lamborghini crew, number 63, ahead of Scott Noble in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. There's been a significant change in the driving lineup there, and again, we will give great thanks to John Hartzell, I'm sure, in the race. But you had some wonderful thoughts yesterday, Graham, and we'll expand on those through the course of the race. Charlie Samani, AF Corsa Ferrari number 51, starting 7th, ahead of Takeshi Kimura and Kessel Racing number 57. Mike Wainwright's GR Racing Porsche, Ferrari should say.
Exiting T11, remind your drivers as we get to intermediate 2, cars to grid positions. As we get to intermediate 2, cars to grid positions.
So Mike Wainwright's Ferrari GR Racing, Duncan Cameron's Spirit of Race Ferrari, and finally a Porsche for Claudia Schiavone and the Proton competition entry. That's number 60. That's 43 cars on this grid. They're all circulating now for the second of the formation laps. And in a moment or two, we'll be asked by Eduardo Freitas, our race director, looking forward to his home race next time out in 3 weeks' time. They'll be given the instruction to start to form the grid 2 by 2 very, very shortly.
Close the gaps, please. Close the gaps. GT cars, I see some gaps in the back. Let's close the gaps. Let's close the gaps. The front is coming to the point of assuming grid positions. Front cars to grid positions, please. Front cars to grid positions. Thank you. Close the gaps. Close the gaps. LMP2 Pro-Am, that line is quite long. Close the gaps, and side by side exiting T11. Side by side exiting T11, please.
Clear, reasonably concise, no room for doubt as to what Eduardo Freitas expects from this 43-car field. And we're about to go racing, Johnny.
So a first in the history of the European Le Mans Series. Mugello, known so famously as a motorcycle racing track, Well, 43 four-wheeled machines have descended on this venue.
GT cars, please close the gaps. You're too lost in the back. GT cars, please close the gaps. You're too lost in the back.
3 categories, and there are 1 or 2 bottlenecks around this racetrack as well, not least the Biondetti chicane towards the end of the lap. They're heading through Bucine corner now, where the lead car will dramatically dart right. It's doing so now, and that means the pace will be dictated by Jonas Reed.
It's the start line that counts.
So son of Christian Reed, racing with Iron Lynx Proton, and from the front of the pack for the first time this year. How long will the number 9 car stay there? The 65's involved with the championship. We are green in Mugello for 2024, and round 5 of the European Le Mans Series bursts into life. And all of a sudden, the fight is on for the head of the order in LMP2. Are they all going to stop with their cold brakes in time for San Donato? 1 or 2 have gone very, very wide. There was just a hint of a touch, but amazingly, they're all still pointing in the right direction, and forcing its way through is the 34 car into 3rd position, driven by Clement Novalak. He should make progress in amongst 1 or 2 silvers around him. Jonas Reed, though, is starting to stretch his legs a little bit. That's a gap of maybe 5 or 6 car lengths. 22 car from United Autosport, started by Philippe Ugran, looking for a way by at Materassi corner, and now they head through the very fast Casanova and into Savelli corner, and the Arrabbiatas are just going to be bonkers when we get mid-stint. Check the tyre temperatures still really coming in at this moment, so it's not a time to risk everything, as now the Grid Motorsport by TF Aston Martin is trying to work its way through, started by Martin Berry. He was 3rd behind the Porsche of Sarah Bovey, but it is still the two-tone green Aston of Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Derek de Boer who leads in LMGT3.
Yep, it is Jonas Reed, and having toughed it out to the apex of turn 1, has managed just to stretch a little bit of gap away from Manuel Maldonado. Neat and tidy first lap here, great to see that. No major incidents to report at this stage. Lap 1 firmly underway, we're about to see the end of that, and we are go for 4 hours.
So settle back. It's all about rhythm now for the first 40 minutes or so if you're in an LMP2 car. Might make 45, because although this racetrack is all about the corners, that on the flip side means it may not be a high fuel burn. Of course, your foot is flat to the boards on the long straight at 1.1 kilometres, but for half of this 5.2 kilometre racetrack, you are turning, whether they be slow, medium or high-speed corners, and the neck muscles really do take punishment, particularly in the LMP2 cars. But you imagine hustling a big heavy GT car around here as well, some with success ballast if you've done well in the previous 2 race meetings and indeed the championship. And it looks at the moment that the Aston and the Porsche that sits in 2nd are evenly matched. We reckon, both from the Le Mans Cup sessions and the LMS qualifying, that the Aston holds a bit of an advantage in single lap speed through the final sector. So that's just out of Pelagio through turns 12, 13, 14 and 15. Sarah Bovey's not hanging around and already applying the pressure to Derek de Boer's Aston Martin.
Yeah, it was a great qualifying performance from Derek de Boer yesterday. Utterly delighted. Popped down to have a chat with him and the guys and girls at Racing Spirit of Le Mans. But clearly his performance of the season so far, but he's looking to add another chapter to that. Fending off Sarah Bovey at the moment in his Aston Martin Porsche, Aston Martin the 1-2-3, with Johnny Lawson looking to get the home team, Ferrari, into that mix.
As far as LMP3 is concerned, another excellent qualifying yesterday for Manuel Espirito Santo, repeating what he did in Barcelona at the start of the year. So a 2nd pole position for the number 17 Cool Racing car, but it's being shadowed by Alexander Bukantsov in the early stages, number 88. So he's gained a place, hasn't he, from his starting position. 88 started 3rd.
Yes.
And Racing Spirit of Le Mans are not the ones to lose out. It's DKR Engineering, isn't it, that have lost a couple of places in the opening few corners. So Alexander Maxwell back to 4th place now. Yeah,
the other major change is Clement Novalak up to 3rd overall in the 34-inch Europol competition car, switching places with the 25 Algarve Pro Orica of Matthias Kaiser. Jonas Reed from Manuel Maldonado, Clement Novalak and Matthias Kaiser, the 1-2-3-4. It's behind all sorts of nips and tucks in the order. No major changes at the moment in the LMGT3 class, and this is LMGT3. These are cars to the specification you will see only aside from here in the FIA World Endurance Championship. The cars with the performance balancing looked over by those torque sensors, the rear axles of the car. It's an energy management formula.
But yeah, as I mentioned on the grid read, Clement Novalac's are gold, whereas those in front and behind are silver. So for consistency, Clement Novalak should be marginally better than, for instance, Matthias Kaiser, quicker, i.e. So Manuel Maldonado's also silver, Jonas Reed a silver. So Novalak is only 1.4 seconds away from the race lead, sitting there in third position in the Inter-Europol competition car. I'm sure Inter-Europol would prefer those cars to be the other way around, bearing in mind the 43 is very well placed in the championship. And speaking of Sebastian Alvarez, he's actually the quickest LMP2 car now on the racetrack. So 3 laps completed, and he goes fastest in 8th position.
Healthy racing at the moment, healthy paddock as well. There's all sorts of news to come out from the European Le Mans Series, the teams and the organisers in the days and weeks to come. Pretty much all of it good. Bathed in sunshine for really the first time this weekend, Johnny. This is the weather we've been looking for here at Mugello. It's welcoming this race at the moment. All is calm, all is well.
The other thing I meant to do this morning was check the forecast for the whole of the afternoon, though, because midweek there was predicted a few showers in the area. There was a pretty significant storm not that far away from where we had dinner last night, and hail at one point as well.
Last night.
Yeah.
There's a massive local marathon happening just outside the circuit this morning and this afternoon. So 2 major sporting events around the valley.
Thankfully, that means that the main weather system has blown through, so we're not going to get hailstones in the middle of the race. It looks okay till 3:30. Very slim chance of rain. Nice bit of cloud cover, which will help the race engines and will help the tyre wear as well. The other thing is that this is a very high degradation racetrack, particularly for the GT cars, even though it was resurfaced for the Grand Prix 4 years ago. As mentioned, Clement Novalak is definitely turning the screw in third position as his green and yellow car jinks to the left. He's going to go around the outside of Manuel Maldonado, and on the brakes for San Donato takes second position. That was set up way back exiting Bucine corner, turn 15. Yeah. See, there's quite a bit of movement from Novalak's car as he turned left at Luco there.
Yeah, did it early, did it well, but he was very much on the edge as he came by, wasn't he? But he threw clear second place. Next and only other target at this point in the race is Jonas Reed leading the race. Lap 5, we're working. Sarabovi also now looking racy and looking to see, I think now looking actively for a way by Derek de Boer, putting the Aston Martin driver under pressure. Got a good run there out of the final turn, and it's tucked right under the rear wing of the Vantage. What can the 911 do here? It's going to be a drag race.
Helped out by that big hole in the air being made by Derek de Boer. So de Boer will have the inside line for San Donato. How late is he going to brake, though? And is Sarabovi going to be braver as she slows for the first corner? The problem is, if she gets caught on that side, this might be an in for Martin Berry. However, she's got the move done on the exit of San Donato. I was about to say the next corner's a left-hander. Iron Dames from various levels of that programme, loving that, and giving her a warm round of applause from the paddock and from the garage. And Sarabovi now leads in LMGT3. The other lead change within category we had quite early on, John Falb getting ahead of Giorgio Roda, who started in pole position. So Falb, the American, now building a 0.6 of a second lead over Giorgio Roda, who has
the lead.
All for the lead. Novalak on the brakes. Well, I knew he'd just done the fastest lap of the race, helped out by Jonas Reed, allowing the tow down the start-finish straight, and pretty much an identical manoeuvre from a lap ago.
Cracking stuff there from Clement Novalak. He's taken those first 4 or 5 laps just to get everything warmed up, everything happy. It's not an identical move. He'd done it earlier, hadn't he? It was done earlier, and certainly the car seemed to be a lot more comfortable as he moved to take the apex for turn 1. Fastest lap of the race, as you quite rightly say. Clement Novalak, 1:36.271. Inter-Europol competitions, 34 car leads the race.
As I say, it's not a huge surprise because Clement Novalak being the gold, and you are only allowed Well, it's a maximum of 1 platinum in your driving lineup in an LMP2 car. So generally teams go platinum, gold, silver, which would be the maximum, and into Europol competition, electing fairly early on in the weekend that Novalak would do the starting lineup. The gap is growing in LMGT3. But the flip side of that in car 34 is that they will have to eventually put their silver in for an hour. So that's probably why Jonas Ried and Manuel Maldonado didn't fight that too much. They're not level pegging necessarily on driver gradings. Aston Martin side by side, arriving into Luco together, and De Boer toughing it out, trying to hang on to second position. He can't do it though. They're not from the same team. One is a TF, Tom Ferrier Sport run car, the other one behind from Switzerland, Racing Spirit of Le Mans. And there's a 4th place car looking to get involved as well, which is the Hiroshi Hamaguchi Lamborghini. Yeah,
that was Derek De Boer. Pretty much the same move made by Martin Berry there, toughing it around the outside. Hadn't got it done as early as Sarah Bovy was able to do. But Sarah Bovy, having been freed from Derek De Boer, has just blitzed off into the distance here. Meanwhile, in LMP3, it is still Cool Racing leading with Miguel Cristevao in the number 17 car, but the 88-inch Europol car looking to make it a double lead for Inter Europol. Alexander Bekantsov with the leader behind. It's a bit of pack fighting. Two Duquesnes there, DKR Engineering and the WTM.
And the DKR car was carrying damage through Corintao corner, turn 12, which then was torn off because I think actually the Duquesnes got briefly together. That might have done Alex Matchell a favour because it's got rid of the flapping bodywork. Yeah,
we did see the end of it, didn't we? We saw the WTM car stumbling away from what had looked like it had been a minor incident. Now Jonas Ried is fend off Manuel Maldonado. Matthias Kaiser is closing on this pair, and behind there too the EDEC Sport car now in the hands of Nico Pino from Chile. 5th place, looking to make this a bit of not follow my leader for very much longer.
No change in the leading duo in LMP3. Miguel Cristevao in car number 17 is the bronze. It was his very talented silver teammate from Portugal, Manuel Espirito Santo, who got a 2nd pole of the year yesterday. But Cristevao tends to start these races and do the relevant bronze time to get that out of the way. Alexander Bekantsov chasing, though, in the number 88 car. Remember that during the race, at some point, all the LMP3s must stop twice for a pit stop that is 100 seconds or longer. So it's governed by a pit stop reference time, and they have to therefore spend 1 minute and 40 seconds in pit road twice. They'll need 3 stops to get to the finish, so your 3rd or your middle or your 1st stop. Oh, well, there's a problem there for the number 3 DKR Engineering car, which is in the barrier. This is an LMP2 Pro-Am car, and it's Andres Latour. So where has this happened? Into the final corner? Yes, that's where the yellow flags are, the approach to Bucine corner, and barely got anywhere around that left-hander before skating off through the gravel, and quite a heavy hit under those tyres.
Yeah, so yellows at the moment, turn 14, 15. I'm pretty sure there's going to be an intervention here, Johnny. As shows how quick these P2 cars are around here. Already in traffic, the lead group, and a safety car is going to be called here. So the safety car will pick up the leader.
And there will need to be a pass around as well, because the leading LMP2 cars, i.e. Clement Novalak, Jonas Ried and Manuel Maldonado, have already started to overtake the tail-enders in LMGT3. And the concern there would be that the top 3 in LMGT3 haven't been lapped yet, whereas everybody else behind has. So you'd be waving the top 3 into a massive lead. So they'll equalise that by doing a kind of American-style pass-around.
Not quite sure what happened there for Andres. He got wide very clearly, so whether or not there shouldn't be too much muck down there yet.
No.
So whether or not there was some breakage or other.
Could well have been. There'd been that touch between the two LMP3 Duquesnes at Biandetti corner, but he'd gone through there fairly safely. That's the top 3 after 8 laps. Clement Novalak for Inter Europol competition, who led by a significant chunk. It's being shown as 3.3 seconds, but we're now at reduced speeds. But he built himself maybe 1.5, 2 seconds a lead, and that will now evaporate. Jonas Ried 2nd, Manuel Maldonado 3rd for Iron Lynx and Panis Racing respectively. John Falb, as I mentioned, for Nielsen Racing, had got ahead of Giorgio Roda, the pole sitter for Proton competition, in the very early stages. I wonder whether this will reveal how John did that, but it's a good getaway initially from Jonas Reed. We said to look out for Clement Novalak in the green and yellow Inter Europol competition car. He goes around the outside of Matthias Kaiser in the blue and black Algarve Pro racing car. Meanwhile, just keeping an eye on the LMP2 Pro-Am fight to see where John Fowle picked off Giorgio Roda. The problem is there's so much happening in the early stages. Looking out for the cars with the light blue background on their racing number panels. Novalak gave a hip and shoulder check there through Luco and the right-hander at Poggio Secco. And Derek de Boer in the early stages led, but there was much pressure from behind. And much to the elation of the Iron Dames, both active drivers and indeed just fans of the team, watching Sarah Bovey around the outside of Derek de Boer, who tried to win that drag race, leaving San Donato, but then had to concede to avoid any contact. We may well have fought that a bit more had it been the final lap. An off-track moment for the 31 LMP3 car early doors. That was Jacques Wolf skating through the gravel, or at least dragging a couple of tyres through there. And then this moment for Andres Latour, who ran out of road, ran out of brakes. Maybe something broke on the car, but it speared him dramatically straight on when he should have been turning left through the open hairpin at Bucine corner number 15 and into, and indeed underneath, the tyre wall. Now, the protective cell should mean that Andres is okay in there, and he remains in the car because he'll want to rejoin the race to at least give some driving time to his teammates Cem Bolokbashi and Laurence Hour, the Turkish and German drivers respectively.
So where do we sit at the moment? Clement Novalak will lead this race and is about to be picked up by the safety car, I believe. It has been picked up by the safety car.
There it is, yeah.
For Inter Europol competition. Jonas Reed in the Iron Links Proton number 9 car. Panis Racing third with Manuel Maldonado. Matthias Kaiser is fourth, the number 25 Algarve Racing Origa, and Edek Sport round out the top 5. That is Nico Pino at the wheel. LMP2 Pro-Am, as you noted, Johnny, getting to the lead in the very early stages. John Fowle for Nielsen Racing, the 24 car in LMP2 Pro-Am, down in 15th overall. And with the exception of the stricken DKR car, those LMP2 rounds are in line astern. Giorgio Roda, pole sitter, sits behind John Fowle in the Proton competition 77. Rodrigo Salas for the 29 Richard Mille by TDS squad third. Team Virage's Georgios Kolovos in the 19 car is fourth. United Autosport's Dan Schneider is fifth. The field now firmly under the control of the safety car. LMP3. Cool Racing lead the race, the number 17 car with Miguel Christoph. Well, Alexander Bekantsov for Inter Europol competition, the 88 car is second. Jacques Wolf, the Racing Spirit Le Mans, the 31 car is third. And then up from almost the back of the grid in the very early stages of this race, 11th, the Euro International car of Matthew Richard Bell. That car sits fourth, and that is our championship leader. We've seen what's been going on with the lead battles for LMGT3, but it is Sarah Bovey leading the way in the number 85 Iron Dames Porsche. There is significant bodywork damage, at least, to the front right corner of that car. We'll get a close look, I'm sure. Grid Motorsport by TF's 97 Aston Martin in the hands of Martin Berry sits second. Racing Spirit Le Mans, our pole sitter Derek de Boer, shuffled down in the 59 Aston Martin to third. And Hiroshi Yamaguchi sits fourth. Lydia Panis from the Panis Racing Garage. Johnny Larson, lead car of the Ferrari pack, in fifth place. The number 50 car, luckless, repeatedly so, at Spa, looking to get back into the big point scoring positions here. That's the top 5 in each class. Or top 4, I just realised I didn't mention DK Engineering's number 4, Alexander Matchell, is the lead of the two Duquesnes, and fifth in LMP3. Now remember, on the safety car, first 3 laps, the pit lane will be closed. Whether or not we get 3 laps, we'll hear from Eduardo Freitas when the pit lane is going to be open. And remember, it's on completion by the safety car, yes, of those 3 laps. So effectively, it's the 4th lap.
Yes. Yeah, it is closed for all and including the third circuit of the safety car. And there's a clear message that appears on the bottom of the timing screen when the pit road is open, and in plenty of time as well for the leaders and therefore everybody else to make a pit stop should they wish to. We are only not quite 20 minutes into this race, so nobody will need fuel at this stage.
Yep. But we will get a pass around now.
Yes. That's another reason why the pit road remains closed, to not confuse things during the pass around. But some teams might decide actually to make an early pit stop because that might work better for their strategy. Or if they've not got road position, better to get them out of it and roll the dice in another way to go against the grain and perhaps win it in an unconventional sense.
So
we are still in the pass around. Cars which are eligible to pass around, now it's the moment to do it.
So to explain what this is all about, if you're new to this form of racing, so as not to get a dire disadvantage from the timing and the placement of a safety car, if you're in the queue behind the safety car but are ahead of your class leader.
Pass around has finished. Pass around has finished.
You are allowed to pass the safety car under instruction from race control and the safety car driver, and pass around to rejoin the rear of the safety car queue.
This is perhaps one of the simplest pass arounds to understand because it's only 7 or 8 LMGT3 cars that had been lapped by this point. So you imagine you're in the seat of Johnny Lawson, 5th in LMGT3. Had we restarted without the pass around, he would have been trapped behind the overall leader, whilst the top 4 LMGT3s waved into a massive lead of about 9/10 of a lap. And that would have just totally ruined LMGT3 for the next 3.5 hours. So it means that the 50 Ferrari from Formula Racing and the Scott Noble-driven JMW Motorsport Ferrari and the Charlie Samani AF Corsa Ferrari et al. Are all now pounding round at breakneck speed, not quite breakneck speed, but very quickly indeed, to catch up with their fellow LMGT3 runners. And that, it doesn't give them a lap back, it just gives them all the space they would have been compromised by had we restarted in the order that we were. It doesn't affect things at the front either. In fact, arguably it makes it a cleaner restart because we know that there aren't any errant GT cars that might interfere with the restarted race.
We are currently on lap 3 of the safety car. Pit entry remains closed. We are currently on lap 3 of the safety car. Pit entry remains closed.
Clement Novalak, Jonas Reed, Manuel Maldonado into Europol competition. Iron Lynx, Proton and Panis Racing are the top 3. Other drivers to look out for that are non-silvers who could make progress at this restart in LMP2. Fred Vesti, number 47, Cool Racing, he's currently 10th. And Patrick Pile, who had a qualifying session to forget yesterday after he caused a red flag. It was a slight mistake into Matarassi corner, turn 4. And it actually meant a bit of over-rotation, the car spinning between turn 4 and turn 5, and he ended up in that very, very narrow gravel trap on the outside of turn 5. Red flags were thrown, and it meant that he couldn't rejoin the session either. So he's worked his way up to 12th position from 14th spot where he started. But this safety car will help people like Vesti and Pile.
Patrick Pile's not made the progress you'd expect him to do, has he?
Safety car instructed to go at full speed. Safety car instructed to go at full speed. I do remind you, we are still in lap 3 of the safety car procedure. Pit entry is closed. Pit entry is closed.
That's Eduardo Fritz making it very clear. This is the final lap before, should the safety car stay out. It looks very much as if it isn't going to do that. The pit lane would then open. We're not really in a place where you'd expect many, if any, to want yet to be coming down pit lane. It would mess with strategy. So the clue is safety car at full speed.
Yeah, but the light's still on, so it's not going to be racing again at the end of this lap.
Whole train is now back in place.
Yes.
So it's just taken one single lap to achieve that. Well done to the LMGT3. 7 cars, by the way, got that pass around. Everybody from it was from 5th place downwards.
Indeed. Yeah, so Johnny Lawson and everybody behind him able to legally pass the race leader, or repass the race leader, because they had gone a lap down after Clement Novalak had lapped before the safety car came out.
And also make clear, by the way, the number 3 car of Andres Latour has not rejoined this race. At this point, at least.
Yes. And there's nothing to stop him doing that other than the damage on the car, but the regulations allow it. Those tyre stacks weigh quite a bit, so he's hit them with force, and then they're sitting on top of the car doing further damage. And the marshals will have tried their utmost to not further damage the bodywork on the nose of car number 3 as they were pulling it out, but some of that's inevitable as well.
Pit entry is open. Pit entry is open.
So that's the end of this lap, but I'm expecting the safety car to be withdrawn at the end of this lap as well. So any advantage of taking a pit stop is negated, because we'll be back to green flags, I would predict.
Yeah. Question, why did he give that message at that point? He gave that message at that point because that was the point at which the final car had passed the pit entry.
And the safety car has now completed 3 laps. This is the 4th lap now that it is on the racetrack for, and hopefully there won't be too many more, because the number 3 car is well out of the way. That was the reason for the safety car and potentially the damage to the tyre wall. I think that's been fixed up though as well.
I think we're going to go around again. So hearing from Steph Wentworth down on pit lane that we have got P2 cars ready to pit here, and the lights are out. Now, whether or not they will still do so,
that for me now is too early.
Safety car lights are off. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap.
Unless...
No overtaking before the line.
As I say...
No overtaking before the line.
If you do Kane in 11th and Patrick Pilet, who we've mentioned, for Vector Sport, who's 12th, you just bottled up behind loads of traffic that, in Pilet's case, he could go faster than. So why not do an early pit stop, put him back into very clear air, and he could make progress, although not racing side by side with fellow runners. So we're going to get racing again. Clement Novalak now goes for it out of the Biondetti chicane, the very high speed left and right, which are the penultimate corners before Bucine corner, this left-hand downhill hairpin. And the first few runners I'm not expecting to come in, but why not roll the dice a little further back? However, now that we've gone back to green, that might have been very much a plan B to pit the car, and we're back to plan A again now. Good run from Matthias Kaiser on Manuel Maldonado. No, Patrick Pilet does pit. Well, I told you, it might be worth rolling the dice there, and Pilet is in because he's not making any progress down there in 12th position, so he might as well do the undercut, as it's so often called in Formula 1, and get him back out again. So driver change you're hearing about as well. Oh yeah, because they were forced to put Patrick Pilet in that car because there were no times. So Ryan Cullen's going to go into car number 10, and that means that Pilet might be more useful towards the end of the race anyway.
Puts them out of everybody else's strategy as well, and as we know from, well, bitter and sweet experience in the past, a strategy forced upon you, a strategy change forced upon you. There's a change between the 2 decanes. That's the WTM car going by the DCAR car, and a bit of a kiss there, rear left to front right. That can, in all sorts of circumstances, come back and help you much later in the race.
Yeah. So Ryan Cullen it is who takes over in car number 10. He's now left the pits. He'll stay on the lead lap. He's stone last, but they've done a bit of fuel as well. They will have done. There won't have been enough for a full fill, because we've only done 25 minutes or so, and much of that was at a reduced pace. But I think the priority there was getting Patrick Pilet out and getting some silver time burned in car number 10 for Ryan Cullen. The other driver in that car is it still Stefan Riquelme?
Yes.
Was there a change there? No, okay, right. So Riquelme and Pilet was a change, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, Pilet's change for Filipa
Drugovic,
who's on IndyCar testing duty with Ganassi on Monday.
Right.
And that the logistics could not work to do that comfortably, so the team have allowed that. There's a change there.
Johnny Edgar being overtaken by the 43 car of Sebastian Alvarez, who had held the fastest lap before Clement Novalak hit the front. So Alvarez and Novalak are in fact teammates within Inter-Europol competition, although they drive different cars. And the predominantly yellow-fronted number 43 car, which is right up there in the championship, that's an interesting championship battle, in fact, because now the team that arrived here in second overtakes the team that arrived here in first, even though they're dicing for positions in the lower order of the top 10.
Bit of a moment there for Philippe Bourgrain, getting to the outside, pretty much where the issue happened for the DKR car. So there clearly is a bit of rubbish out there that's causing problems for grip. The 22 car loses a position, but mercifully nothing more than that at this stage.
Just a 2-point difference in the championship. AO by TF benefiting from that race win and pole position at Spa-Francorchamps. They got 65 points from Inter Europol's 63 for the 43 car. Now Lamborghini up against Ferrari and Johnny Lawson. See, we wouldn't have had this battle were it not for the pass around. So Lawson's on the tail of Hiroshi Hamaguchi, 4th and 5th positions.
Yeah, the two big Italian makes in this field, going nose to tail at this stage, head-to-head in other parlance. Lots to come from all 4 of these classes, I'm sure. Frank Collin, by the way, has rejoined. Rapid turnaround for the Vector Sport crew.
So Alvarez now setting the crosshair on Lorenzo Fluxa in his Cool Racing number 37 car. There it is, just creeping through shot at Luco. And then the 47 Cool Racing car is Fred Vesti, who is platinum rated, so it should be a touch faster than the couple of cars ahead of him.
That's your international car of Matthew Bell, now up to 3rd place. That's a change since the safety car, ahead of the Racing Spirit Le Mans number 31. Bell rapidly catching the lead pair here.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether these two are doing each other many favours, actually. It's okay pace, but I do wonder whether Miguel Cristobal might be able to go a bit faster were it not for the distraction of Alexander Bukantsov. So Matthew Bell catching them at pace now, and he's got to find a way to get through to try and build a lead and then hand over to Adam Ali. Just a little bit of time spent behind these two to work out where his 11 car might be a bit faster would be a good time, but a good thing to do. Now, there's a pit lane infringement for car number 43, Sebastian Alvarez.
Which is odd, since he's not been in the pits.
Not been in the pit lane yet.
So unless that was something about when they joined the grid, we will do a little bit of hashtag wait and see on that one, but that's the message. We'll read it out.
Lane infringement. There's a time that you've got to be on pit lane on the apron from the garage, and then also out of pit road, being released to the grid.
Before the pit lane is closed,
yes,
before the grid.
I thought they were on the grid, because I remember actually seeing that pit lane closed message appear, and there didn't appear to be any gaps on the grid at the time. Anyway, that doesn't concern the race leader, also an Inter Europol competition car. However, it does concern the team second in the championship and only 2 points back from the leaders, so they will not want to have to serve an early penalty. Meanwhile, the 21 United Autosports car, which is running 5th in LMP2 Pro Am, being driven by Daniel Schneider, is getting caught by Francois Perrodo, who is one of the quickest bronze drivers in LMP2. And they are leading the championship as well. Teammate Mathieu Vaxavier, Alessio Rivera have 80 points, and it's a fairly significant chunk of 20 points back then to the Alex Quinn, Quinton Venduris and Richard Bradley car, which is an APR prepared car.
Yeah, car number 43, team manager immediately to the stewards. Something brewing here. Something about Francois Perrodo, something about Francois, the delivery of his pace is different than it was. He's building more pace rather than being quick at the start. I think that's just an adaptation to just the way these races are won these days. Looking after the tyres more, it comes with experience. Whilst he's not showing necessarily the class-leading pace at the beginning of a session, his overall race pace is pretty much the same, if not better, towards the end of his stints.
Consistency is key so often, particularly when you're looking to preserve tyres. It's likely that he'll have to double stint this set of tyres, and as a bronze, well, regardless of your rating, you've all got to do a minimum of an hour. So in order to do that, that's 1.5 stints, probably, in an LMP2 car. It's an awkward number, and deliberately so. So if Francois does this first stint, it's likely they'll keep him in for the second stint and give him, or not give him, new tyres. So important to look after them in the opening stages. I was mentioning about the resurfacing of this racetrack for the 2020 Tuscan Grand Prix, and actually one or two have said that new road surface, which is only 4 years old, is now pretty abrasive. It's low grip, or it was at the start of the weekend on Friday, particularly offline, and the tyres are taking a real pounding because of these medium and high-speed corners as well. And even though they rear-wheel drive these LMP2s, you've got to be keeping an eye on the front tyres as well, because they take the front left gets obliterated if you're not careful through the Arrabbiata corners.
Indeed, endurance racing is what it says on the tin. It's a matter of getting pace, but keeping that pace as consistent as possible through long distances. Hard on the tyres, hard on fuel strategy, hard physically and mentally on the drivers, particularly when you get into races that have mixed weather conditions, mixed track conditions, and indeed into night, as we so often do. So it does produce fabulous racing. It's not one race, in this case it's 4 races, 4 different classes, all with their own championships to worry about. And that's where we get the bewitching prospect of traffic. And traffic in this form of racing is absolutely one of the key elements to learn and manage. Still, this battle between Hiroshi Hamaguchi and Johnny Larson ebbs and flows.
Matthew Bell's managed the fastest LMP3 lap now, even though he hasn't made the further progress that we might have expected. So he's got cars right in front of him, still able to do the fastest lap within the category, but the launch from 9th to 4th was most impressive. Then he's got ahead of Jacques Wolf. Well, Jacques Wolf has been making the odd mistake here and there, dropping a couple of tyres into the gravel, I remember, on the exit of Poggio Secco corner. And the WTM by Rinaldi car, driven by Torsten Kratz. He's now actually... So I mentioned Matthew Bell's lap. That was immediately bettered by Torsten Kratz about 2 seconds later. So they're the 2 quickest cars in LMP3 right now, and they will be pressurising these 2, Miguel Cristobal and Alex Bukantsov, in 1st and 2nd very shortly.
So pretty much order as you were in the moments after the safety car being withdrawn, with the exception of those 2 changes in LMP3. Remember, one thing to look for if you're following these junior prototypes and their penultimate race in this form in the European Le Mans Series. We'll talk about that in just a short while, because there's more side-by-side action here. The 37 Cool Racing car and the 43 Sebastian Alvarez on the Renault Fluxer getting stuck in. Keep an eye out when we get into pit lane, because that's where another level of strategy comes into play with LMP3, with the teams having to do 2 timed pit stops. Alga Pro Racing here, we can try to make hay through traffic. Messages on the screen. I think Charlie Samani is stretching the patience of race control on track limits at the moment. And there's a change. The 43 car loses out 2 places there. Is this going to be a 3rd?
Not quite, but difficult into the right-hander at Scarparia corner, through Pelagio, and now down the hill. I love this roller coaster nature of this final sector, particularly up and down Dale into Corintaio corner, and the exit of that's pretty important, because you're then delivered straight into the Biondetti chicane, which is high speed. There's really only one racing line through there, so these LMP2s had to wait for the GR Racing Ferrari to get through before they could then start to overlap it. And now to the high side arrives on the scene Niels Coulson in the black and green Duquesne car, and he does gain a spot. So was that on Fred Vesti? Yes, it was. So Vesti, the platinum driver, not able to make the progress that I'd hoped for Cool Racing, and he's overtaken by Niels Coulson, who's now up to 9th position.
Sense Cool Racing are doing something different here with their tyres. I think we said at the start of the race, they'd learned that putting in their real hot shoes at the end of the race, and they were not able for a couple of races this year to really turn the screw, because there are no tyres left underneath them. Something's changed here with the way that Cool Racing are managing these races.
Well, maybe that was essential, that they rethought how they began the races at the very least. Makes sense if you're putting in your silver or bronze driver in the case of the Pro-Am cars, that you use one set of tyres across a double stint to do that, but then you've only got another 8 tyres for the whole of the race, and they were your qualifying tyres as well.
Yeah.
So that's why it's so important to do as little mileage as possible during the 15-minute qualifying session on a Saturday.
Well, the top 10, remember, with that safety car, it's only 15, 16 seconds between them. Sticking with and in that pack. Yes, you want to be shuffling to the front if you possibly can. Sticking with that pack, and you're not going to be a million miles away from where you need to be if everything stayed the same for the next 3 hours and 20 minutes.
That's a big ask. Yeah. The championship rivals are together again on track, by the way. Johnny Edgar's now back in front of Sebastian Alvarez. So outscoring, but not by a great deal. In 7th, you get, what was it, 6 points? 4 for 8th, but they're very unlikely to finish there, I would say. Now, an issue at the exit of Correntallo corner, around the back of the big grandstand that overlooks the main straight. It's cleared very quickly, but there were yellows between turn 12 and the first of the Biondettis. Now the championship rivals are side by side. Johnny Edgar on the inside, but it'll be the outside for Luco, and Alvarez back through again in the number 43 car.
And the flow, isn't it? It's good stuff at the moment, up and down this pack. Championship battles being established. We've got 24 on pit lane. It is indeed John Fowle from the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. 40 minutes gone.
I thought they'd be able to go a bit further. Well, they will have been able to go a bit further on fuel. It may be more about the drive time that John Fowle needs to do, though.
Drive time and sticking to their established strategy on the time of the race.
Yeah.
The two factors in place here. So John staying aboard the car. Still in 3rd place, having made that rapid progress up the order for Matthew Richard Bell. We call him Matthew Richard Bell because, of course, there are 2 Matthew Bells. In fact, there are 3. There's an American and 2 British.
There's probably more than that, actually, but not in the racing world.
Not in the endurance racing world.
Yes.
I immediately get messages from lots of people called Matthew Bell.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That there'll be plenty of Matthew Bells in the world, but not... Well, yeah, OK. There might be some in club racing, that's what you're saying, isn't it? We'll move on. I tend to say Matthew Bell for the number 11 Euro International pilot, and then Matt Bell,
yes,
who's also in this race, racing for Nielsen. Well, not anymore.
I think he was with Virage, wasn't he, but no longer.
Oh, that's not the case anymore. Right,
Yep.
So we only have to worry about one anyway, but we'll continue to call him Matthew Bell, or Matthew Richard Bell, and here he is. Red door mirrors on the Euro International car. 1st, 2nd, 3rd position now. So Cristobal still leads. Bukatsov in 2nd in the 88, the green and yellow car, and then the championship leaders in the number 11. They are still the only car entered with just 2 drivers, a bronze and a silver.
Yeah, Clement Novalak, by the way, is stretching away here. He's 11.5 seconds clear of Jonas Reed. Seems to be in control of his own destiny at the moment. Just saw the Vector Sport car coming through the shots. That is Ryan Cullen, having now cleared the LMP3 field. So his next target, 12 seconds ahead, is going to be the 24 Nielsen racing car. Oh, and just taking a bit of grass to get by there. Clement Novalak, they're side by side, and this is change for the lead because the 17 car, having lost the lead to the 88,
I don't think it is the lead.
3rd.
It's the 2nd position because 88's now leading LMP3.
You're right. I was yes.
You knew what you were trying to say.
I knew, and I didn't say it correctly, did I? But back comes the number 17 car at Matthew Bell. Can he get that done? I don't think he can. So I think the 17 has had a moment somewhere.
Must have done. And I wonder whether that's going to be revealed in the sector times for LMP3 number 17, Miguel Cristobal.
It does beg the question whether or not this is the car that had the moment at 12.13.
Well, he lost time in the middle sector, 34 seconds when his best was actually a 32. And then he lost a couple of seconds as well in that final sector. allowing the race leader, who's also an inter-Europol competition car, to get by. But as you mentioned, two wheels on the grass for Clement Novalak as he did it.
But the 88 car was already by that stage.
Yeah, true.
So it certainly wasn't that, but it was most likely to be a traffic-related issue. GMW Motorsport here, the number 66 car with the new look squad. Scott Noble at the wheel and fending off at the moment Charlie Samani and Duncan Cameron. The 66 car just runs wide. Is there room there for the 51 car up the inside? We'll say while we get a moment to have a look at the 66 car, together with AF Corsa, the longest established teams in this championship. And new look squad with the news last week that John Hartshorne is going to step away from racing after great fun with John over the last 25 years, and for him more. And he took quite the clunk with an accident at Spa after a hit from one of the LMP2 cars. That's, I'm afraid, aggravated an old injury for John. And not being, as I don't think he might be saying in the first flush of youth, he has decided that's going to be it for him. I believe it was going to be it for him at the end of this season, but he manages to finish his racing career with 4th place in his 4th Le Mans start with the... Oh, and that was a touch, and around goes the Duquesne car. But that was a massive save.
Well, they were side by side, and we've seen that. Oh, and he gets, then in insult to injury, gets a bit of a shove from the 31 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car of Jacques Wolf. Side by side, and we became, it sort of normalised that situation, even though they're at ridiculous high speed. And yeah, it all went a bit wrong there, but an amazing save from the Duquesne driver Niels Coulen, who'd been gaining ground. So Coulen on the left of shot, the right-hand side, and thinking it was clear. Oh, was the Cool Racing car. And there's barriers left and right, and amazingly, Coulen kept his cool there and straightened the car up. Then he got a biff from Jacques Wolf in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans LMP3 car, but incredible that he was able to rejoin so quickly.
That's an astonishing save. I wonder whether or not there might be a penalty coming there for the 37 car.
I'm sure there is a lottery, a national lottery in the Netherlands, but Niels Coulen needs to enter it this week.
Do it now. He's going to also have to hope, by the way, that we don't get rain, because he's now got his windscreen wiper off the screen, the airflow backwards.
Yeah, and that is another reason why there's all this extra bodywork these days on an LMP3 car with the dorsal fin, because it's very easy when a car goes at that angle, overlapping, by the way, on pit road entry, but they do get that sorted out just in time for the speed limit line, which is 60 kilometres per hour. So this is both the Iron Lynx Proton car of Jonas Reed. So there's contact a few moments ago with the 43 car, which sent the earlier LMP3 race leader into the gravel. So is that why Miguel Cristobal lost all of that time?
Could be. And there's trouble there as well for the Ultimates, the number 35 car. Well,
but yeah, it wouldn't be a surprise in the old days, before all of this extra bodywork and the holes in the wheel arches, more drama for the 17 car. A car could very easily have taken off on the main straight where that's at that angle.
It's going to be contact. 10 years it's going to be contact, isn't it, that sent the 17 car around. Contact with the Team Virage car of Julien Gerby. Iron Dames in the pit lane, by the way, from the lead in LMGT3. Formula Racing, Johnny Lawson in and out on the previous lap. So all sorts there for race control to decide upon and pick up and decide upon with the help of the race stewards. At least 2 incidents there, 3 incidents in fact, as we've got one of the 2 Algarve racing cars going to pit lane. That is the 20 car of Quentin Lentudis, already a class winner this year, the Greek.
It's very quickly gone south for Miguel Cristobal. He led for a significant chunk of time. Now, diving down the inside, fresh from a pit stop, is still Jonas Reed in the Proton Iron Lynx car. So there's not been a driver change there, but he was in the thick of action all of a sudden. 59 Aston Martin is second for Derek De Boer, and third, right on his heels, is Hiroshi Hamaguchi in the bright green Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Martin Berry leads the category by almost 5 seconds now, so he's clear and gone, as both of the Inter-Europol competition P2 cars pitting on the same lap. They're both in LMP2 as opposed to P2 Pro-Am. and have pitted at the same time, although remember the 34 car was leading at the time, 43 was struggling in a bit of traffic in 7th.
It's the Duquesne, the unique Orica drift car by the look of it. Absolutely astonishing stuff. Joins 34, 28, 43 we've seen as well, 22 from United Autosports on pit lane, together with the Richard Mille by TDS and the AF Corsa LMP2 Pro cars. Leading the race at the moment, those as the pit stop, Matthias Kaiser, also staying out, Lorenzo Fluxa, the other car involved in that moment on the start-finish straight. AO by TF's 14 stays out, so does Fred Vesti. Do wonder if Fred Vesti's on some kind of massive fuel save as well. It looks like a strategic run.
Yeah.
That's not a Fred Vesti type attacking stint.
But why use your platinum to do that?
I don't know.
Could Carl Bennett not have done that sort of job? You know, find a delta time, a consistent pace, and stick to it. I wonder whether they'd hoped to make a bit more progress with their platinum driver.
That incident, by the way, unsurprisingly, between the 37 and the 30 is under review. Remainder of the lead group all in together. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, nose to tail. So we're going to be pretty soon at the point where pretty much the whole LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am group have pitted. Wait to see whether or not the Team Virage car, Georgios Kolovos, joins them on pit road.
Yeah, it's still going through the Ondetti chicane, so it'll be a couple more seconds before we get the answer to that. Kaiser for Algarve Pro, Cool Racing's Lorenzo Fluxa, the championship leading car, driven at the moment by Johnny Edgar, is being serviced. Meanwhile, did we have any driver changes in the early stages? I'm not seeing many. Clement Novalak stays behind the wheel of car 34. Georgios Kolovos does not pit.
And leads.
He will lead now from LMP2 Pro-Am, and a chance to enjoy some time at the head of the order. Well, we've got to 50 minutes. Bearing in mind that safety car period will have helped out with the reduced fuel mileage, or actually increased. It's reduced fuel burn and therefore more mileage as a result. How long was that safety car period? Nearly 14 minutes, and it lasted for 4 laps.
Just taking a look here. Well, Georgios Kolovos, a little bit of history, I think. I'm pretty sure he's the first ever Greek overall leader for a European Le Mans Series race.
It's not a bad shout, that.
I'm pretty certain it's the first time that Team Virage have led a race as well. Matthias Kaiser, courtesy of a stellar turnaround by the Algarve Pro Racing team, cycles round to 2nd in the order. Bijoy Garg is up to 4th. Trouble for the 47 Cool Racing car, Fred Vesti. Maybe it's not anything to do with strategy, maybe it's a problem.
Yeah.
Well, it clearly is a problem, whether or not that's the problem. It's Derek De Boer in the Racing Spirit Le Mans car, being rather mugged by cars of every other class here.
The 47 Cool Racing car has not had a good year. They finished 2nd at Le Castellet, but after that it's been non-finishes in Barcelona, at Spa, and they finished 10th in Imola. So it's the 47 car. If they're going to have bad luck for one of the cars, they really hope it is the 47, because the 37's okay in the championship, standing on 35 points. Remember, car 37 won in Barcelona at the start of the year. It's now right on the tail of car 23, the United Autosports 2nd LMP2 car. Remember, there are 3 in total, so they've got 21 in Pro-Am, 22 and 23 in LMP2. And Bijoy Garg in the 23 car heading over the line, 5th position. Right behind him is Lorenzo Fluxa in 6th. And Fluxa's going to go for the overtake down the inside of Bijoy Garg, who can't get back across the road to defend from the Spaniard, and a change of position there for 5th place as a result. And now we might see Lorenzo Fluxa start to attack the tail of Manuel Maldonado in the next few moments. That was a bit of a touch on the left of Derek De Boer's car from a recovering 35 Ultimate. Remember, that had a spin out of Correntaio corner not that long ago, and Ultimate for Louis Stern, who is a name we know from the Ligier European Series, racing for Ultimate this weekend, but now at the back of that category. Yeah,
there was the kiss side to side between the two. Tricky here with the LMP3 cars and the LMGT3 cars. similar pace at various parts of this track. Tough to pass. JMW Motorsport on pit lane from the lead, pitting later than some of their class rivals. Hearing that the 47 car wouldn't restart after the pit stop.
Okay, well that's unlikely to affect its pace on the track during the first 50 minutes. But you remember that story at Le Mans of which team was it who drilled a hole in the side of the bodywork so they could access the Rebellion, to access the starter motor, but that was outside the regulations.
The hammer and bar.
So the car's got to go back in the garage for them to take the engine cover off and maybe plug laptops in. It's either electrical or it's a mechanical starter motor issue that needs to be addressed. But it's easily losing, well, it has lost a lap now on the LMP2 pace. RLR M Sports number 15 car running now in 10th. So Michael Jensen, after that hard work from Gaël Julien in qualifying yesterday, and RLR M Sport second in the championship, need to finish on the podium if the number 11 Euro International car wins this race to take the championship fight to Portimão.
55 minutes in, and the whole of the LMP2 field that can pit has now pitted. And half of our LMGT3s have also been down pit lane. The rest of them will be joining that train presently. You came out with an astonishing stat, Johnny, yesterday evening about the LMGT3 title contenders.
Yes.
I believe that is the case.
Yes.
That the top three in the championship have not won a race.
None of them have. I must admit, it's not my stat. It's Steph Wentworth who spotted this.
She's amazing, by the way.
She is, and we'll be hearing from her later on in the race. In fact, we've been hearing from her already, making sure that we're up to date with everything going on in pit road, including some early driver changes and the 47 car going into the garage. So let me just find the relevant championship final classification from Spa. 59 car leading, arriving here into Mugello on 53 points. So the 59 Aston, its best result second in Imola. GR Racing Ferrari second in the championship on 52, its best result 2 second places, Barcelona and last time out at Spa. And the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, as now around the outside goes Sebastian Alvarez on Bijoy Garg. This is a fight for 6th and 7th places, and if Alvarez can stay there, he'll be in on the inside line for Luco and gets that move done. Yeah, Iron Lynx 49 points. They've only had a 2nd place, not actually won. So Iron Dames 4th in the championship. Is the first time you see a car that's won a race, amazingly. But it's consistency that's key.
And no cars won twice.
No cars won twice, yes.
So it's, yeah.
So we've had a win for the 50 Formula Racing Ferrari, the 55 Spirit of Race Ferrari, that obviously had that big incident in Spa that Matt Griffin wasn't too chuffed about, I think it's fair to say. Iron Dames 85 Porsche won in Imola, and that dramatic win. It was a late safety car, if you remember. No, it was a late full course yellow with cars right on Michelle Gatting's tail, but she fended them off. And then the win in Spa came for the 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari. But those winning cars have not really had results to back the wins up.
Well, here's one of those winning cars. It's the 55 car of Duncan Cameron. He's leading the race at the moment, has not yet pitted. He's under pressure from Charlie Samani in the identical 51 car, but from AF Corsa, rather the Spirit of Race brand, which is an AF Corsa brand. So these two cars run out of the same rather extensive garage. And Charlie Samani being warned must be close to the final time about track limits. Seen a couple of warnings for him on screen. There's the two Nielsen Racing cars together. It is, isn't it? It is. This
27.
Is 24 and 27.
Yeah, it's actually for position as well, isn't it?
Benjamin Bedderson. These two cars run by the British team operating out of Corby. And this is Sven Thompson, celebrating their 10th year this year, and multiple successes, particularly in LMP3 after international success with Little Radical sports cars, stepping up onto the major international scene. 2 cars this season here in the European Le Mans Series, and as I hinted at the start of the show, watch out in the coming days for some really good news for Nielsen Racing. 2 more Ferraris and 1 race winner, 1 title contender that's not yet won a race. It is the fabulously livery GR Racing number 86, black and orange-tastic that car is, the burgundy number 50 car.
Which has won a race, winner first time out, but a little further down in the championship, so trying to improve upon that. And this is the fight for 8th and 9th then in LMGT3. Charlie Samani continues to lead this category from Duncan Cameron in the spirit of race car, and that's because Duncan Cameron's just pitted. I wondered how that had happened.
Duncan was the leader until then.
Yeah. So 55 in, not the first LMGT3 car to make it stop, though. We've had most of those cars in now, with the exception of Charlie Samani. So he's been filtered up to the top. And now there's a problem for Johnny Lawson's Ferrari, which is stopped virtually. That is coming out of the Arrabbiatas. So was there a bit of confusion, or did he catch too much curb? Yes, he did. The faster of the 2 Arrabbiatas, and that put one of the... Is that the Richard Mille car?
That's the CDS.
29.
Yeah.
So who's driving that? It's still Rodrigo Sales, and had to have his wits about him, put into the Arrabbiata 2 gravel trap, but amazingly he had the momentum to drive straight out of it as well.
Yeah, a tricky couple of laps. Rodrigo did see him get rather caught up with the battle between the then leading pair, Duncan Cameron and Charlie Samani. Slippery surface flags at turn 9. That will not be fluid, that will be gravel and dust all over the place.
Yeah, so the debris flags will be waving by the marshals at turn 9, Arrabbiata 2, red and yellow stripes. Tyres being changed on the LMGT3 cars. I think they'll be doing tyres most stops, because you can do Goodyear Eagles Unlimited in the GT category.
Matthew Richard Bell down pit lane in the number 11 championship leading LMP3 car for Euro International. Didn't manage to get by Alexander Bekantov. Will now drop down the order, of course, a little. Keep an eye on from this point, Johnny, the pit stop times for the LMP3 cars.
Yeah.
Just 2 of them so far have opted to pit. 31 Racing Spirit Le Mans car. That's taken a quick pit stop at the start of this race. Incident involving the 17 and the 43 under investigation. A warning flag for Derek De Boer now.
Well, that incident put Miguel Cristobal in the Cool Racing 17 LMP3 car into the gravel at Biondetti chicane as Alvarez went for the racing line. It didn't really give Cristobal much room at all, but it depends on who race control think got to the corner first. Now side-by-side Ferraris. The 55 is fresh from a pit stop, although, yes, this is the outlap for Duncan Cameron, and he's been delivered back onto the track right in front of Takeshi Kimura, and in behind is the JMW Motorsport Ferrari of Scott Noble now. So Jim McWhirter's team with a couple of Americans driving this weekend. Scott Noble joined with Jason Hart, bronze and silver, and it's Ben Tuck who is an additional silver.
As a mark of how new this is as a venue for ACO Rules Racing, we said a little earlier, JMW Motorsports, one of the longest standing European Le Mans Series contenders, goes right back to the very beginning of the history of the European Le Mans Series, started in 2012. Charlie Samani on his way out in the cold tyres, being eaten up by a pack of other Ferraris. Last time Jim McWhirter, the team owner, was here at Mugello, was as a driver in Ferrari Challenge. I'm told 2003, so that would have been a Ferrari 360 at the time. And to place that, I think we're now on the 6th iteration of one make Ferrari racer since then.
Okay, so there've been 6 more Ferraris to race in Challenge.
Correct.
Since that time, yeah. 21 years later, as I say, 50 years the celebration of the Mugello circuit since it broke ground in 1973, opened in 74, and now he's hosting its first European Le Mans Series race. Down the inside, the EDEC Sport number 28, driven by Nico Pino. He was the starting driver as well, trying to stick with Bijoy Garg for as long as possible. In the 23 United car, they're both about to duck underneath the WTM LMP3, which is not far off the race lead. Torsten Kratz is 5 seconds away from Alexander Bukantsov. Oh, Johnny Edgar having to get on the brakes there. Was that a pass as well? Edgar in car 14. Or maybe he was going for a move on Nico Pino, late on the brakes into Scarperia corner. Didn't quite work, though.
Minimum time for our bronze drivers is?
In which category?
LMP2 Pro-Am.
Is an hour. It's an hour for everybody in LMP2.
Francois Brodo is about to hand over the car with an hour and 4 minutes having elapsed. So he's opted to jump at the earliest possible opportunity, just about. So this will be, I'm sure, a driver change for the 83. Pits from 5th place. With a couple of very quick drivers available. And other pit stops coming for LMP3 cars.
So 87, sorry, not 87, Perodo's number is 83, and that car has already made one stop, hasn't it? They will have done fuel on that car, and now he's just basically done the driving time that is required of him. Make it a total of an hour, and even if it sits slightly awkwardly in the fuel fill, it means that the bronze driver is out, and the fellow competitors, gold and platinum, of Vaxaviera and Rivera, can do the run to the finish.
You're hearing from Steph Wentworth that the 47 car was a mechanical issue for the 47, and Fred Vesti has rejoined the race. Albeit after 15 minutes on the pit lane, or in the garage rather. It's going to be a drive-through penalty, by the way. I did say that Charlie Simani would have to watch it on track limits. I'm afraid he didn't, and he's going to have to be down pit lane for a drive-through penalty. That's not going to help his progress. It's going to drop him another position.
I'm seeing just one of the long stops completed so far by RLR M Sport, and they did a driver change for car 15 as well, so get Michael Jensen out and Nick Adcock in. So that was a 102 seconds, but everybody else has done less than that time for their stops in LMP3, if they've been in at all. So we'll keep an eye on that, but it's a slight adjustment to the time that needed to be served in Spa-Francorchamps, just a difference of 5 seconds. 100 seconds required for 2 of the stops that LMP3s will have to make. It's likely they'll do 3 in a 4-hour race. Tyres being changed certainly on the outside of car number 25 for Algarve Pro Racing. This is Matthias Kaiser, who had been running in 4th position, as Johnny Edgar again is battling with the EDEC Sport car, and Edgar actually thought about a move up the inside of Casanova corner there, which would have been very brave. See what he was trying to do, because Savelli's a left-hander, and if he got alongside, that would have given him the ideal run through the lowest point of the circuit. Edgar is faster than Nico Pino on the whole in this phase of the race, wants to get through, but can't do it at this stage.
Yep, a couple more driver changes, by the way, in LMP2 Pro-Am, with the bronze time now having elapsed. Georgios Kolovos hands over the Team Farage number 19 car to another second-generation racer in ACO Rules Racing, Rafael Merak, the son of Raymond, and Raymond is here. Title winner and double Le Mans class winner in his day, principally in the IMSA Matmut Porsches of blessed memory. So young Rafael takes over the baton, the family baton, in endurance racing, and that adventure starts here and now. He rejoins the race, 6th place in LMP2 Crown, 20th place overall.
John Falb, who has led a big chunk of the opening couple of stints in LMP2 Pro-Am. They'll surely have got John out as well, because he's done an hour in the Nielsen 24 car.
Still out there, by the way, of the bronzes. Leading the race is Giorgio Roda in the number 77 Proton car. Rodrigo Sales, he had a bit of a torrid lap or so just a few minutes ago. He's still out there and is, what, 9.9 seconds back in the Richard Mille by TDS number 29 car. Colin Noble now aboard the Nielsen 24. Alessio Rivera did indeed take over from Francois Perrodo. Andy Merrick has taken the seat of the 21 United Autosports car from Daniel Schneider. Team Farage, as we said, in the hands of Rafael Narak now, and Richard Bradley has taken over in the 20 Algar Pro car from Crichton Antunes.
Nearly done an hour and 10 minutes. Ryan Cullen's under pressure from the 30 car of Niels Coulen, who's coming back from that ridiculous spin on the main straight, where he actually didn't go much more than about 45 degrees or 90 degrees to the direction of travel and flipped the car back again. But it pushed the windscreen wiper way up in the air.
Wouldn't have helped his tyres though, would it?
Well, that was my other thought. Surely they may well have to take most of those tyres, if not all of them, off the car and dump them in the bin around the back of the garage. That will put the pressure on his teammate drivers for eking out the tyre performance even more.
Rodrigo Salas is now on pit lane, and here in the 47 car is getting a drive-through penalty for causing that collision with the 30. Have to say, I think that's correct.
Well, that was the spin for Niels Coulen that we were talking about on the main straight, and the incident could have been disastrous. There's confirmation of it at the top of your screen. So the 47 car, Cool Racing, going to have to come down the pit lane at the speed limit of 60 kilometers per hour. The 65 Panis Racing car going right around the outside of the Lamborghini, whereas Jonas Reed went to the inside, and they left Bucine corner virtually side by side. The fight for fourth and fifth positions, no, third and fourth in fact, with Manuel Maldonado now ahead of Jonas Reed.
Well, we're an hour and 10 minutes into this race, Johnny. One car still has not made a regular pit stop. That is the current LMP3 race leader, the number 17 car. That's had its adventures in the hands of Mr. Miguel Cristobal. It has not yet pitted. Remember, we have had that safety car period. That would have extended the window, but they've clearly opted to leave that car up to the max. And literally as I say it, comes in now, just about an hour and 11 minutes for this car. 17 car, Cool Racing, defending champions of the LMP3 class with this new look driver squad for them. Does not look like they're going to continue that run.
Alessio Rivera, now the fastest driver in LMP2 Pro-Am. He's just taken over from Francois Perrodo. And the 60 car driven by Matteo Crissoni. Claudio Schiavone began that. Both Italians. They've got Julien Anlauer, the Frenchman, still to come, but Crissoni's now quickest in LMGT3. And the 60 car could be about to make some progress now. It's 11th of an 11-car field. Depending on how big that gap is to Charlie Samani, who's just pitted, it's 3 and a bit seconds. So, yeah, there is a chance now that the Proton competition, the orange car, might be able to gain a bit of ground now in the hands of Crissoni. He'll know this place well, too. So,
just 2, by the look of things, of the LMP3 cars, no, 3, took their long stops. Both are on our cars, interestingly. And the Team Farage car, the number 8 car of Julien Kirby.
Rafael Narak is now the quickest in LMP2 Pro-Am. So we've been mentioning Narak Jr. Team Virage car going well in 19th position. We got underway for the first ever 4 hours of Mugello at 11:30 this morning, with the early cloud lifting, thankfully, to get us away on time. And straight away, Manuel Maldonado jinking from left to right. But what about Clement Novalak in the yellow and green car, green-nosed into Europol competition car? He's gold up against 3 silvers ahead, and he made very quick progress, scything his way to the front of the field. First of all, around the outside of Matthias Kaiser, as our drone camera giving us excellent footage right above San Donato and Luco corners, and Novalak wasting absolutely no time at all in barging his way past Matthias Kaiser. There was the merest of touches preventing the Liechtensteiner from turning in to the left-hander. Then the fight in LMGT3, of course, began. It always does. And Sarah Bovey under pressure initially from the grid motorsport by TF Aston Martin of Martin Berry, but then around the outside the Belgian would go to overtake Derek de Boer, who was the pole sitter for the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin crew and the championship leaders. Jacques Wolf with an early run through the gravel trap on the exit of Poggio Secco corner, and Clement Novalak late on the brakes to take the race lead after a handful of laps, getting ahead of Jonas Reed. Our first and to date only safety car came out when Andres Latour overcooked his approach into Bouchine corner and right through the gravel trap and heavily into the tyres there. The tyres are deliberately deep because it's a high-speed approach, but it did a lot of damage to the number 3 car, which has not since rejoined the race. Side-by-side action between the two Ducanes as well, with Wochenspiegel Team Monschau car gaining ground in the hands of Torsten Kratz. We had a pass around after the end of the safety car period. Actually, the pit lane did not open whilst the safety car was out. It's closed automatically for the first 3 laps. And then when it did open, the safety car came in anyway. So 1 car pitted. That was the Patrick Pilet machine, number 10 for Vector Sport, to get Ryan Cullen into the car. Good overtaking around the back of the circuit into Scarparia corner and also Correntaio. How about this for a moment, though, for Niels Coulen? Contact between he and the 47 Cool Racing car, which was subsequently penalised. Fred Vesti side by side, and a massive spin at high speed, well before the braking area for Niels Coulen. That's what Gilles Duquesne thought of it all. And there was also contact between the 43, second in the championship for Inter-Europol competition, Sebastian Alvarez, and the former class leader in LMP3, the number 17 Cool Racing car, which had to go through the gravel and lost ground as a result. Then, to add insult to injury, Miguel Cristobal had some contact with Julien Gerby at San Donato in the number 8 Team Virage P3 car. That further delayed the number 17, as Gerby then made some progress on Torsten Kratz. So Kratz currently leading the LMP3 category. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it is Colin Noble who's recently taken over from his teammate John Falb, and Sarah Bovey back to the front in LMGT3. Clement Novalak in the 34 leads the race overall.
This is the overall order. It is indeed Clement Novalak leading the race to the 34 Inter-Europol competition car. Nearly 11 seconds clear now of the 37 car. Lorenzo Flux is still at the wheel of Cool Racing's lead car here. The number 9 from Links Proton, Jonas Reed, has been aboard from the very start. He pits literally as I speak. In LMP2 Pro-Am, Nielsen Racing's Colin Noble leads the race. From AF Corsa's Alessio Rivera, they're separated by just, 2.3 seconds, with Andy Merrick under 5 seconds back. LMP3, WTM by Rinaldi Racing's Torsten Kratz in the Duquesne number 12 leads Matthew Richard Bell in the Euro International 11, Ligier and Alexander Bekantsov in the 88 Inter-Europol car. And then in LMGT3, as Johnny just said, Sarah Bovey has cycled back into the lead in the 85 Iron Dames Porsche, and she leads Martin Berry in the 97 Grid Motorsport by TF Aston Martin, and now Hiroshi Hamaguchi in the Iron Lynx number 63 Lamborghini.
And Ryan Cullen is pitting. I'm just trying to work out whether that's about 40 minutes into their stint. Remember, they pitted right at the end of the safety car period, mainly to get Patrick Pilet out and for Ryan Cullen to begin his stint. It was 25 laps that Ryan managed. Now side by side, though, in LMGT3, and that's the 50 car gaining a bit of ground on the 55. So that was Lawson on Cameron.
There was a touch there between one of the Ferraris and the Algarve Pro car. In that group, the 25 car it was.
So Ollie Caldwell trying to get through. Ryan Cullen's dropped back on the timing screen in amongst the LMP3s, but it was a 25-lap stint, which is 40-odd minutes. So that is about right, actually.
Yeah,
just remember that they're out of rhythm now. So, but it might still work for the number 10 crew. We shouldn't discount them, even though they're 28th overall. Might be cutting the piece of wood in a slightly different direction against the grain. Could result in a top 5 maybe. We'll keep our interest in that. But Clement Novalak bossing the race by nearly 13 seconds. But bear in mind that the 34 car will have used a good chunk of gold driving time. They've still got to put Ollie Gray in that car for an hour. But Gray was mightily impressive in qualifying yesterday. He was the qualification driver after all.
Well, for Nielsen Racing, they've got John Falb, already an LMP2 Pro-Am class champion. He's with Steph now in pit lane.
Well, a very warm welcome to all of you from the pit lane here in Mugello. I am joined by John Falb, driver of the number 24 Nielsen Racing. You've just come out of the car, a really good stint from you. Are you happy with how that went?
Yeah, I mean, we had an interesting start. It's always a bit curious when the Pro-Am cars are starting so close to the Pro cars, and that Constantina effect occurs in the turn one. But yeah, really clean run for us. Put it in the lead and kind of kept it steady. So yeah, really happy with that. It looks like we just had a puncture, which is yeah, super frustrating, but we still got a long way to go. So yeah, looking forward to it and having a great time.
And how difficult is it, obviously, you just mentioned about the puncture, with the tyres here, because it's quite high deg, so it's really difficult managing that strategy aspect.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really busy track, very physical. Yeah, you got to manage the tires and, you know, sometimes not really go for it in the early stages, so you have something left at the end.
Brilliant, thank you.
Great, awesome.
John Falb with Steph Wentworth, and as he says, it's all about the long game here. You might have to concede a few positions for the benefit that gives you much later on in the race. We've still only had an hour and 20 minutes, but that puncture, so that means that the Colin Noble car is now on an outlap and has dropped all the way back to 7th position.
Dropped from the lead to 7th position,
right, yeah.
With that, so that is yeah, tragic for them. Also on pit lane, Johnny Edgar in the number 14 AO by TF car, race winner of course already this season. Vlad Lomko now aboard the 43 interior pole competition car that has its team manager up chatting to the stewards at the moment.
Yes,
watch this space.
Indeed, another pit stopper is Johnny Edgar, as you've said. So I don't quite know why this car is in, because it pitted with everybody else. They're changing a front left, they're changing a rear left as well. Edgar's only done 17 laps though, as now around the outside tries to go Manuel Maldonado. There's not much grip out there though for the 65 Panis Racing car, and this is a scrap for actually 10th and 11th. So the 43, which has just rejoined Vlad Lomko.
It's actually Arthur Leclerc now aboard that Panis Racing car.
Thank you.
Getting up to speed and looking racy. Oh, there's a spin there for the number 14 car on its outlap. Didn't see whether or not there was a touch, but it was on cold tyres. So the 14 in the hands of Robert Kubica gets going again. Let's watch this again. Here is the 14 coming out. Two cars closing in on there by TF car. There was a brush, I think. It was the number 9 car.
9 currently being driven by Massimo Cappietto, who took over from Jonas Reed. And that's Matteo Cairoli on the left of shot, and his reaction to it. Robert Kubica currently across ACO Rules Racing is not winning himself a great deal of fans after the first corner incident at Fuji. Or it wasn't, yes, it was in the first corner on something like the 3rd lap of the World Endurance Championship when he was in the
I think he got hit from the back.
Do you?
He got hit from the back. I don't think it was his fault.
Who hit him then?
There were about 6 cars involved in that incident. But I think he was pretty much...
but he was the one totally outbraking himself with a big trail of smoke from the front tyre.
But I think in that instance, he was out on cold tyres, keeping to the inside.
He also got penalised. The 83 Ferrari got a penalty for it, pretty sure. It was early hours of the morning when I was commentating on that. You were actually there.
Yeah.
Anyway. Kubica rejoining. Now, he did nothing wrong in terms of the blend line, so he didn't cross that, but obviously you've got a car up against another car that's on hot tyres, so in the tyre window very definitely, and another one on cold tyres. So it can't go through the first corner as readily as Cappietto wanted to, and that may well be looked at. It'll be interesting which way that goes if it's being investigated.
Arthur Leclerc still looking racy. Looking twitchy as well, trying to get onto terms here with the number 43 interior pole competition car of Vlad Lomko. pace is moving up a notch or two here, as you would expect. Charlie Simani, meanwhile, has got a drive-through penalty for track limits. I think that might be a second penalty for Charlie Simani. Incident between Robert Kubica and Matteo Capietto is under review.
So that'll go to the stewards, as perhaps we expected. So Simani was under investigation. He must respect track limits at turn 4. And then there was another one at turn 2. This may be his first drive-through penalty, actually, for car 51.
Well, just looking here, he's had a 23-second lap, pit stop.
Oh, yeah. OK, well, that would secure it then.
But the odd thing is, if it is another track limits, it shouldn't be another drive-through.
No.
It should be a stop and go.
At 12:36, he was assessed a drive-through penalty.
So there's another.
So he will have served that by now, and now there is another one now at 12:53. But as you say, they should be incremental. So your next track limits penalty goes to a stop and go. Maybe that will be corrected in due course. 88 in LMP3 is third, still Alexander Bukantsov at the wheel of that car. The driving times within LMP3 are slightly more complicated than the bog standard 1 hour minimum in LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am.
Car 43, by the way, before we get into that, is going to get a drive-through penalty. Vlad Lomko will serve it. That is for the collision with car 17 that we saw at turn 13 a little while ago. Sorry, Johnny.
Not at all. So bronze, silver, silver, which is a popular combination. That's what they've gone for in the 88. And therefore Bukantsov has to do 1 hour and 45 minutes. So we've got another 20 minutes yet before he can get out of car 88 and hand duties over to Kai Aski and Pedro Perino. Torsten Kratz leads the category, but they're all together again. So Kratz in the foreground in the black and white WTM car. What happened a moment or two ago, side by side? Gerby, is it still Gerby in the 8 car? Yes, it is, around the outside of the number 4 car. Alexander Matschel.
Well, we're closing in on 1 hour and a half of racing, Johnny. And it has been fast and furious stuff. Car 21 under investigation for technical infringement at the moment.
It's one of the United cars, isn't it? The Pro-Am car.
Yeah, it's the Andy Merrick aboard that car at the moment. It's not necessarily a penalty. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll report back what we hear. Mixed pack racing again as this trio of battling LMP3s deals with the challenge of a trio of battling LMP2s. Again, part of the mix, isn't it, with mixed class sports car racing.
So Jonas Reed, he wanted to get down the inside of Torsten Kratz there, but thought...
It's Capietto.
Sorry, Capietto, yeah. So Capietto, who's the fastest man out there, I'd noticed, or he was about to be. Did he set that fastest lap? No, not quite. As now off the road is the bright green Lamborghini of Hiroshi Hamaguchi. We're not quite at the point where the bronzes can get out of their LMGT3 cars.
Oh,
now there's a touch. And that's Bukantsov, isn't it, in the 88? Yes, trying to make a move on Matthew Bell for second position in LMP3 and didn't quite work out. Matthew Bell, I reckon, stayed on the racetrack. Scarpa rear corner, yes he did, because he's still in second position. But a bit of a do-or-die manoeuvre, and the door was semi-open.
It was way too late, though. I mean, you'd had to have had another mistake from Matthew Bell for there to be room enough for that to work.
So the contact was made, and it affects the attacking car, the 88, trying to go for second position. Hugely delayed now, Bukantsov. Not yet appeared at the end of that third sector where it happened. Takeshi Kimura's now on his last warning from a track limits perspective. He's had 4 at turn 4 potentially. This one is being flagged up anyway at Matarassi corner. Now to the outside line, number 65, Arthur Leclerc, down the inside of Ritoma Miyata and gets ahead. That
was cracking stuff and looking racy, and Arthur Leclerc is enjoying his time in LMP2. Ritoma Miyata, by the way, noted in the paddock yesterday, spotted he's being looked after here by Kaz Nakajima. He's, of course, the junior and development driver for Toto Gazoo Racing. This is clearly part of his development curve. Olivier Panis enjoyed that.
As did all the mechanics, munching on their ham and cheese baguettes. Lunchtime here at Mugello, of course, as well. But if you're elected to do a stint whilst it's lunchtime, then you have to forget about the food for the moment. That's your reward when you get out of the car after an hour or so. 22 into pit road for Philippe Ugran, so that should be his driving duties done for the afternoon now. In the United Autosports car with Marino Sato, another Japanese driver, and Ben Hanley still to come there.
Yeah, use of food for motivation and performance management. Something we know all about. Mainly with the Husky, but if it works for mechanics and drivers, that's all to the good.
Generally across the board. LMP2 Pro-Am is Andy Merrick and Gregoire Sausset. Yes, in the Richard Mille by TDS racing car. That's not for the lead in Pro-Am, it's for second and third, because Alessio Rivera is clean gone in the number 83 car. But now from the race lead, a terrific couple of stints there from Clement Novalak, who started fourth on the grid, but very quickly worked his way up to the sharp end, pitted from the lead the first time of asking, and now it'll be new tyres. Did you spot who was going in there, car 34?
I did not, I'm afraid.
It's, I think it's likely to be Ollie Gray, who was absolutely superb in qualifying yesterday to put the car into fourth position. And these tyres chalked up. They look like they've been scrubbed. Not in your vision at the moment, but they've certainly had the releasing agent worked off them, but otherwise brand new.
Niels Coughlan, by the way, takes the lead in the Duquesne team car. It has the privilege of being one of very few cars to lead European Le Mans Series race, having been at some point backwards on track.
Yeah, indeed.
At speed.
And heading very quickly towards a tyre barrier as well, or worse, a concrete wall to his left. But amazingly, he kept his bearings and flicked the car back into the right direction. Now, a couple of seconds ago, there was side-to-side contact with the Ultimate P3 and the Kessel Racing Ferrari 35 and 57, and Takeshi Kimura had to get out of the throttle briefly there to allow the LMP3 car by. That's Louis Stern still.
You'll watch Andy Merrick and Gregoire Sausset. Sausset in the TDS car, though rather oddly, in his other programme, drives for the team ahead. He's one of the WEC drivers, of course, for the LMGT3 McLaren efforts for United Autosports. New fastest lap of the race, meanwhile. We said he was hustling along, Arthur Leclerc up to 5th place now, and with a 1:35.951, he holds the fastest lap of the race. No further action between the incident between Miguel Cristofo and Julian Gerby.
Very wide indeed from one of the Cool Racing P2 cars, and then dived right at the inside of a clutch of GT3 cars in the second of the Arrabbiatas. And Massimo Capietto in the number 9 car trying to squeak through here as quickly as possible as well. So chasing down, well, the 9 is chasing down Ollie Caldwell, essentially 11 seconds further up the road. So the Cool Racing car is being caught. That's likely, therefore, to be the 47 car, which is well out of position for Frederick Vesti, and it is. So Vesti coming out of the Biondetti chicane and now into the final corner at Bucine.
Yeah, this is Arthur Leclerc looking to get by the number 9 car, which means the 34 has dropped behind Arthur Leclerc after that pit stop. The thing to watch here, ignoring for a moment the Duquesne car that does owes a pit stop, is that Algarve Pro Racing, through being quick on pit road and on track, has cycled back ahead of both the Iron Lynx car and into Europol.
Yeah. Yes, so some work done there with clever timing of the pit stop, perhaps.
And they've been rapid on pit road.
Yeah. And, you know, without seeing the cars side by side constantly, you don't necessarily get that perspective. You're racing the clock as well as racing cars for real out on track, and often that only becomes tangible right at the end in the closing hour or so. We say that about LMP3 a lot as well, because the P3 longer pit stops can be served at different times. You've got to do 2 of them. There's nothing to say they have to be your first stops. So often LMP3 can be very open indeed until those final visits to the pit lane occur.
One of our title contenders, title championship leaders, leading trio, under review for pit lane infringement in GT3. It's GR Racing, Mike Wainwright, the wheel of the number 86 car, the black and orange Ferrari. Duquesne team's Niels Cullen finally now on pit lane. 2 hours and 26 minutes to go. This has got some ebb and flow, Johnny. And you know, I'm tempted to say here, so I will, that another significant intervention here could throw the cat amongst the pigeons, because we've got 2 or 3 groups on just marginally different strategies, and a little bit of fuel saving at some point here could make a big difference.
Oh, what's going on here? There's a wheel off one of these cars. It's the 28E deck, and it's come off the front of the Ferrari, number 55, which has lost its front wheel, but they were almost at walking pace as we joined that action. Let's not distract, though, away from Massimo Cappietto and Arthur Leclerc. So look out for the green Ferrari, a big hit onto the E-deck car coming out of the Biondetti chicane, and that automatic, and then a second one as well, which has completely dislodged, broken that front right wheel, and I bet suspension with it. This is horrendous luck for the 55 Ferrari for the second race running, and it's left the E-deck sport car stranded as well. Now, is that a bit of Ferrari wheel and suspension?
That's the front wheel of the Ferrari.
Because I wouldn't imagine that the E-deck sport car's got 3 wheels after that. It was a huge hit initially, and then again into the braking area for the Buccione hairpin at the end of the lap. I did say that Biondetti chicane was going to be a hot spot this weekend, and so it's proved. Richard de Gueres going nowhere. How is this going to be dealt with then? The options are, well, virtual safety car these days, of course, into automatically a safety car if we go in that direction, or it might be a full course yellow. Did the Ferrari make it back to the pits? Yes, it did. Duncan Cameron's now in pit road.
It's not going to go any further than that,
Of course it won't, but he's done an incredible job. Oh, and how late was the Vector Sport? Was that Vector Sport coming in?
This is the point at which you're going to see teams making a call.
Yes.
There's going to have to be an intervention here.
Safety car deployed.
There you go.
Safety car deployed.
And still the overtaking continues.
We are under safety car. Leader, slow down. We are under safety car for a double recovery at T15. We are under safety car for a double recovery at T15.
I don't think it will be a double recovery, as Eduardo Freitas states it, because there's only still 1 car stranded, although there is a bit of Ferrari, a significant chunk of Ferrari left on the road. Vector Sport.
Please advise drivers, we have a car stop, drivers right at D15. Leader to slow down. We are under safety car. We are under safety car.
Ryan Cullen wanted the pit lane because he knew it was going to go yellow or safety car, and had to thread his way between Massimo Cappietto and Arthur Leclerc.
Well, he's one of the few that can profit from this at this stage, because he's completely off strategy. Now, gotta say that the car was there. Duncan went to take his line, but the LMP2 car was already there, and from there on in, I think Richard de Gueres was a bit of a passenger, and it was the second hit that did the final damage, wasn't it?
But that could easily have broken the drive shaft or the gearbox of the LMP2 car as well. It was a big enough hit.
There's definitely damage on that we can't see on the left-hand side of that Oreca.
But the wheel that's in the gravel came from the Ferrari, and Duncan was trying to overtake Esteban Masson as it is now. It probably was Kimura before the pit stop, because we've now ticked over the 90-minute marker where the bronzes have done enough time in the LMGT3s. He got a good run on Kimura, thought, right, if I pull out to the right now, I can overtake the Ferrari, and he just didn't see the LMP2 car, but that's not an excuse.
Without having seen what led up to it, the clip we saw there, I'm afraid that is on Duncan. The car was there, coulda, shoulda seen it coming, and he did make a pretty solid move from the inside to the outside, clearly in defence of his own racing line. Perfectly entitled to do that, as long as it doesn't involve hitting another car that's already in that space.
Yeah. But it's another hefty repair bill for the 55 crew after the car was damaged significantly at Spa. Remember the pictures of Matt Griffin driving the car back from Le Com corner after the LMGT3 battle in Belgium really kicked off. Involved Sarah Bovey's Porsche and Johnny Lawson's Ferrari as well at the top of the hill. And this was going into the safety car announcement, so a very good run for Arthur Leclerc. He had to dive to the outside line, and that was exactly the point where the race director was announcing we are going safety car. I think Leclerc will be okay because he ducked into line behind Capietto.
Thank you to the leader, great job. Everyone please catch up, bearing in mind that we have a car stranded at T15 I'm sending the money to and the marshals out.
That was also, I think, the same pair of cars involved in that moment with the Vector Sport car.
It was.
So it was all a bit frenetic at that point.
Well, to give you an idea of how close they were then side by side into the first corner, San Donato. But yeah, Ryan Cullen getting the call. Pit now, box, box, box. I can't get in the pit lane. There's two P2 cars there. But he did an incredible job. Went right over that hatched area, painted with the Italian flag colours. But was the correct side of the bollard, I think.
I think he was just right. I think he was just about okay. It was pretty tight.
Yeah, there is a blend line there. But I mean, he was trying to get there, in fairness. And when you've got a car that's intending to stay on the racetrack to your right-hand side, you've just got to wait. But he did avoid any contact, and he got in before the pit lane was closed. So it's a free pit stop. That's a very rare thing these days when the pit lane is closed during a full course yellow and a safety car. Porsche in because it needs a service, I'm guessing.
Well, this is bad news for the Iron Dames, isn't it? Because they will only be able to take the 5 seconds of fuel and must pit. We're likely to be pitting anyway.
Can't do the driver change, though.
When this race goes back to green.
Yeah. So Rahel Fry wanting to get in that car, but you're not allowed to do it in the first 3 laps of a safety car. And they will have to complete that pit stop. And now a red light at the end of pit lane as well. I thought pit exit
should be open.
Or are they doing the pass around though?
Not yet, because they're still in recovery.
Yes, good point. It's just that our tracker actually shows the race leaders ahead of the safety car. I don't think that's correct. So the red light, yeah, still remaining on. At the end of pit road.
We're about to get a look at the other side. No, we weren't. This is again, went to the outside of the Ferrari, and Duncan hadn't seen him.
The reason for the second impact is Duncan's totally out of control then. It's broken the steering.
Yes.
He's a passenger, so you can't blame him for the second bit.
No.
But it might be the secondary bit of contact that's finished the LMP2 car off.
There's a crest there. There's a crest just before that impact.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. Please check if your cars are eligible for the pass around. Please check if your cars are eligible to the pass around.
I think you're right. I think it's drivetrain.
Richard de Guerra staying in the car. His issue, well, he wasn't in the gravel trap, but his issue is obviously getting that car in motion again, which may well be a drivetrain issue. So we continue behind the safety car. Time, therefore, to head to the pit lane once again to catch up with Steph.
I am in the Duquesne garage and I am joined by Niels Coulin. Now, we are under safety car at the minute, but your little incident, should we say, earlier on needed no intervention whatsoever. It was a fantastic catch from yourself.
Yeah, it was quite something. I was looking the wrong way for a second, but managed to catch it, so that's quite lucky.
And it's interesting, we can see a lot of strategies going on within LMP2 as well. You guys are a little bit different. Is this safety car advantageous for you guys?
The safety car, I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see later.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Niels not wanting to give too much away, and actually a very cool head. You can understand now why he dealt with that whole situation very successfully indeed. So keeping his cards close to his chest, Duquesne 9th, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer now at the wheel. But again, the way that they have kind of ended up in that position after a few unconventional stops against the grain might reward later on. It was a double stint for Niels, 24 laps, 25 laps, and then Jean-Baptiste Simonauer for his first spell. Simonauer in car number 30 is a gold. James Allen still to come.
So they pick up where the class leaders are in this train. The pass around will be coming. I think there will be takers here. See the number 19. Yeah, there's a lot of takers here. Alex Lynn, we'll see him a little later. The 25 car. Argo Pro Racing leading the race at the moment, at the hands of Ollie Coldwell. That's the incident. What a save, what a save.
He was beyond 90 degrees, wasn't he? I mean, the pendulum was swinging totally in the wrong direction, but calmness of thought in that moment.
So no major visible damage to the 28, but I think you're absolutely right. Those hits were hard enough. There's going to have been shock transferred through the drive train there. Drive shaft gearbox issues. Quite often in instances like that, when a car like this clangs the wall, for instance, are what actually causes the stoppage.
There's not a great deal of tolerance when you're pushing a drive shaft into a gearbox. Other bits of the suspension are designed to brake first, but when it is that plumb, you know, it's a proper inward hit. And on two separate occasions, I actually think the second hit that Duncan had no control over whatsoever was the worst of the two as far as Richard de Gueras is concerned.
It's an interesting moment. There's a car that's not taken the pass around.
Which is?
It's the Iron Lynx Hamaguchi Lamborghini. Now, at the moment, the Iron Dames are shown as the race leaders. He is ahead of the Iron Dames car in the queue.
We will be looking at car 59. We will be looking at car 31. We will be looking at car 31.
31, Jean-Ludovic Foubert in his Racing Spirit of Le Mans LMP3.
Tends to indicate that maybe that car took a pass around that it shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
There's Rodrigo Salas.
But you think that the Lamborghini, number 63, of Hamaguchi, was eligible for the pass around?
He's fourth in the queue here,
yeah.
And the leader is behind him in the queue,
yes.
Undoubtedly. So I can't understand why he hasn't taken the pass around.
Don't think the car numbers, you know, they don't filter their way through.
We are currently on the second lap of the safety car. We are currently on the second lap of the safety car.
That tends to be communicated on Discord because there'll be a long list of cars that are eligible for the pass around, but they will have been declared. Maybe they can't get the message to Hiroshi Hamaguchi. Has his radio
Still a
failed?
possibility.
And he doesn't want to do that without full confirmation from his team. Does that suggest that Matteo Cressoni in the Proton car did take it then? Because he will have had to have overtaken the Lamborghini. No, they're the 60 car further back, so it hasn't been waved through either. But, I mean, the complication becomes where the 85 car is now the class leader. That was stuck at the end of pit lane for a long time.
Yes.
So you've got the race leader basically trapped or unable to rejoin the racetrack, and I don't think that was an erroneous red light. It should have been there. But when that car is pitting for emergency service, and was the leader anyway, right, before the safety car?
It was the leader before the safety car.
Okay, so yeah, I think that is the complication.
So the 85 car has pulled out of the order to pit.
Yes.
And then will have been released to join.
It's right at the back now.
It is right at the back, but didn't lose a lap.
No, because it still leads the class.
But because it joined at the back, everybody is then ahead of it.
When the 85 car comes in, you kind of can no longer count that as the leader of the category. The leader surely has to be on the racetrack somewhere. So was that all down to the class leader then being the JMW Motorsport Ferrari, which maybe was, well, I don't know where that JMW Motorsport Ferrari was in relation to the Lamborghini.
Go at full speed.
The only possibility is that perhaps Sarah is now timed as the leader, but wasn't before the pass around.
Well, I think the complication is that if she was the leader then pits, so he's kind of no longer the leader because the leader's in the pit lane. So then you look at the next car, which is the JMW Motorsport Ferrari, and down to its position, was the Lambo not eligible for the pass around? I don't know where the 66 watt car was at that time. Sorry for the complexity of this whole situation. This was before the safety car. Oh yes, that rather suggests we got a decision on that. Or are we just being reminded of it? Oh yeah, onboard footage of Kubica, who in fairness was keeping to the racing line and therefore allowing the quicker car to go around the outside.
And recovered it beautifully, by the way.
Yes, that won't have helped the very new and cold tyres though, running them straight through the gravel, but he couldn't really have done much more about that.
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in at the end of this lap.
So Sarah Bovey wants to get out of that car sooner rather than later. She's done well over an hour and a half.
We are in the course of lap 3 of the safety car. Pit entry is closed. Pit entry is closed.
Do it here. She's got to go around one more time.
Can't complete the pit stop. Rahel Fry's been ready for about 20 minutes to take over that car. And this has driven a firm wedge between the top 4 in LMGT3.
Please remind drivers, overtaking only after the line. Safety car is in the pits, track is back to green. Overtaking only after the line.
There's Ollie Caldwell, Matteo Capietto going with the blue and black car from Algarve Pro Racing. So Iron Lynx Proton, remember, starting on pole position when Jonas Reed was driving it. He did 2 stints. Now his French teammate Matteo Capietto is going to go for the race lead, is he? No, not quite. Ollie Caldwell had that move covered, but Capietto now trying to get the outside line out of San Donato. That's not going to work though for Luco, so has to stay in second. Oh, what a great move this could be if he charges his way down the inside of Poggio Secco, and Ollie Caldwell is helpless to that. Excellent manoeuvre from Matteo Capietto, who's now still weaving to try and build a tyre temperature. Materassi and Sorgo San Lorenzo come next. 65 was slightly distant, but these two jostling for position is bringing Arthur Leclerc into it as well.
Great restart from Capietto, and I think he'd got the better heat in the tyres. That was the point. Ollie Caldwell just ran out of grip at that point, and all of a sudden the Goodyear's bit for Capietto. He found the grip he needed to get that move done. Arthur Leclerc was rather left cold at that restart, but he's joined that queue. Yamaguchi, and there's a touch between Hiroshi Yamaguchi and Alessia Rivera. Yamaguchi looked like he was very slow there.
And that's surely going to be either another safety car or another full course yellow, because the Rivera car is now trapped in the gravel. Caldwell doesn't have much tyre performance even towards the end of this lap, because he's waving goodbye to Matteo Capietto. So the Vector Sport car got around the outside. However, Rivera did not. He thought there was the space, but the LMGT3 car was wanting to find that outside bit in the Arrabbiatas. And yeah, that's all it takes, just the merest of contact, because the LMP2s are on the absolute limit there of adhesion, and the Lamborghini's gone skating off into the gravel as well.
It's not the ideal angle to have seen that from, whether or not it was Hiroshi Yamaguchi washing out off the apex, and whether or not it was Alessia Rivera just trying to pinch a little bit too much track space there. But neither of those cars are going anywhere. We're going to go for a virtual safety car this time. So
that is guaranteeing a safety car at the end of the VSC, which will maybe be about 2 laps.
It also means that they can pit. Pit lane stays open under a virtual safety car.
Yeah, and have we seen this? Yeah, Sarah Bovey's in from the lead of LMGT3. There's now more carnage at San Donato corner, and this is the 88 LMP3 car getting hooked up as we go virtual safety car with, was that the 4? No, the 12, I should say, of Wochenspiegel Team Monschau by Rinaldi. And just, well, 3 cars almost going for the same bit of asphalt together, but the contact was made between WTM and into Europol competition. Francois Perrodo less than impressed with that situation. He'll no doubt say Rivera was in the clear there, because he's his teammate, but it's left the 83 car in the gravel, it's left the 63 Lamborghini in the gravel and awaiting recovery. Yes, virtual safety car, so everyone cannot go more than 80 kilometers per hour for probably 2 laps. Mathieu Vaxivière looking very depressed by this whole situation as well.
It's the championship leading car
in LMP2 Pro Am.
It is.
The Iron Dames are finishing the rest of their pit stop. They had to come in to complete that by the regulation, but mainly for from their perspective, to put Rahel Fry in the car. Also pitting on this lap, was the 60, and Claudio Schiavoni's going back in that car, so he obviously hasn't done all his drive time. Cressoni out, Schiavoni in.
Well, there's going to be a few laps behind it, so there's a bit of time you can burn here relatively freely of that bronze time. Out comes the 85 car. So virtual safety car. Let's take another look again. This is approaching the corner with the Vector Sport car ahead, or just behind the Lamborghini. Lamborghini pinches for the apex. You can see the brake lights on.
The problem is it happens behind.
Watch it again.
Again, that angle's not great.
I've got to say that I think that's on the P2 car.
Okay.
I've got to say I think that's on the P2 car.
Ah, this is much better. This is the onboard footage from Hamaguchi.
He didn't move off his line.
No.
He did not move off his line. He was on the apex of the turn.
And it's fast, the first of the Arrabbiatas, but not as quick as the second. And Alessio Rivera being a bit cheeky going around the outside, but if he'd given him maybe another half a car width, that wouldn't have happened, because there was no direct steering from Hamaguchi left into the path of Rivera. It was as if the Lamborghini was getting pinched for space by Rivera himself.
What I was looking for, because we couldn't see it from that initial angle, was whether or not Hamaguchi had clattered the curb and maybe just jinked left, or whether or not he drifted. He looked like he was having a problem in any case. He didn't have a lot of speed.
No.
Whether or not he'd actually just drifted off that apex because of a lack of grip or whatever, it didn't look to me as if he did either of those things.
No, there was no erratic move. And Alessio Rivera knew that the GT car was there, so could have gone around the outside, but just wanted to get perhaps back to the apex a little quicker. I mean, I will say that seeing at the rear of these LMP2 cars is rather tricky. The door mirrors are almost pointless, as much a vision as they give you, but someone as experienced as Alessio Rivera, and we are forever singing his praises as one of the quickest LMP2 drivers, regardless of that car being in Pro-Am. You know, across the board, Rivera's one of the superstars there, but perhaps an uncharacteristic error. But it'll be in the hands of the stewards. It is in the hands of the stewards now, under investigation.
Remember, Hamaguchi and the Iron Lynx team are championship contenders, third in the points.
Yep.
Leaders in the points on the 83 car. They're the second car to be recovered. Yoshi Hamaguchi's not got this car rolling yet. Is he waiting for the end of this? No, he's not, because it's not a safety car train, it's a virtual safety car. What is a virtual safety car? We should explain that, Johnny. It means that you come down to safety car speeds. It allows race control to just control the field whilst an intervention is underway. It will be followed by a safety car.
It's still 80 kilometres per hour, though.
Yes.
Just like a full course yellow.
Correct. It's a halfway house, if you like, between the two. The difference is, under virtual safety car, the pits are open.
Yes.
And they will stay open until the safety car is deployed.
Full course yellow these days closes the pit lane as soon as the full course yellow is announced, let alone it's starting.
What we can pretty much guarantee is that the entire LMP3 field will pit, and they have done so. And you can also, or more or less, guarantee they'll all take a long stop at this point.
Yeah. Rivera's moving again. I wouldn't have thought there'd be a great deal of damage to that car.
It wasn't a big hit.
We're not talking Richard de Guera's level of damage. The gravel, though, may be a problem as it starts to work its way loose from the inside of that car. My bigger concern is whether Hiroshi Hamaguchi can get going again. There's also damage on the back of the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau car. Now, remember, that was involved with contact just before the full course, just before the virtual safety car with Bukantsov's 88 into Europol car at the first corner. So that's the scarring for that. They've obviously checked that rear bit of bodywork, though, and the legality panels that sit behind the rear wheels. So the tail light, I assume, is still there and illuminated. Yes, it is.
Well, pretty much everybody who's going to pit, with the possible exception of 83, has now pitted. So where does that leave us? It does leave us with the number 9 car in the lead after that pass on Ollie Caldwell for the lead from the Iron Lynx Proton number 9 car. Ollie Caldwell still sits second ahead of Ollie Gray in the 34 Inter-Europol competition car. Cool Racing's Ritomo Miata in the 37 car sits in 4th. Inter-Europol competition's 43, Vlad Lomko 5th. In fact, the race leader is on pit lane now. I think we are going to see
they're
a
all
stream
going to come in, surely. I just don't think
if they've not been in, they will come in.
Yeah, and that's another reason why the virtual safety car is generally put out for 2 laps of a circuit to enable the decision to be made.
Yeah, because whilst the pit exit will still be open, the pit lane will close the second that we see the safety car deployed, or the safety car called.
Yes. And there is a temptation, I think, for the leading car not to want to give up road position, but you just cannot pass up a free pit stop where everybody else is going at such a slow speed. So this is a bit like going back to the old days when you could pit under a full course yellow.
Would say, by the way, what this absolutely has done, because we've got all 10 of our LMP3 cars in a row, separated behind this virtual safety car by just a handful of seconds. Everybody, I'm just checking, in that row has taken a long pit stop, which means that the 3 cars that took the long pit stop first have just got a massive advantage.
Yeah, and they are
both RLR cars.
The 18 Virage car, which is third, the 15 RLR car, which is fourth, and the other RLR car, which is car number 5, down in 10th position.
Yeah. So those 3, just for clarity, any further stop they can do as quickly as they can make it. Every other car has to do another stop at 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Yes, including the championship leaders, Euro International.
And that is minimum a 15-second gain, and more likely somewhere between 15 and 25 seconds.
And remember that Euro International could seal the championship this weekend if RLR M Sports number 15 car finishes off the podium, but RLR M Sports 15 car has done 2 of the only 2 long stops it needs to do, so all of a sudden a bit more favourable for the championship chasers. The crew of well, Gaël Julien is the qualification specialist. He's shown that all year, sharing with Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen.
Yeah.
We can't be that far away from the full safety car being announced. This, again, is to give ample opportunity for those cars that want to pit to do so. Remember, if you're hitting the button for a virtual safety car and the 80 kph speed limit comes, and you might be at turn 1 or 2, here is the safety car. You might be at turn 1 or 2. You are just trapped basically in the back section of the circuit and have to wait for an age until your car is exiting the final corner, turn 15, and can access the pit lane should you want to. So this is the point where the pace is actually picked up a little bit now. That 80 km/h speed limit no longer in force. The safety car will pick up the race leader, which is Massimo Capietto, having just done a pit stop, and he is somewhere now in that middle sector.
He is. Waiting for him to clear that.
Car 9, stick to the 80, please. Car 83, pick up the pace. Car 83, pick up the pace.
83 is the car ahead of Capietto on track. So they're looking for space to deploy the, here, Maserati pace car, safety car.
But remember, 83 is Alessio Rivera, so is his car in a condition to pick up the pace? It looks like it is, in fairness, but that was one of the 2 that were involved in the incident. 63's moving again and now has Axel Jeffries at the wheel. There it is, the green and black Iron Lynx Lamborghini. So even though Hiroshi Hamaguchi struggled to pull away from the Arrabbiata corners, it is still in the reckoning. 10th place, however, laps down now for Axel Jeffries.
Just looking to pick up where we've got our class leaders, because that's the next thing. Wave by again.
Yep. And does this now even things up a little bit more within the GT category? GT is now led by the Grid Motorsport, by TF Aston Martin, with Johnny Adam driving the 97. Manu Collard for AF Corsa in the, if you like, sister AF Corsa car to the 83 that was in the strife in the Arrabbiata gravel.
Matteo Caroli explaining the point of mutual interest. So I think we are going to have cars waved by for LMGT3 and LMP2 Pro-Am. Looking at the gaps we've got behind this safety car, maybe not for LMP2 Pro-Am. The only possibility could be, depending where Alessio Rivera is.
Yeah, well, Rivera's laps down now as well, surely. Race leader, though, still from the pole, could they be from lights to flag? We're almost at the half distance. In fact, we are over half distance now. So in the late morning here in Mugello, it took a while for the early mist and cloud to clear, but just in time for round 5 of the European Le Mans Series to get underway. And it was a very busy first run through San Donato with that fabulous vista in the background. An early progress made by Clement Novalak in the green and yellow into Europol competition car, down the inside, and a couple of bits of contact with Matthias Kaiser, but I think it was all fair in love and war, just about, and gave him 3rd position at the time. Meanwhile, the LMGT3 category storming, as it so usually is. To the outside line went the pink Porsche of Sarah Bovey to give her the race lead, the class lead over Derek de Boer's Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Then a really tidy overtake for the race lead for Clement Novalak to overtake Jonas Reed and get the number 34 car out front, and he would clear off into the distance before we eventually got to our first safety car. How about this for a rescue moment? It could have been so much worse. Side-to-side contact between Fred Vesti and the half-spinning Niels Coulen in his Duquesne car. That's what those within the Duquesne team ranks thought of it. Sharp intake of breath, but all was okay. And actually, Niels Coulen would go on to lead the race about an hour later. The 17 car, which had led in LMP3 in the early stages, shoved off into the gravel at Biondetti. And then to add insult to injury for Miguel Cristevao, a rotation after contact with Julien Gerby at San Donato. Gerby with a tidy manoeuvre right around the outside of Correntaio corner as he battled with Torsten Kratz and did get it completed into Biondetti chicane. Torsten in the number 12 WTM by Rinaldi racing car. And then Ollie Caldwell up against the 65 car of Arthur Leclerc. And they were Leclerc actually trying to manoeuvre further back in the distance. Then some contact with the number 9 car of Massimo Capietto and a rejoining Robert Kubica. That was literally his outlap, spinning on cold tyres, but after contact. Really great overtake from Arthur Leclerc in the number 65 Panis racing car into Poggio Secco. And then a second safety car was announced just at the point that these cars were side by side. But they did manage to get the message in time. This was not a pretty moment at all for Duncan Cameron and Richard de Gueras. 2 significant impacts which sadly would retire the 55 Ferrari. It tore a front right wheel off that car, and it meant that the 28 E-Deck Sport car could go no further. We are concerned about drivetrain issues, and the 28 did not get back to the pit lane, although amazingly Duncan Cameron did, but the car too heavily damaged to resume for the second race running for Spirit of Race. And then the latest virtual safety car, now into another safety car, was Alessio Rivera attempting to lap Hiroshi Hamaguchi in the first of the Arrabbiatas. Maybe didn't give the Lamborghini quite enough space. Contact was made anyway, and it's still under investigation. The net result is that both cars off into the gravel and could not get out of there in their own accord. The 12 of the 88 car having a moment at San Donato as well, causing damage to the back of the WTM by Rinaldi car. But it's the 9 Proton Iron Lynx car that continues to lead in the hands of Massimo Capietto. We're under a 3rd safety car of the race, so the gaps are very, very tight indeed, Graham Goodwin.
They are indeed. Top 5, it is the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton Orica from the 34 from into Europol competition. Panis Racing 65, Cool Racing's 37, and then, astoundingly, the Duquesne team number 30. In LMP2 Pro Am, it's now Richard Mille by TDS that leads the race. Gregor Saucy at the wheel from Rennie Binder in the Proton competition 77, the 21 United Autosports car. With long pit stops now burned for 3 of the cars in the order. It's 2 of the cars that haven't yet taken the long stops. Euro Internationals number 11, the WTM by Rinaldi 12 that lead the race ahead of the first car that has done both the long pit stops, the Team Virage number 8 and the 15 RR M Sport car. Both those cars have done their long pit stops. In LMGT3, Grid Motorsport by TF's 97 Aston Martin, Johnny Adam leads Manu Collard in the AF Corsa 51, and then the Iron Dames number 85 Porsche in the hands of Rahal Fry that suffered a bit there with the timing they required fuel, had to take emergency service, and they have dropped off the lead as a result of that.
So this shouldn't be too long of a safety car. This is more about making sure everybody is line astern and has caught up with the tail end of the safety car. The remaining portion of the pass around completed pretty much. Well, there's a few more LMGT3 cars that are wanting to catch up there at Materassi, turn 4, whereas the safety car train is just about to enter the third and final sector of the racetrack. So ample time will be given to those cars. And, well, were the 63 still on the lead lap, this would be giving the time back again to that it seemed to lose in the middle safety car of the 3. Sadly, though, at this point, Axel Jeffries
So it doesn't matter at this point, does
down,
it?
I know. But it's the first of this clutch of LMGT3s that have been waved around again. I do think that the confusion in the middle safety car as to why those pass-arounds didn't happen when we expected them to was because the race leader, Sarah Bovey, was in pit lane and then couldn't rejoin.
I would have expected Iron Lynx to be aware of what they could and couldn't do, bearing in mind the link between the two teams.
Yes.
Because obviously Iron Lynx, you know, they do have a business link here with Proton. It is Claudia Schiavone and the Iron Dames in the Proton cars, but they are joining. They would have known.
Yes.
So I'm guessing that I'm incorrect. That there's some reason why they couldn't take that wave by.
Yeah. We've got the Proton competition Porsche number 60. We've got the Iron Dames obviously carrying the Iron Lynx branding, but that is a Proton run car,
Completely
isn't
right.
it? And then you've got the Iron Lynx Lamborghini. So Italian team with Italian car, but as you say, strong links, no pun intended, between Iron Lynx and Iron Dames for obvious reasons.
And then you've got the Iron Lynx Proton Orica, that's what I remember. Both.
Yeah, of course, the race leader.
Let's not get into, by the way, the Ligier European Series, where we've got Iron Lynx and Iron Dames, both run by completely different teams.
It was very simple when they first entered the championship, and then the waters become slightly more muddied with each year, and that's just generally the progression in life, I suppose.
Well, we're under an hour and 50 minutes to go. There's a long green flag period at the start of this race. We've had a couple of 3 interruptions since. These Italian boy bands, you know. There's a bit of flag throwing, I think.
I think that was a manufactured group that they were, you know, told to get together by some record company boss.
Yeah. Well,
bang those drums, fellas.
Did see the guys and girls outside of the Gibson engineering truck earlier. Gibson like to say they bring the music. Don't think they arrived from Repton.
No.
But great to see fun and games in the paddock. You can see some fans in the background there, and been gifted some of the scrap tyres from Michelin and Goodyear.
Yeah, that is still a very common practice. Get yourself a free coffee table, and take it back as a souvenir.
Or planter.
Or a planter, not a bad shout, yeah. Otherwise, they just, well, a lot of tyres get recycled.
They do indeed.
But
I did see one recycled by a good friend of mine into a pretty fabulous cat bed.
Okay, that sort of recycling, rather than turning them into tyres again.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Upcycling.
Upcycling. A bedding area for your pets. We're going to go racing again, thankfully, to get off this particular topic. And quite erratic weaving from Massimo Capietto. But remember, he was very good at this in the earlier restart. And Matteo Cairoli giving very little away.
Well, Stefan Riquelme is second in the queue. And he's going to want to, I'm sure, take an opportunity to unlap himself at least one of the laps they're in. He's 4 laps down.
In the 10 car, right, so how did that happen?
Well,
I thought they were an outside bet for a podium because they were doing things very differently, and Ryan Cullen's late move to the pit lane, but you're right.
I think the answer is the second safety car rather messed with their plan.
Yeah, so the 10 is not on the lead lap. We take it from us that is the case. However, Ollie Gray, who now goes around the outside of Ryan Cullen, definitely is. Arthur Leclerc looking to get through in that same manoeuvre as well, but can't do it by the time they reach Luco. Poggio Secco is next, and then this quite longish run between turn 3 and turn 4, where you can get up to 4th gear before then hitting the brakes again Mattia Capietto, for the second restart running, has got tyre temperature in hand. Nice bit of grip coming out of San Donato, and now descending through Casanova and Savelli. How busy is it here, though, in the LMGT3 pack, led by the Grid Motorsport Aston Martin, but we're peering a bit further back to Claudia Schiavone, who's been put back into that car for a bit more bronze time, and is now about to be overtaken by Rahel Frey. So in the number 85 Porsche, 85 is third, whereas, and Frey's trying to put a lap there on Claudia Schiavone. She needs to do this rather sharpish because she's got Jason Hart snapping at her heels in the red and yellow JMW Motorsport Ferrari, which goes a little bit wide there. That might open the door for the GR Racing Ferrari down the inside, but is that car laps back as well?
It is laps back, a lap back.
But Ricardo, and a squirm and a slide as then the JMW car tried to get down the inside of the Porsche. Actually, Schiavone given a bit of breathing space now, but remember, he's not on the lead lap, nor is the black with the bright orange piping Ferrari of GR Racing.
7 or 11 cars in LMGT3 are in this group. 7 of the 10 that remain after the retirement of the Spirit of Race car. Would add, by the way, is the GR Racing car is defending there from the Spirit of the Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin. It's going to be 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for the 86 car for a previous pit stop infringement. Let's get on with it, as we've got, let's say, of course, I think, on pit lane, isn't it? It is. Yeah. Alessio Rivera.
Has he discovered something? Oh, there's a big one. There's a huge crash, I'm afraid, to the back of Claudia Schiavone's car, and that was Rahel Frey who tagged the back of the 60 machine as they were going down the long straight, and amazingly everybody else got through the carnage, but that's a huge hit for Claudia Schiavone, who got tagged to the rear, and it's another safety car, I'm afraid. Tracy Crone had an absolutely huge incident in a similar part of the racetrack back in March as part of the Mugello 12 hours. Claudia Schiavone does appear to be moving around in that car, which is the best possible news. And as Rahel Frey moved to the left to try and take the overtake, did she misjudge how close she was? Look at how the other GT cars managed to thread their way through the aeroplane crash in front of them.
It was a phenomenal avoidance. I think he may have lifted. I think he may have lifted to try to help the effectively sister car.
Yeah.
He just seemed to lose momentum.
Well, she made the dart to the left, and if he didn't lift, it was just too late a manoeuvre from Rahel Frey. But as you say, the other possibility is that he just blended out of the throttle. Well, why would you do that?
I don't know, but it's that was horrendous. He's walking away.
I actually thought it was going to be an awful lot worse than that, because the GT cars behind were so close, and in order to miss that, for everybody to miss it, because the problem is in your classic freeway motorway crash, you've got cars behind that are just unsighted to it all. Yeah, they're going to thread the cars through the pit road because of all of that bodywork from the 60 car strewn across the road, Graham.
I'm sure they're getting the instruction to do this. We have pit entry is closed. That means you can't stop at this point, but they are going to blend the cars through the pit lane because of not just the car, but pretty much most other components that came off it. It is Michelle Gatting talking to Julian Andlauer. Shocking moment. And I'm sure there will be concern about Claudio. That was a big hit. He's walked away from the car looking pretty shocked, to be honest with you.
I think Julian Andlauer is suggesting that Rahel Frey's misjudged that, and the net result is effectively spinning the 60 car into the wall.
This is the inside from the Lamborghini. It has to take to the grass to avoid. The best news is Claudia Schiavone has walked away from that. So
she goes to the right, and then she moves to the left. But the move to the left is too late. And the 57 Ferrari was almost hugely hooked up in that. You've got the 59 Aston of Casper Stevenson on the grass, and actually the 57 Ferrari of Esteban Masson could have been collected by the Porsche on the left and on the right as it went through.
There were some phenomenal avoidances there, 2 or 3 of them in one go, but shocking moments for everybody involved here. This is Andrea Piccini from Iron Links.
The other minor regulation thing that we should point out is that as cars come through the pit lane in avoidance of all the carnage, that little bit whilst they're in the pits doesn't count to their drive time anymore. So teams will need to be on top of that as well if they're cutting it close with the minimum drive time for bronze or silvers. But to be honest, what is it? 25 seconds? I don't think they would be wanting to be cutting it that close anyway. Claudia Schiavone walking away from the 60 Porsche, showing just how strong these LMGT3 cars are these days. And actually, it made contact with the front of the Porsche rather than the heavy engine end of that car. It could have been a different story because it would have pinged the car out probably by a further distance. But the crumple zone, the crash zone in these cars is significant, particularly in the front of a Porsche 911.
Well, first things first, well done to every other single driver who was behind that incident, because that was a potentially huge incident that could have been so much worse. Secondly, well done to all the drivers for the discipline in following what they were clearly instructed to do, and it was simply get down to that speed, come through the pit lane and give everybody space to get on with this. You can see it, can't you? No one likes to see an incident like that, nobody.
But there's an extra layer because the two cars are so closely connected. They're not teammates, but they kind of are teammates. It's a different team name, but they're both prepared by Proton. And whether it be a misunderstanding from each of the drivers, whether it be a misjudgment from Rahel Fry, that is just a terrible way for the race to pan out for Proton/Iron Links. And Julian Andlauer having a very interesting conversation with Michel Gatting. Now, reminded of why the third safety car was deployed. This started with a virtual safety car, remember.
There might be a separate issue here for the 83. I'm hearing from someone who's standing trackside that one car did not go through pit lane. Now, we've not seen an on-screen instruction telling drivers to do that, but we have to believe that that's likely to have been communicated. But the 83, remember that car pitted just before this actually happened, went through the debris field, did not come through pit lane.
And the fact that everybody, now this by the way is the Lamborghini further back, and it had to take to the grass. There was the time in that case to just a blend of the throttle just to ease off the power. But if you're in the position of the J&W Motorsport Ferrari, well, actually it got through fairly easily. But I'm thinking more about the 59 Aston of Casper Stevenson, and particularly of Esteban Masson in the 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Everybody's coming through pit lane again. Now, will the 83 do so? Surely yes. Alessio Rivera. Rivera is not necessarily in the position, of course, on the timing screen as it's displayed, and it will come down pit lane.
Safety car is on track, of course, now.
Yes.
Which it wasn't when they came through the first time. Track cleaners, as you can see, they are not going through pit lane this time.
No, they are. It's just that they're reappearing around the track sweepers, so it looks like they're not, but they have been through there. I can't imagine that it was just a conscientious forward thinking of Massimo Capietto to lead the field through pit road.
No.
He will have had some instruction, as will everybody else.
Well,
from
the fact that we've not got something on the timing screens doesn't necessarily indicate there's no instruction. They're just really busy.
Yeah.
So there is a Discord channel, as we've said before multiple times here, which is the primary source of communication between race control and the teams. I have no doubt that is extremely busy at the moment. So whilst we can only judge from what we can see and hear, my solid guess is there's been rather more communication than that in the case of this incident. That car being taken away now pretty rapidly. They've done a very good job of cleaning that debris very quickly.
But yeah, back in March, I mentioned this at the time of Claudia Schiavone's incident. Tracy Crone in a Porsche Cup car, was going down the main straight totally on his own, and a tyre went bang, spat him right into that concrete wall in a near identical resulting accident. As I say, there was no contact then. That car looking very sorry for itself several months ago in the middle of the racetrack. There's just no space from the racing line to the concrete wall, because when you're designing a circuit like this, it's not expected for a car to be leaving the road at that angle. I think there are some tyres. It doesn't get any better at all the more you see it. And the GR Racing Ferrari did a very good job as well. So every credit to Ricardo Pera for going right. These cars don't have spotters like you might have in a NASCAR race saying this is the area to aim at for safety. They've just got their own senses. And it's incredible to have that many GT cars, as I say, some of them unsighted because they're further back, being able to go in all sorts of different directions and none of them be damaged.
Yeah, this was him coming out of pit lane.
The 83 car.
Yes, he came out of pit lane moments after. You can see Claudio crossing the track there.
Yes.
But did he come round again to go through?
Oh, well, possibly not.
It's quite possible that our trackside observer has misconstrued what they saw at the end there. Just to confirm, by the way, and with thanks to Jeff Carter in the media office, confirming that Eduardo Freitas has indeed been on the radio, etc., to inform teams that that's the track they should take is through pit lane. It is a red flag. I'm not that surprised. They're going to be worried about shards of carbon fibre, I think.
Yeah.
So it's going to be red flag on the main straight. So the cars will be brought round under the control of the safety car to a halt in line astern, awaiting an opportunity to restart.
And unlike in a qualifying session, when the clock stops, the clock will continue to tick by in order to give maximum points, championship points. We have to do 75% of the race distance, and that's not in danger because we've already done 2 hours and nearly 25 minutes.
No doubt they're going to get a restart here. This will be to clean the track, I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
And it may be that they need to take a look at that wall. That was a huge hit.
It was. Sadly for me, you don't get a 2x2 restart like we did at the start of the race, but it'll be a kind of safety car type restart, with the safety car bringing the cars back up to a reasonable speed before being waved back into the race. But as I say, we are going to lose a bit of racing time here because the clock does continue to tick by. This time, they're going to stop them right on the start-finish line, in fact. So they were heading towards the affected area, but it'll stop short of that to make sure that everything is swept up. And broomsticks often used here. It's an old-school way, but does seem to do the job nicely too.
It's going to be a combination of old and new tech, isn't it? You can see the two reasonably high-tech track sweepers there ready to go to work, but they can't do that while cars are circulating either under the control of the safety car, because it's the whole width of the track. We've said it before, you know, you've seen these incidents at high speed, and it is like an aircraft crash. It just explodes effectively.
Because you've got a very heavily damaged front end of the Porsche, which then the pendulum is continuing the car's spin, and in the spin it's just throwing more and more debris in a further area. So that will have been contained within the concrete wall on one side and the tyre wall on another. But this rare moment now where drivers can actually get out of their cars legally and potentially even have a conversation with those that they were racing just 20 or so minutes ago.
We'll keep an eye on this. Stay with us. No indication at the moment how long we'll be under red flag as to whether or not this is a clean-up or whether or not there is repair required to any of the infrastructure around the circuit. For the moment, the drivers are getting out of the cars. That's not unusual in these circumstances. So let's just run through, Johnny, the order in this race under the red flag. Race when we came to a halt on pit straight. This is a result of an incident involving, there's the impact zone.
You're not allowed to go through a wee just yet. Just hold on 5
Yeah, that's a concern as well, the amount of damage that's been done to the wall, because it's exposed the grid ironwork, metalwork inside the concrete itself.
That could be part of the concern here.
Well, it's certainly compromised that particular block should it get whacked again. I don't know how quickly they're going to be able to take that out, or at least seal it to make sure it's safe once more. There was a major curb issue in Fuji, which I thought they were going to struggle to solve in time for qualifying, but they came up with an interesting way of solving it.
Did a workaround for that day, and then worked overnight, pretty much all night, to solve the problem. That was Grasscrete problem where they basically crumbled.
But kind of circular pieces of concrete that
interlock,
and one of them had broken, two of them had broken, and then with a few more cars going over, more were getting torn out. Robert Kubica, whose stint did not start particularly well, with contact with the race-leading car. I'm sure it was race-leading at the time, but has become that, and he went for a spin like a top at San Donato.
Remember, these cars are effectively under park firmware conditions, can't really touch them, can't do anything with them, can get in and out of them from the driver's point of view. But let's take you through the order. You can see that there on the left-hand side, but it is the Iron-Linked Proton number 9 Oreca that leads the race, with Matteo Capietto took that lead as he was up to speed and the car ahead of him was not. Great couple of moves from him. The 34 Inter-Europol competition car in the hands of Oliver Gray, that car sits second. Then the 65 Panis Racing Oreca. Arthur Leclerc was looking very racy indeed before this red flag came out. Cool Racing's first car, the 37 of Ritomo Miata. That car sits fourth. Of the 25 car from Algarve Pro Racing, Ollie Coldwell with the wheel when we came to red flag. Jean-Baptiste Simonin is aboard the number 30 Duquesne team car. We've got car 22, Marino Sato, the man we're looking at there, overtaking car 12, Torsten Kratz, at turn 10, 13.06 under review. That presumably is under some form of intervention.
13.06.20. That was 3 seconds after the second safety car was called.
Right, there you go. That's exactly what that would be. AO by TF. The Duquesne team, by the way, they've had their drama with the clash on the start-finish straight. They saw an epic save by Neil Schoolen. 14 AO by TF car. That car's had its moment. And that was coming through turn 1 with a brush between our current race leader, Capietto. And we've seen no result of that investigation into that brush. And that sent Robert Kubica on his way out the pits around, but rejoin. Inter-Europol's second car, but the championship, the car ahead in the championship from the team, Vlad Lomko aboard the 43 car. That car sits 8th. Then the two United Autosports cars, Marino Sato and Fabio Scherer in the 22 and 23, respectively, complete the top 10. 11th is the last in the leading order of the LMP2 cars. That's Nielsen Racing's 27. It's Benjamin Pedersen. Joined the team last time out at Spa aboard that car. LMP2 Pro-Am is next up. Richard Mille by TDS's 29 car in the hands of Gregoire Saucy. That leads the way from Rennie Binder in the Proton Competition 77 car. The 21 United Autosports car of Andy Merrick. Richard Bradley in the Algarve Pro number 20 car. Nielsen Racing's 24 has led this race in LMP2 Pro-Am. Colin Noble at the wheel of that, and then Rafael Narak in the Team Virage number 19. All of those 17 LMP2 cars are on the lead lap. We then get to the first car that is not, and that is the AF Corsa 83. After that clash between the 83 and the 63 Lamborghini, Alessio Rivera sits 7th in LMP2 Pro-Am, 18th overall, and off the lead lap. Before we get into the other two classes, we're going to go down onto, well, the grid, the start-finish straight, where Steph Wentworth has got Robert Kubica.
Yes, thank you, Graham. As you can see, I am with Robert, driver of the number 14 AO by TF, the current LMP2 Championship leaders. We're in this red flag scenario. This is not the first time, however, that you've raced an endurance race around Mugello. How tough has this race been so far?
Yeah, well, it has been very tough. We know the track layout and configuration is very challenging, and this is putting even more difficulty into multi-class racing championship. This is how it is, and I hope just I think it was Matteo driving, or I don't know. I hope car number 60 driver is good. I asked on the radio. It looked quite like a big shunt, so yeah, I hope he's fine, and yeah, we'll see what will go on, and hopefully we'll have a clean race from now onwards.
There's been quite a few safety cars, quite a few interventions. Is that kind of helping or hindering your strategy right now?
Well, it didn't help that I have been spun in turn 1 when we came out on outlap, so this put us quite quite backwards. I think it didn't help us, honestly, but that's part of the racing. Now we'll have I don't know how much time is remaining, but a shorter endurance race.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Well, to answer that question, an hour and 27.5 minutes still remaining. We haven't actually had, we're going to estimate the resumption in just over 15 minutes' time. Total time under green to this point, 1 hour and 24 minutes and 20 seconds.
Wow.
So that means over an hour of, when you combine safety car, virtual safety car. We haven't actually had a full course yellow yet. But bearing in mind, the first safety car was nearly 14 minutes. Then there was a similar length of safety car, then a 15 minutes one as well. So up to about 40-odd minutes, well, close to an hour of the safety car. And then obviously the virtual safety car takes a fair time as well, because that's 2 complete laps with 80 kilometres per hour. It's an interesting conversation.
Isn't it? That's Axel Jeffries talking to Rahul Fry. The other piece of information that's been relayed to the teams that's important to note is that they will be allowed to change tyres on the grid. Tyre trolleys coming out now, they'll be able to use those in about the next 4 minutes. That, I'm absolutely certain, is going to be because those cars, even though they came through pit lane, will have run through the carbon debris. So any suspicion they've got a tyre that might be compromised by debris, damaged or rather destroyed, right-hand mirror on the number 63 Lamborghini. That's the wrong side for the impact with the 83.
Well, I wonder whether a big chunk of the 60 Porsche actually hit the Lamborghini and has taken the mirror glass out, because there was an awful lot of debris flying around. And a moment just to kind of pick your line and close your eyes and wait for the noises to stop down towards San Donato. That was a real hold your breath moment as it was happening. And of course our live cameras were right on that battle as Rahul Fry made contact with Claudio Schiavone's Porsche. Robert Kubica was suggesting that Matteo Cressoni was still at the wheel, but he did do a stint, and then they put Schiavone back in to top up his drive time. Now out of the race, so another retirement, sadly, to add to a growing list. The 3-car retiring very early on when Andres Latour overcooked things into the hairpin at the end of the lap and hit the tyre wall. Duncan Cameron and Richard de Gueras getting together in the Biondetti chicane, doing a massive amount of damage to the front of Duncan's Ferrari, tearing the front wheel off, and we think significant drivetrain damage to Richard de Gueras' EDEC Sport car. Carl Bennett's Cool Racing car, well, that's been fighting starter motor issues, we think, and is now out of the race. Did they have another problem, the 47? Oh dear. Look at the state of the 60 Porsche, which is now being taken back to the paddock.
The 47 was also the car involved with the Duquesne car.
47, yes, the spin.
So they've got a penalty as a result of that, I think.
Yes, but is 47 still running, or is that a retirement as well?
I think that's still running.
Okay, but it's behind the 60 car because of the time that it's lost with that starter motor repair, or what we think was a restarting issue, and it's had penalties, like you say, because of the Niels Coulan contact. So Steph Wentworth working very hard on the grid, trying to get some stories together as we remain in this interval. We'll be racing in about 15 minutes time, but first of all, let's head to Steph.
Welcome to the back of the grid with the LM GT3s. I am joined by Axel Jeffries, driver of the number 63. Just before you got in the car, Hiroshi had a bit of an incident. Are you carrying any damage or anything that's hindering your performance?
I mean, for sure, it's not perfect, but you know, we're going to keep fighting. There's still long to go. Anything can happen. There's pass-arounds, so we're going to keep trying.
And as we've seen in LMGT3 throughout the whole year, it's been incredibly competitive, and it still is, isn't it?
It's extremely competitive. The field is tight. You know, besides our race, I'm just quite sorry for Claudio. It's a shame that it happened. I saw it all, and I just hope he's okay because it was quite a big hit. But yeah, I mean, the field's competitive.
Yes, we have heard he's okay. He has been walking around, so that is really good news. With quite a few of the GT3s now out of the race, what are the possibilities for you, kind of in the last hour and a bit?
I don't know which cars are out, to be honest, but look, we have to survive. We have to try and get points. Obviously, we're trying for the championship. And yeah, we're going to try and move forward. Hopefully, we get another pass around that brings us on the lead lap, and then you never know what's possible.
Best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Axel Jeffries there. This was the incident before he got to the wheel that has caused their major delay in this race so far. It's a brush with Alessio Rivera as the 83 Orica made its way by. This from the inside, the Vector Sport car goes by. Hiroshi Hamaguchi is clipped by the Orica. And that took a lap or so to get out. So now we can see in the background there is Rahal Fry. I'm sure lots of thoughts aboard the Iron Dames car there after that brush with the sister car. And tyre trolleys now allowed on the grid 12 minutes before the estimated resumption, cleaning the track, and obviously examination of that wall that did take a mighty hit. So we are about 11 minutes now from the point where race control are telling us that the estimate that we can get back and running are on RM Sports. On the grid with one of their two cars. They are two of the three. We are hearing as well, by the way, a race end signal will be delayed by 20 minutes. Now, what that means is we're going to go longer. So it will be 20 minutes longer. 15:50 is now the estimated time of this race to finish. So we saw this earlier this year at Spa for the FIWC. It was rather longer then, at an hour and 40 minutes. So 20 minutes to accommodate some of the time lost. And that's going to be a help to the teams because they will not have to recalculate driver time here for the most part. So teams taking the opportunity to change tyres on the grid. It looks like it's pretty much all the LMP2 teams that are doing that. So if you've timed your afternoon's entertainment with us, we can accommodate another 20 minutes of it. Go and get a refreshing beverage of some description, some snacks, and settle in because we've just had the 10-minute board under this red flag for resumption. If you're joining us late, why are we under red flag? Huge incident for Claudio Schiavone clips at the rear as just as they cleared the pit wall on Main Straight by the Iron Dames Porsche, the sister car, both cars run by Proton Competition, and that saw the number 60 car, bit of a passenger, hard into the wall on the right-hand side before spearing back across the track to sit right in the middle of the circuit. Very fortunate to be missed by all of the chasing LMGT3 cars, but that left the track covered in debris. Mercifully, Claudio Schiavone able to get out the car under his own steam and walk away. Sure, pretty shocked. Well, with 9 minutes to go till we're getting back to action. Let's go back to Steph. She's got another of our runners with her.
And these drivers are just about to jump in the car. I've just grabbed Gael Julian from the number 15 just before he gets back in the car. How has this race been so far for you? Obviously in the championship fight, and you've got an incredible amount of pace, so there's a lot of potential for the rest of the race.
No, yeah, definitely. The car's been sweet all weekend. Obviously qualified a bit further down the grid than we would have expected to, but I mean, we got a safe start, and now we're starting to slowly make our way back to the top. So, yeah, a long race to go, but we'll see what happens.
All right, back in the car. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Yeah, already a race winner this season, and in contention now for a race win here by dint of the fact that they burned their long stop early in the race. It means the rest of the cars, with the exception of the team car that sits at the moment 10th, and Team Virage's number 8 car that sits ahead of it in the so just behind it, sorry, in the order, they will gain massively in the final pit stops if they're served under green. So to just clarify where we've been, tyre changes were allowed on the grid. Most of the LMP2 teams have opted to do that. We are looking to get back to green flag running, back under the safety car rather, in about 7 minutes. The end of the race now extended to 15:50. So we are going to be getting back the time that has been lost. The 10-minute board has been shown. The drivers are back in the cars. We can take a breath, Johnny Palmer, before we get back to green flag running.
You can take a breath. You've been filling in admirably whilst I nipped off for a little pit stop of my own. So thank you for that. And yeah, the stories slowly working their way through. Obviously quite a bit to discuss after that moment on the start-finish straight. And 10-minute board being displayed, but good news that we shouldn't lose too much racing action, although of course, as I say, we've got 2 hours and nearly 45 minutes on the clock, and we've actually only been racing under green flag conditions for just shy of 1 hour and 25 of those. But some extension of 20 minutes and hopefully some sustained green flag running. But this is turning into one of those races where you need a little bit of luck, not only just pre-thinking the strategy through, because the cards need to fall in your direction in order to get a big trophy at the end of this.
It is where are you when the big decisions need to be made or are made for you, and this is going to be a topsy-turvy order, I think, here, Johnny. You know, slightly different circumstances. The misfortunes at the start of the race from Vector Sport, for instance, could have been turned on their head in something like this, but they're just too far back.
Yeah.
But a team that's had a minor delay will be right back in it.
True.
And the spectacular thing to report here is we've got, like I say, about 1 hour and a half to run here, and we've got 17 cars in line astern on the lead lap for the overall win. But we should say, by the way, in the other classes, it is all 10 LMP3 cars on the lead lap. And in LMGT3, as things stand under the red flag, it's the top 7 cars. It's the Grid Motorsport by TF Aston, the AF Corsa number 51, JMW Motorsport, Iron Dames, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and their Aston Martin, Formula Racing and Kessel Racing.
Going back to the tyres subject debate, I can't imagine many teams passing up the chance to switch tyres because it's too much of a risky move, but they won't get any more tyres in their allocation. No. So they were already stretched on a very abrasive racetrack. We could be severely compromised going into the final stint here.
We could. I think the other thing it allows them to do, remember, is to take the tyres off that are on the car and go and look at them.
Investigate them.
But those tyres can go back on the car, remember. If they're perfect, there's no reason why they shouldn't play a further part.
Yeah, but you need a mechanic or someone who knows a lot about tyres, tyre technicians, indeed, at Goodyear and Michelin, to go, no, that's absolutely fine, because we've checked them, maybe even x-rayed them. I don't know what you can do these days. But you can't do those sort of things whilst the tyres are still on the car. So much better to switch them over when you're given the chance to by the race director and the stewards, and carry on.
Still tyres coming to the grid for at least one car, and we've got the 5-minute board up. So that's a late decision that's been made. I mean, I can recall another major endurance race in living memory where there was a not dissimilar incident, a GT car having comprehensively disassembled itself against a barrier, and the entire field ran through that debris field at least twice. And at that stage, it was a formula that had tyre competition between 2 tyre makers, and one of those tyre makers was lobbying for an emergency pit stop to be allowed, and the other didn't. So no one did, and we did have a major accident attributed later to a tyre failure. I think this is precisely the right decision to have made, and I applaud them for doing it.
Well, first of all,
I applaud them for having the heads up.
How quickly did the announcement come? We didn't actually hear it, but
fast.
We know for a fact there was an announcement to say come through the pit lane, and that would have been as soon as the safety car was deployed.
Yeah.
So yeah,
but more
quick thinking from Freitas, but then also to know the regulations and to say, you know, we've got to give them the chance to switch the tyres as well. Probably thinking back to maybe the incident that you're talking about, or similar ones as well.
Not, by the way, a race that Eduardo was in charge of, but I'd say in a different series. But look, lessons are learned from all of these things without a shadow of doubt. I know the community of race officials is a tight-knit one, and a lot of very constructive and very valuable conversations are quite correctly had behind closed doors. What can we learn from that?
And then it is making the relevant notes and having them at hand, or just having it committed to memory as well, as to what you do in these emergency situations. There was concern clearly for Claudia Schiavone in such a huge incident like that, and that's not left to any chance. There are medical crews on site after all, and a medical centre as well. But when you're going at that kind of speed, 5th, 6th gear, and not far away from the braking point, but you're not braking there, and just the merest of touches, the car actually airborne briefly. I think all 4 tyres were off the ground as it rebounded back. And then the scatter behind of LMGT3 cars, just terrific reactions from everybody there involved. The Aston and 3 Ferraris having to pick their way through.
It's a strange thing, isn't it? When you see a mixed class grid, the comparison of speed between LMP2, LMP3 and LMGT3 makes those cars look slow. It's only when you see something like that that you realise the high speeds and the energy that's involved.
And they're heavy cars as well. It's not like an LMP2 car spinning like we saw earlier on for Niels Coulin, who amazingly kept it out of the wall. But they're at, what, about 850, 900 kilos, whereas a GT car these days, 1350. Some of them with the success ballast will be in that kind of marker. And the energy that they are carrying, the momentum then that is suddenly halted by something like a concrete wall, it's always going to be the winner versus a car heading towards it at great speed. And I'm amazed that actually, yes, all of the stuff that's designed to brake on that Porsche broke, but the safety cell around Claudia Schiavone very much still intact as it was taken away on the flatbed. He walked away. That's not necessarily Claudia Schiavone in the clear, and quite rightly he'll be now with the medics having all the relevant checks. But the early signs at least are good. I can see him moving around in the cockpit initially.
Yes, absolutely. You know what, we often talk about motorsport, and the focus, as it should be, is on performance and efficiency. That's what this is about. It's a test of those things. And sometimes we forget that some of the biggest advances that have been made are in reliability. Diagnostics is a massive step forward in the last couple of decades, but safety standards. You know, safety standards, and you know, we're seeing in the world of historic racing now with the grandchildren, the grandfathers and grandmothers of these cars coming into historic racing and post-historic racing now, that very many people who love to do that are looking towards more modern cars, principally because they're safer. We've got a problem for the RLR car, not got going.
So, is that the 15?
That is the 15.
Gaël Julien.
Oh, that's the 5, isn't it?
Or is it the 5? Or is it the 31?
Oh,
it's not the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car then?
He's got it going.
Okay, but you reckon it is definitely the RLR?
It's the RLR car.
So 5 for Daniel Ali, yeah, still being shown as stopped. Much of my timing screen is starting to populate now with cars that are moving rather than ones being stranded.
Least surprising message of the race so far has popped up on our screens. The incident involving cars 85 Ferrari and 60 Schiavone is under investigation.
Well, Rahel Frey is taking the restart. Her car is moving now through the sectors, sitting in 4th position. I'll remind you that was actually for Lappery to try and get ahead of Claudia Schiavone. The 60 car was not on the lead lap at the time. She was trying to lose as little ground as possible from the attacking JMW Motorsport Ferrari, because the Ferrari was behind her at the time, wasn't it? And it actually gained that position because of all the carnage. So Jason Hart's now up to 3rd place. Manu Collard driving the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari runs 2nd, and Johnny Adam was nowhere in that vicinity. He'd already gone over the start-finish line to continue to lead the class.
The 51 car is 2nd despite having had 2 penalties.
Yeah, drive-throughs, yes.
Line up behind the safety car instructed to go at full speed. Safety car instructed to go at full speed. I remind you, pit entry remains closed.
I think we're going to be going back to green flag running very rapidly here. Well done to circuit staff here. That would have required a very careful clear-up. Broken carbon fibre,
This is
nasty
lap
stuff.
3 of the safety car procedure, which was suspended. Currently we are in lap 3 of the safety car procedure, which was suspended.
So what that means, again, is it is 3 completed laps under safety car that the pits will remain closed. So pits will not open at this point. Can't have full service, can't change drivers. Can come in for emergency service, but then must pit again when the race goes green.
Yes. You've raised an interesting point about the 51 Ferrari. We told you about the first penalty.
Let's close those gaps. Safety car instructed to do its best to go at full speed. Safety car instructed to do its best to go at full speed.
How many times did the cars come down pit road? Was it twice before the red flag was shown?
Yes, they did.
Twice, okay.
So that's 2 safety car laps.
Yes. No, I was just a bit fearful that the 51 Ferrari had served one of its penalties under the safety car, but actually that was when the cars were all coming through
Yes.
pit lane. I am seeing 2 short stops for the 51 Ferrari and separated by about 20 minutes or so, so I think that was the 2 track limits issues, and therefore it will have served those penalties and is in the clear again.
But one
still doesn't quite answer the question as to why. Oh, well, one is slightly longer than the other.
So I wonder whether or not we got a wrong message on the screen that they did have to do a stop and go.
Yes. So 24 seconds to drive through the pit lane, 36 seconds to stop and go again.
Safety car at full speed. In the meantime, pit entry is already open. We did the 3 laps under the safety car.
Lights are out. And yeah, we've done we'll have done the 3 laps behind the safety car, but now, again, for the 3rd time of asking, Massimo Cappietto about to restart the race. He's been an expert at building that tyre temp, weaving from left to right. Weaving itself is not outruled in the regulations, as it can be in other championships when we're about to do a safety car restart.
Well, he was masterful on the restart the last time. The tyres will be rather colder this time. Safety car will be coming in. The clock has been adjusted. It's 1 hour and 25 minutes to go, Johnny, and we're about to go back green flag racing.
So we'll be racing till 10 to 4, there or thereabouts, to give us back the time we've lost because of that red flag. The concrete wall has been assessed on the run into just before San Donato and well before the breaking point. And for yet another restart, we've had several safety cars. Still, Massimo Cappietto has not picked up the pace. Interestingly, earlier on he went out of Biandetti. Now he decides to go. No overtaking before the line, remember, although you can pull out of line as long as you're not overlapping at that point, and that's a killer getaway for Ollie Gray, who might be alongside. In fact, he's almost in front of Massimo Cappietto, but Cappietto says no you don't and charges down the inside. Fully locked up though is the Panis Racing number 65 car, so that's maybe a slight misjudgment from Arthur Leclerc. What he's trying to do is stay in 3rd position, but that won't help his maybe brand new tyres if they switch them. And carrying damage, the 37 Cool Racing car, and that little bit of contact from Robert Kubica won't have helped either, but he did get through in car number 14.
A bit of drag there, isn't it? It is, as you can see, it is affecting the handling of that car. Is it just the bodywork damage that's affecting the handling of the car? Is that car taking a dink on that corner? That car is dropping back. It's Ritomo Miata aboard that car.
That is something they would love to have sorted out during the red flag, but the cars were in parc ferme conditions. Now the 23 United Autosports car around the outside, as well as the 22. Are they also on the same lap? Yeah, Fabio Scherer running ahead of Marino Sato. So it's formation flying from United Autosports, and both gaining ground on the stricken 37 Cool Racing car of Marino Sato. Massimo Cappietto did hang on to the lead despite the threat from Ollie Gray around the outside. 34, remember, is not the better placed into Europole competition car in the championship. That's actually the 43, which is down in 7th. And here it is with Vlad Lomko at the wheel, and now Vlad under massive pressure from Fabio Scherer and to the inside line with the red visor United Autosports car of Marino Sato. So Ritoma Miyata, the 37 car, which is a struggling one, I beg your pardon, rather than Sato. Sato's doing absolutely fine in the number 22 and getting a good run on Fabio Scherer as the two cars porpoise slightly over the big bumps there as you take the slight rise into San Donato and then the climb out of turn number 1 and into Luco corner at turn 2. Poggio Secco next. Brief glimpse there of the LMGT3 race leader, Johnny Adam, in his blue and purple Grid Motorsport by TF Aston. He's leading by 1.7 seconds from the Zebra Ferrari, which has to give space there for the 31 car to dart up the inside. The number 5 car that didn't want to take the restart, it was stuck on the start-finish line for a little while, but then Daniel Ali did fire the engine into life. It's got its hands full with cars not on the same lap. That's oh no, it's now ahead of the 35. Oh, big off though for that's a P3 17. Car, isn't it?
It's a 17. As we watch for that one.
Cedric Ultramar is off in that slither of a gravel trap at Materassi and Borgo San Lorenzo corner, turns 4 and 5. That car can't be left there either.
That was quite a clunk. By the way, while we're waiting to find out what's going to happen with that one, it's a drive-through penalty for car 83 for contact at turn 8. That was, I think, the issue with Hamaguchi in the Lamborghini. It's going to be a virtual safety car in about 15 seconds as Mattia Capietto does the fastest lap of the race.
He does, and everyone's got to have to prepare now for a virtual safety car, which may provide an opportunity for those that want to pit to do so. But what's happening here as everybody slows down for the VSC? There was collision again for Rahel Fry, I think into the back of the Aston Martin as the Aston slowed, and now there's bodywork damage to the rear of the 59 Aston of Casper Stevenson. So he got a fair old thump from the Porsche, but in what order were they as we cut to that? Because we didn't see the incident itself building up. So this is explaining what happened to the 17 car.
17's ahead of this pair at this point.
Yes, it is. There it is now, going through Materassi.
It's Daniel Ali has hit side by side. He's gone up the inside and would he have made the corner?
That is the question. I mean, he was revved up and had already gained a position on the Ultimate car, which was briefly confusing me. So Jean-Baptiste Lehay was then behind the number 5 car of Daniel Ali, but a forceful manoeuvre on Cedric Ultramar puts the Swiss into the gravel trap and a fairly hefty thump into the tyre wall.
Number of cars taking the opportunity here to pit, and of course amongst them are going to be those cars that did not take their long pit stops in LMP3.
The championship leaders in LMGT3 are risking this damage. They could have pitted because the pit lane is open, but maybe they're thinking that tyre rub. Right, so the Porsche was ahead of the Aston, then Stevenson down the inside of Rahel Fry. That seemed like a fair move. Then Casper Stevenson slows for the virtual safety car, and Rahel Fry did not in the 85 car. But when is she getting the signal to do so? And is it at the same time? Clearly it wasn't at the same time, or maybe the communication wasn't as efficient, although there is that panel on the dashboard that lights up to say VSC, of course.
Well, Stevenson's got a problem, even if he's got the GMW car ahead of him. If that car's already braked, he's got to brake.
Yes.
And it was.
Yes.
Whether or not they're going to using the envelope they've got, he's got no option at that point.
Yes. I hadn't realised that because that was right at the edge of frame. But yeah, if the car in front's slowing and you're into a virtual safety car, you can't overtake because that's part of the rules. No overtaking, and you must go at 80 kph. But if a car in front's being counted into it rather conservatively and ahead of time, then that is the ripple motorway effect again, biting. And unfortunately, biting again the Porsche of Rahel Fry, the nose of which looking very second-hand indeed now after a glancing blow on the back of Claudio Schiavoni's car and a more significant one into the back of the Aston Martin. But what's the thinking from Spirit of Le Mans, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, just that tyre rub will improve because they've chosen not to pick the car?
Well, there's 2 or 3 things, isn't there? There was definitely tyre rub at some point there, and that would look to be the main bodywork impacting, or possibly the inner liner impacting on the tyre. This is the 55 car, by the way, that will play no further part after that big hit with the double hit with the 28. But also, they're of course going to lose rear downforce with that car.
Yes.
Meantime, a fair number of players have taken the opportunity this time around to pit. In fact, the entire LMP2 field, with what, 3-4 exceptions. Iron Lynx, the number 9 car, carries on. Duquesne cycle round to second. United's number 22 car, they've split strategy, and they will run around in third at the moment. Every other car in LMP2 or LMP2 Pro-Am on the lead lap has opted to pit this time round.
That's a lot of damage to the 17 Cool Racing car.
Yeah.
I'll be very surprised if that can continue, as now the Panis machine rejoins, still without Leclerc at the wheel. And Alex Lynn has been put into the 25. That's the first action for him, isn't it, this race?
It is.
Yeah. So Ollie Caldwell out and Lynn in. The other complication is now, of course, about driving time. As we witness this incident again, she tried to turn left, did Rahel Fry, and avoid the back of the Aston Martin. So on board with the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, a couple of cars back.
That's the elbows out previous.
The Ferrari stopping, you're right, and then the Aston has very little choice. But was that the point of the full course yellow or not, of the virtual safety car or not? Did it go early?
Well, here's the point. At what point did that come out? Is it possible the Aston Martin could be in trouble here?
Yes. Yes, true. They're all going to pit together.
Well, he braked for virtual safety car, we believed, came off the throttle or braked for virtual safety car within about 2-3 seconds of the pass on Rahel Fry being made. So did he pass before or during that call?
Well, when you're halfway through an overtake and the virtual safety car is called, I'm not sure there's much you can do, but there's nothing to suggest you can't start one before the VSC is called. There was a time, do you get like a full course yellow, you get a time when the virtual safety car is going to start?
You're given the time that they're going to bring it out. We were given the time that it was going to happen.
So it's announced and
Correct.
then it begins.
That's absolutely right. So yeah, there is, I think, a piece of Aston Martin embedded in the front of that car.
I wouldn't be surprised. On the top of the nose.
There's something on the top of the nose. There's also something in the nose of the car down to the splitter. There's a vertical piece of carbon fibre.
One of the holes is where the fuel nozzle goes in to the Porsche, but I think there's actually an additional divot now on the front of that car. I wouldn't be surprised because it's been in the wars.
The second or third time I looked at that, it is a really tough one for Rahel Fry. On the face of it, it looked clumsy. That's what it looked like. But then you look at the time frame and what happened in the seconds leading up to it, and what you've got is Casper going up the inside. They're coming into a known, a virtual safety car, presuming everybody's got radios that work. He makes that pass, and then he's on the brakes.
Yeah.
And he's right in front of her.
Yeah.
And she's defending from an overtake.
But I have to say, I didn't realise how much the Ferrari, the 66 BMW, is checking up as well. So that gives Casper no choice. And then, as I say, your classic motorway, freeway accident where one car has the time to stop, but eventually you're going to get to somebody who just cannot.
And I'm not throwing any kind of shade or whatever other phrase you might want to use here. Jason Hart is the driver of the BMW Motorsport car. I can't believe he's ever done a virtual safety car process. So did he anticipate it?
But
all sorts of things are possible here.
He also, though, races in the 24-hour series regularly with Herbert Motorsport, where they do use a form of full course yellow. So it's not virtual safety car. It's not called that. It's called Code 60.
But it is
a full course yellow. It is a virtual safety car. So going in and out of those, both Scott Noble and Jason Hart,
and by the way, has done it here.
Yes, exactly. Raced at this track.
There's all sorts of possibilities here, aren't there? Meantime, this time around, Matteo Capietto, Jean-Baptiste Simonard and Marino Sato all do pit. And I think that has lost Iron Lynx Proton the lead. Or has it?
We'll maybe have to wait for them to go through the next split in order to work that out. The 9 car now
There's
appearing.
the 65. No, he's not lost the lead.
No, just ahead of Arthur Leclerc, in fact.
But it's going to be very, very close.
Yes. And even more so, because we're going to go into a safety car very shortly. All virtual safety cars end with a safety car.
The other point to make, by the way, is that was a driver change. Safety car has now been called, and it's Matteo Caroli now aboard this car. Massive opportunity for the number 9 car for a big result.
By the way, there was an excellent couple of stints from Massimo Cappietto.
Wasn't it?
I'm not sure he'd done that much driving that have been sandwiched around a red flag and so many restarts. He's only 18, but has come from a single-seater background. His first sports car action was only this year.
His pace was great. His restart discipline was great. There is one potential shadow. We still haven't heard about the incident with Robert Kubica.
Agreed. And Cappietto was at the wheel of the car at the time, even though I made the mistake that it was still Jonas Reed. You correctly said Cappietto had taken charge at that stage. Pace is being picked up. You should be well used to the pass around by now. We've had several of them to date, so you can't now legally pit for fuel unless you're absolutely desperate for it. But why would you be if you've passed up probably 2 opportunities to pit legally under a virtual safety car? And now everybody being told, unless you're immediately behind the safety car, to pick up the speed to close all of the gaps. And we're down to 1 hour and 11 minutes now still to go. This is going to be a close finish, potentially, because we've never really had that sustained run of green flag.
What did it actually say, by the way? One of the more remarkable outturns of all of this, and we're quite correct, by the way, all of the remaining LMP3 cars have now taken a long pit stop, so it's on as even, but it's an RLR 1-2 at the moment. But third and looming is your international. It's Adam Ali. So it's actually, well, remarkably, it's Daniel Ali, late in the RLR number 5 car that leads the race. It's Gail Julien in the second RLR car that sits behind him. It's Daniel's brother Adam, but in another team car, the Euro International car that sits third. Could be quite a day for the Ali family.
The 59 car has now been into the pits, but that was after the safety car was deployed.
No, it came in before. Came in as the safety car was deployed. It was on pit lane as the safety car board came out.
Pit entry closed 2:38. Casper Stevenson has entered the pits 2:38.50. How long did it go in the pits for? Because that may provide an answer as well.
The answer for that is 1 minute.
1 minute. So they've taken full fuel, haven't they?
He came in with the Iron Dames car. What time have you got the Iron Dames car on pit lane for?
Well, has he been back in again since then? I'll look into that because it was further down the order, I think.
He's had 6 stops.
6 stops, yeah. I'm talking about stop 6, but maybe he came in for a 5th stop as well before.
I don't think he did.
Safety car. 2:35. Yes, he's been back in.
Oh, right. So there's clearly was still damage.
And for a minute. So, well, are they going to argue that that was emergency service to repair damage? You can repair damage on a car.
Yes.
As long as you're not putting fuel in for more than 5 seconds.
Maybe that's what
damage
they did.
repair is okay, but that's obviously massively delayed the 59 Aston
Well,
Martin.
that comes down to 7th.
Yeah.
There's that phrase that we use very often, isn't there? Championship implications. 59 did indeed come back in.
But hopefully they haven't put any fuel in that car, or they've not put more than 5 seconds worth of fuel in that car. But I just saw it rejoining and was concerned because the safety car had been out for a little time by that point. So it pitted at 2:34 for 1 minute and 4 seconds. It then pitted at 2:38, which would have been the very next lap around. It was the 70th lap for the Aston Martin, also for 1 minute. Were they looking to try and repair damage and not fall off the lead GT3 lap?
Almost certainly.
Yeah, so they've pitted back to back.
Which they haven't, by the way. They are still on the GT3 lap. It does look like quite a lot of bodywork has now been removed in that corner.
Yeah. So as long as they did the fueling in the first stop during the VSC, they should be fine with that. There is lost ground. And of course, they might wanted to have changed the driver in the second time, but that's not permitted either under a virtual safety car. Are they now compelled to stop again, though, as soon as the pit lane reopens because of that?
I don't think they do under a virtual safety car.
No, but it's the one under the safety car I'm bothered about. Anyway, we'll
under
see.
Safety car, the answer is they should.
They should, and I think they'll want to get into that car Valentin Haas-Clos sooner rather than later.
They are at the back of the order, aren't they, here?
This is important because they're the championship leaders as well, remember. Yes. So looking to try and score well in this penultimate race of the season. Only a 2-point advantage arriving here in Mugello.
Again, a pass around underway. I don't think there's that many takers this time. We'll soon see. Keep an eye to the right of the screen here. And trouble for...
Grid Motorsport asked, is this the pit lane entry road? No, it's on the track.
So I think they've just been bunched up and just come to a stop.
It's not, the Grid Motorsport car is no longer the class leader because of the jumble up, of course, during the pit stop. So it's now Manu Collard.
A car that's had 2 penalties. it's remarkable. You can see, by the way, the 59 car is at the end of the train.
That was actually coming out of the Arabiatas, I reckon, and it was just stopped. So the Grid Motorsport car by TF had nowhere to go, being driven by Lorcan Hannafin, Rahel Fry in behind. Surely the time is ticking as well for Michel Gatting to get on board that Iron Dames Porsche sooner rather than later, with Rahel Fry going to get out with some tales to tell from her couple of stints. But Emmanuel Collard, with all of those Le Mans, just missed out by 1 year, getting 24 appearances in a row, but has now been to Le Mans for the 24th and 25th time, I think, since then. Lights remain, because lights on the safety car remain, because of the pass around which is still being carried out. And have any cars been allowed to go by? It doesn't look like they have so far. It's going to be a drive-through penalty for the WTN by Rinaldi LMP3 car. That was after contact with Alexander Bukantsov.
It was Bukantsov.
Number 88.
So they're playing catch-up here with the inbox.
And was that incident before or after the Robert Kubica spin?
After.
After, OK. Well, we still haven't had a reply or a response as to who was to blame for that, unless it's been called a racing incident and we've not heard about it. They don't necessarily work through those things in order, particularly if they're contentious, of course. They'll want to be trying to get as much evidence together as possible, and that did look to be a very tough one to call, as Kubica's rejoining on cold tyres, and Matteo Capietto had been going for a few laps, so he was well in the groove. I don't think there was any doubt in Robert Kubica's mind as to whose fault it was. I got spun out of the first corner at the start of my stint, so that didn't help, he said.
The incident involving cars 14 and 9 is no further action.
So it was a racing incident, in fact. And
so that means that Matteo Caroli will lead the race.
Lights are off. He's coming in at the end of this lap.
Doesn't have to be worried about a forthcoming penalty, at least for that. And that's a combination, I suppose, of working out that Robert Kubica was on cold tyres, the race leader was coming through, he needed to make space for him, perhaps, and maybe space was not given.
Pretty edgy on fuel for some of these cars. Not the LMP2 cars, they will need to pit again.
Yes.
But pretty edgy on fuel for the other cars to the end of this race.
If we stay green.
If we stay green.
And I have to say, looking back through the pattern of this race, that's a big ask at this moment. So, not Matteo Capietto, but instead Matteo Cairoli, who's the guy who put the pole lap in yesterday. Still hasn't gone yet, even though the green flags are ready to greet him. There they are, the LED boards flashing, but nobody could overtake Cairoli until he decides to hit the loud pedal, and he's waiting much longer than Matteo Capietto did in the previous stints in car number 9. Oh, he's going very, very slowly indeed here, making sure that everyone in behind can react, and now he decides to go, and Charles Milesi was fairly quick to react to that, as well as you expect he might be. Alexander Lynn not close, thankfully, to the rear of the Milesi car either. But one or two had to fan out further back to make sure that they didn't run into cars in front, as the two Inter-Europol competition cars are almost side by side. And that is 34 ahead of 43. Will one position be given to the 43 car as part of team orders? That's the championship running car.
Absolutely, it is 5 different teams at the front of this race, with 5 drivers, all of whom in their other jobs are hypercar drivers for 5 different factories.
No way.
It is Caroli, Lamborghini, Milesi, Alpine, then Cadillac, Delatraus, Acura, and Di Resta, Peugeot. Team manager car 5 to the stewards in race control immediately. That is LM Sports, the lead car in LMP3.
But not the championship contender. That's the 15 car that wants to try and finish ahead of the number 11 of Euro International. Now 2 LMGT3 Ferraris together, but you can discount the GR Racing car, unfortunately. It's right up there in the championship, but isn't on the lead lap. So although Manu Collard's having a good tussle with Riccardo Pera, he could almost afford to let the Italian go there. But then again, he's Manu Collard, so he's not going to make this easy any which way. And it actually provides a buffer zone back to the proper second place car, which is the red and black Ferrari in the JMW Motorsport colours of Jason Hart.
But the other thing here is they don't want the GR Motorsport car to get into the lead lap again, because there are AF Corsa run cars in the championship fight.
Yes.
So there's all sorts of dynamics here at play. We've got 61 minutes still to go. The incident involving Rahel Fry and Casper Stevenson is under review. We'd have expected that. The two battling into Europol cars. How much longer will they battle? It's Luca Giotto and Tom Dillman, 7th and 8th, but it is the second car on the train that is the better placed car in the championship. Here comes the 12 car for its drive-through. It was the brush with the number 88 for Alexander Bekantsov a little while ago. This is the latest car. They switched positions, have they not? That's the 5 and the 15. They have switched positions.
Yeah, the 5 car deliberately going wide to give a place to the 15 car, and that's probably to avoid any confusion. If the 5, or has the 5 been assessed a penalty? It was under investigation a moment.
Well, either way, they won't want that to get in the way of their championship contending car.
No. But if it's called into the pit lane, the last thing you want is the 2 cars making contact, because one wants the pits and the other one doesn't. So switch them around to allow the championship leader, or rather the championship contending car, to lead the class.
Conor Perez still looking for a way by here. Meantime, but further back in the order and trying to leapfrog way around the remaining Ferrari pack, because it is all Ferraris at the front of this pack before we get back to the 97 car, is the championship leading LMP3 car, Euro International of Adam Ali, trying to get onto terms with the 15, which stands in a position to send this championship to the final round.
So in LMGT3, the championship leading car is in 7th, the second place car is in 8th. So it's almost a bit of a race to the bottom as far as the championship leading contenders are. 63 Lamborghini is where, that's even further back in the hands of Axel Jeffries, obviously because of that incident. And now Ferrari's very close to one another again, just like the Porsches were not too long ago, but Riccardo Pera avoiding the rear of Manu Collard's car. He looks a little faster in this phase. The 86 car might be able to pull away actually and try and get onto that lead lap, were it not for the 51 right in front. Conrad Lawson slightly more distant, along with the JMW Motorsport car of Jason Hart. They're having a good tussle actually for 2nd and 3rd in GT3.
Yeah, but JMW are under investigation now for some kind of pit stop infringement. It really is all happening, whether it's here on track or pit lane. We're in race control of the steward's office as the 83 car lapped down, trying to leapfrog through and salvage something out of their day.
Virage LMP3 thought about a move around the outside of the bright yellow car guide Ferrari, but then inside line opened up in the second of the Arrabbiatas. So that's Julien Henrion, who has taken back-to-back titles in the Ligier European Series, then the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and he's now in ELMS with a great opportunity at Bahrain at the World Endurance Championship meeting at the end of the year as well, and the test day after the race. So excited to see what comes next for Julien Henrion. And that was a neat and tidy manoeuvre through traffic for the Frenchman. He is in 4th position. Antoine Ducas in behind by not much of a margin at all, but it's an RLR M Sport 1-2 for the time being. However, number 5 is under investigation, with the team manager being summoned to race control.
Trouble for Adam Ali. He's dropped out of this lead battle. So he was involved in that tussle, trying to get through the GT3 pack, and he has dropped way back down now. Lost, what was that, 14, 15 seconds somewhere. So the Euro International car, our championship leader that was running a strong 3rd and looking to get onto terms with the RLR cars ahead, has now dropped to 6th position with Adam Ali.
Yeah, not really sure why that was. 3 seconds or so slower than his best on the last lap around.
Oh, there was a touch there between the GR racing car and the JMW car, I think.
Was that blue flags being shown to Perra, because he was starting to interfere a little bit with the leading LMGT3 cars, and now Konrad Lausen getting a really good run in the Formula Racing car down into the Arabiatas. So Manu Collard is struggling a touch with this car, which might be tyre wear potentially. He can't defend from Lausen, who's going to be down the inside to take the lead in LMGT3 at Scarparia corner, and that's what Formula Racing think of it.
Well, that's what they think of it. They're 2 AF Corsa run cars, and the Formula Racing car is the car that's in with a championship chance.
Yes.
I wouldn't be remotely surprised if that was a little bit of racecraft from Konrad Lausen, a little bit of, I'm not going to interfere with this one.
Possibly, but I actually don't think Collard's in a happy phase with this particular car. He just doesn't seem to have the manoeuvrability. There was a feint to the inside to try and defend. It wasn't like the change around that RLR did at the first corner a few moments ago. So I realise AF Corsa Ferrari up against effectively AF Corsa Ferrari, but there's a lot of Formula Racing banners in there. The Danish team, Danish flagged team at least. Previous
GT Championship winners back, I think, in 15.
Yes.
With Johnny Lausen, Mikkel Mack. Yeah.
I remember that. It's in the pub quiz ELMS. List of questions, that is. Absolute essential questions, I would say. It doesn't draw a huge crowd.
No,
basically me and you. And Jens Jensen.
Yes.
Hello, Jens.
Yeah, pub quizzes in Denmark.
It's a good question. There's the number 8 car, flashing its lights because Julien Henrion's on a bit of a tear, and he's trying to get around the outside now of Manuel Collard. And again, Collard made that fairly easy. Didn't want to be tangling with an LMP3 car into Materassi and Borga San Lorenzo. Down the hill, Konrad Lausen absolutely heading off into the sunset here in the number 50 car, with their 3rd driver, Nick Nielsen, still to come.
Adam Ali, by the way, trying to get back onto terms, and he's trying to attack the 31 car. This is the Racing Spirit Le Mans car with Antoine Ducas at the wheel. Chatting to Adam yesterday about a gap in my knowledge about what happened to that car. Eliminated in the late stages of the Imola race, and the answer was an exploding brake. Showed me some dramatic in-car footage.
Quite a common occurrence in Imola. There's some very fast straights into some really slow corners, and if you don't look after your brakes, similar to looking after your tyres around this place, and it can go badly wrong. Kai Rowley ahead of Milesi, and the gap is growing. 5 and a bit seconds now on lap 82.
It's been quick stuff from Matteo Caroli since the race went back to green. He's extending that lead. Alex Lindo is in a real tussle here with Charles Milesi. One of the advantages of what has been an interrupted race, Johnny, is there are massive battles in every class. Matthias Besch leads LMP2 Pro-Am by under a second from Alex Quinn. It's 5.3 seconds is the gap for the overall lead. The 2 RLR M Sport cars are increasingly distant. 8 seconds the gap. Jean-Baptiste Lehay is 11 seconds back, but behind that is the whole remaining field of LMP3. And then it is Formula Racing A, of course, a JMW Motorsport, Kessel Racing, a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Ferraris. There's a 5-second stop and go plus 2 penalty points for car 5. That is Daniel Alley at the wheel for contact with car 17. That's the issue that put Cool Racing out of the race.
Yes.
So that's been firmly levied at Daniel Alley.
Yeah, it's a shame because he pulled off a very good overtake moments before, but then maybe feeling quite bullish after that, charged his way down the inside of Borgo San Lorenzo corner turn 5 and just rather shoulder barged Cedric Oltremaire out of the race into the gravel, and that's what brought out another virtual safety car. Well, fastest GT car out on track now is Konrad Lausen. He's just set the fastest GT lap of the race, in fact.
So that, by the way, is going to be very good news for Team Virage. They're another team in title contention, are they not? I think they're running 3rd coming into today. They're 2 positions ahead of your International, and that stop that's going to be coming Daniel Alley's way will put Guillaume Henrion into a potential podium position.
Yep, 20 points back from Euro International, the 8 Team Virage car were before the weekend. 6 back from RLRM Sport in 2nd position. Inside the final hour, we have got extra time today though because of a reasonably long red flag after an awful accident involving a couple of Porsches, GT Porsches from the Proton crew, the Iron Dames machine and the Claudia Schiavone Proton competition Porsche clashing on the start-finish straight. And big damage for the number 60 car, left an awful lot of debris left and right across the start-finish straight. So the red flag was thrown after actually bringing the field through the pit lane on a couple of occasions, but needed to stop the race to make sure that the track was entirely clear of all the carbon fibre bits. And therefore, we will be racing until 3:50 this afternoon rather than 3:30, the original stop time.
Yeah, 50 minutes to go inside the final hour. And still tussles up and down the order. And this is the battle for 2nd place. Charles Malaysia just balked slightly by the GT traffic ahead. Alex Lynn all over the back now of the Palace Racing car. Both these young men spectacular at Fuji in the FIA World Endurance Championship just a couple of weeks ago. Alex Lynn, the pole set of a Cadillac. Charles Malaysia, fantastic race form for the resurgent Alpine. And this time, Alex has to give best. This is going to be a cracking battle in his last 50 minutes, Johnny.
Very different lines through Bucine corner. The left-hand hairpin, effectively, or it's not a hairpin really as you would typically think of it. Very open and so important for your top speed down the long straight. 1.1 over 1.1 kilometres from turn 15 to turn 1. And I noticed that Alex Lynn deliberately took the high line there, maybe to hit the accelerator a little ahead of Charles Malaysia. It didn't really work. This is a moment, I think, for Alex just to sit behind Charles Malaysia and assess where his car is slightly faster in places. That's a nice little jump, though, from the Frenchman to get ahead of the LMGT3 car at Casanova corner. Alex Lynn had to wait for the gap to open up to get past the Ferrari. Can he make that place back up? Well, yes, he can. This is how traffic gives and then takes away at the very next corner, because now Milesi can't get past the 88 car in a hurry. Alex Lynn does so, and he's right back with him again.
It is ebb and flow. Traffic just gives and gives and gives, doesn't it, in sports car racing? You've got to be so heads up, and even if you are, and even if you've got the supreme silky skills that these guys do have, it can still ruin your day. There you go, there's another one. Nothing wrong there with anybody's move, it's just the luck of the draw. It's why you want to clear traffic as quickly as you possibly can. Cars 23 and 19, by the way, that is the 6th place, actually the 5th place United Autosports car. The 19 is the Team Virage 6th place LMP2 Pro car, are under investigation for disrespect of red flag procedures on the grid. That might be to do with the timing of tyre changes.
Yes. Yeah, interesting. So 23-19 was that?
Yes.
United and Team Virage, as you say. Okay, well, keep our ears and eyes out for any further news there. 34 up against the 23 car. That is for road position. Luca Ghiotto getting ahead of Paul Di Resta, who inexplicably just wasn't anywhere close to pace in qualifying yesterday. Paul Di Resta. I mean, we look at the overall timing sheets. He was way back into the LMP2 Pro-Ams. In fact, he was slower than most of the LMP3s. 1:45. I wanted to try and head along to the team to find out what the issue was there. The pace today is much better, but he couldn't fend off Luca Ghiotto, and that's 5th position now in the hands of Inter Europol.
Yeah, there's plenty more to give here. Still strategy to play in here, but for the most part, this is now about raw pace. 17 LMP2 cars across the two classes, LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am, on the lead lap and separated by just over 30 seconds. That's 17 cars, which means, for those that you can do mathematics, the average gap is under a second across 17 of them.
Ridiculous. This looks like a good fight on the face of it. 21, yeah, ahead of 77, so that's for position as well. Ollie Jarvis, Bent Viscal in the Proton competition, 77, and then in behind is Nick Yellowly for Nielsen Racing. So again, some big names from world sports car racing charging hard out of Bucine corner and back onto the main straight. 3rd, 4th, 5th in the LMP2 Pro-Ams. It's a class that's led now by Matthias Besch for Richard Mille by TDS.
Yeah. Matthias Besch. It's Alex Quinn with Milton Jakobsen between the two of them. And LMP2 rather than a Pro-Am car. Then Ollie Jarvis, Ben Viscal, Nick Yellowly now aboard the 24 Nielsen car that's led this race for quite a while. Tristan Vautier for Team Virage, and Mathieu Vazivière is the first car off the lead lap after traumas for the 83 car earlier on.
Pit stop for the 66 J&W Motorsport Ferrari. They put Ben Tuck in that now, taking Jason Hart out. Ben, it's 2 silvers for J&W Motorsport rather than utilising a gold or a platinum. A very late driver shake-up there because of the mid-season retirement, effectively, of John Hartshorn, who we'll miss very much, but I'm sure he'll be back in an ELMS paddock soon enough. But that will drop the 66 car to 7th.
But that will be their final stop.
It will.
And others will need to stop, because there are a number of drivers we have not yet seen. So that is a sort of false reading at the moment.
The 43 Inter Europol competition car is in the clear for its alleged pit lane infringement. That'll help their championship fight again. 43 Inter Europol competition. There was another car in that list, wasn't there, being investigated? Or was no, that was the red flag.
Yeah, that's the, yes, that was 19 and the 23.
Right, so whereas 43 was a pit lane infringement, yes, but that's been looked at, and I think it was from a long time ago.
Stays green, I have to tell you. Matteo Caroni's doing a fantastic job here. He's now 11 seconds clear
of Charles Milesi. Well, Milesi's still got his hands full with Alex Lynn's Algarve Pro Racing car, so can't focus on the road in front and trying to eat into that gap. Another good fight is Luca Ghiotto's pace to reel in Louis Delatraz, who's the championship leader, remember, AO by TF. And they're fighting the other Inter Europol competition car in the championship, so the 34 could do the 43 a big favour here if Ghiotto can get past.
Cars on pit lane, the RLRM Sport number 5 car, that Daniel Ali brings that car in, and that drops it out of the top 3, of course. Also pit lane, AF Corsa's Manu Callard, that will be final driver change and final full service for the 51. Previously led the race, of course. Conrad Larison leads from Esteban Massa on the Kessel Racing car. Both those cars need to pit for their final pit stop, as does the Grid Motorsport number 97 car that now sits 3rd. Casper Stevenson 2. We should see down pit lane one more time.
Very slight fluff on that 51 pit stop. Couldn't quite get the front right Goodyear Eagle off in one movement, but these are minor differences between the various pit stops. It's all about the work done in pit lane as well as out on the racetrack, of course. A slip in pit lane could be way more damaging than a slight error exiting or entering a corner. about Louis Delatraz then, now wanting to defend and hang on to 12 points that AO by TF are currently targeting. On 4, more accurately. They are still outscoring the 43 car quite significantly, though.
But every single place could matter here.
Indeed.
Coming into the final race of the season in Portimão. I remind you once more, by the way, if you're following it from home or you're planning to join us in Portugal, and please do. Great place to spend a weekend. Cheap flights available, as always, to these holiday resorts out of season. And it's a Saturday race.
But the beauty of that is if you're there Saturday, you get to see the Le Mans Cup finale, followed by the ELMS race.
In one day.
So it's in one hit, yeah.
Vast majority of the remaining pack in GT3, LMP2 are on pit lane. It means Esteban Masson and the Kessel Racing 57 car cycles round to lead. And we're going to see the big guns now for this last 40+ minutes of the race in LMGT3. Just about every class involved in that group there. That's the 51 car just ahead of the 66. Now Nico Veroni, by the way, ahead of Ben Tuck. Behind them, Davide Rigon. Rahel Fry on pit lane. That'll be for Michel Gattingen aboard. Lorcan Hannafin in the grid motorsport by TF. Aston Martin. Conrad Lausen in from second place. That'll be Nick Nielsen.
It looked like the rear screen was missing from the 59 Aston Martin. Now, whether they've taken that out in one of the 2 stops that it made back-to-back during the safety car phase, or one in the virtual safety car, one in the safety car, but I couldn't see a reflection from that wide span that doesn't sit above the engine in an Aston Martin. Of course,
window is missing.
Yeah,
yes,
thought so. But I didn't think the whack from Rahel Fry was that significant. Anyway, it is. Well, it's going to create its own air conditioning, as now down the inside line goes the JMW Motorsport Ferrari for a move for what should be the race lead when all this pans out. Difficult to tell, no, because the Grid Motorsport by TF Aston Martin is ahead of these cars on the road, and that Aston has now pitted for the final time. So though that's not the case, JMW Motorsport and the AF Corsa cars being driven by Ben Tuck and Nico Verone, respectively, as what should be for the final time for Kessel Racing. 57 is in
from the lead.
Esteban Masson to hand over.
Daniel Serra will be aboard this car, and the bright yellow car. Kessel crew working a problem of trying to get this turned around as quickly as possible. The contact between car 85 and 60 at pit exit will be investigated after the race.
So that was that was the big one.
That's the big one.
Yeah, the big
Remember,
one.
there is another incident involving Rahel Fry, which was the hit with the Aston Martin.
Yes.
That one we know is under investigation.
Yes, they are looking at that in race. Maybe throttle traces need to be examined in Claudio Schiavoni's car. Was there a lift? And also telemetry from the 85, I'm sure, as well. This is quite precarious for the 83 car to thread its way through the GTs. And there's a little bit of a touch there from the Aston Martin to the rear of the 83 AF Corsa LMP2 car, I think. Mathieu Vaxivière. Aston Martin number 59 is running in 6th position with the JMW Motorsport car 7th. So this is a pass for position, and they're both going to be overtaken in the process by the number 11 Euro International car. Valentin Hasklow later on the brakes and stays ahead then of Ben Tuck.
This is going to be nip and no pun intended Tuck up the inside this time, but Ben Tuck, that's going to become the outside of the next bend. They've got the Euro International car in the middle of this lot. This could go any which way, couldn't it?
So it's Hasklow gaining a place on Ben Tuck, because remember, Ben was battling with Nico Verone not that long ago, and now Hasklow, yes, has got in between the two of them, and Verone has checked out in 5th position. So the class is led by Lorcan Hannafin, Grid Motorsport Aston, then Daniel Serra, as we said, would be getting into the 57 car. He has now done that and stays in 2nd position. Nicholas Nielsen for Formula Racing, number 50, is running 3rd ahead of Michel Gatting for Iron Dames. And then these 2 cars are behind Nico Verone. I'm wondering how much further up the road Verone's gone. There he is, trying to reel in next Michel Gatting.
So, Lorcan Hannafin, because we had Johnny Adam, the full pro, in earlier in the race, has got 6-second edge on Daniel Serra now. Nick Nielsen is 3.7 seconds behind. Michel Gatting is a further 7.7 with their mirrors full of a charging Nacaroni. Then Valentina Haas-Clos, 2.5 seconds back in that battle with Ben Tuck. Davide Reed gone for GR Racing is a lap down. So we've got, effectively here, Johnny, a 7-car pack in LMGT3, separated by just over 20 seconds. In GT, LMP2 for the overall, top 8 cars in the order are LMP2 class cars, 40 seconds between them. Then a trio of LMP2 Pro-Am cars. Just checking to see whether or not they've had their final stops. If not, they're going to be due down the pit lane very soon. They're very close together as well. In LMP3, just looking for where Euro International sit, 5th place at the moment for Adam Ali, but everybody ahead of him, it's quick guys ahead of him as well. This is not going to be easy to get back to a podium position.
Yeah.
Throws things up in the air rather, doesn't
big time. I mean, it's kind of the worst scenario for Euro International. They wanted, ideally, RLR M Sport to finish not on the podium and to either take a win or maybe even a 2nd place would have done it, but RLR looking like they're going to have a very good result, 22 seconds clear with the talent that is Gaël Julien, 18-year-old. And he is 22.5 seconds ahead of Jean-Baptiste Le Hay, who is in the ultimate 35, one of the bronze drivers. Le Hay, no, silver, beg pardon.
Yes. Yeah.
And brother Mathieu Le Hay also silver, although Mathieu slightly more consistent. Louis Stern, the driver welcomed in as the kind of guest bronze. There's been quite a high rotation of bronze drivers in the 35 this year. He must run with at least one as part of the regulations in LMP3. But yeah, from a Euro International perspective, it's looking like that car will finish off the podium and their championship rivals are likely to win it. Lorcan Hannafin in amongst some very quick cars. He's actually in an LMP3 sandwich right now, and that is Julien Henriot trying to close down on Jean-Baptiste Le Hay. The Aston Martin sitting in front. Quite a difference as well in car height here. When you're sitting in a GT car, you need to be very wary of those low-slung prototypes in and around you. The P2 is a bigger car, both in terms of width but also height. But eye lines will be at a very different level as well. Alex Lynn in for what should be a final pit stop. Gives himself a bit of a wake-up, a glug of water. The team makes sure that he's got all at his disposal that he requires for the final 35 minutes. But we're definitely within the window now where LMP2 cars can be fueled to the finish.
Well, you mentioned that Ultimate 35 car. It has actually been a different bronze for every single race this season.
I wondered that.
Yet Alexander Yvon, Eric Trullier, Paul Lancher, Louis Rossi and now Louis Stern. Meantime, by the way, with the game thanks to Jeff Carter, if P3 stays like it is, the 15 RLR M Sport car will have 88 points at the end of this race, and Euro International will have 87.
Right, so it'll be 15 that lead going to Portimão.
The number 8, meanwhile, would have 73 and would be certainly in the hunt. Lorcan Hannafin getting warned on track limits, and he's beginning to be closed down a little here by Daniel Serra. Could this be the first time we see a second win for a single team this season, or with motorsport car going to make it?
Yeah, and well, if Kessel get there, that would be back-to-back wins, wouldn't it? Having won in Spa as well, but they've got some time to make up. 4.6 seconds. It's going the way of Daniel Serra right now because, as we've mentioned, Johnny Adams already been in the car. So Lorcan Hannafin as the silver, kind of on last chance saloon in terms of track limits. So he's done basically 3 that you get as a grace from the championship. The 4th one is a warning, and then the very next one will be a drive-through penalty. So dicing with that, the number 97 car.
So 2nd and 3rd place cars, as was, on pit lane now for their final stops. Punished Racing in the hands of Charles Malaysia, Louis Delatraz 11 seconds back as they came down pit lane with AO by TS 14 car. It's anybody's race here, Johnny, other than Matteo Caroli's pace.
Yeah, I don't think... Well, nobody's got an answer to that.
He's probably... Well, one thing I'd say here is tyres.
Yes.
We have seen this before, that when you push and push hard, that can be a major factor as you get into the depths of this race. We've seen it with cars losing the lead or losing... just think David Leach, who is the technical director at Algarve Pro Racing, utterly delighted, I'm presuming, with the Algarve Pro Racing pit stop for Alex Lynn. 55 seconds it was. Keep an eye on that.
They won't have done tyres, I don't think, or maybe if they did, but perhaps it was only 2.
David Leach, a particularly big brain in terms of the way in which strategy plays a part here. He's been a key part of the recent success for Algarve Pro Racing. He knows that that's made a difference somehow. I think he thinks he's got the undercut.
Yeah. Well, quite possibly. Lynn is back in the race, down in 7th, but there are many cars ahead.
He's ahead of Panis Racing. That's why.
Okay.
They've gone by Panis Racing
in the stop,
in the in lap, the out lap, and the stop. In now though for the race leader. Iron Lynx Proton in the hands of Matteo Caroli. Also on pit lane is a Duquesne team car, James Allen. Paul Di Resta cycles round to the lead. That car though has the team manager up in the race stewards at the moment. Something happened during the red flag period.
Remember that the Algarve Pro pit stop and the Panis Racing pit stop didn't happen at the same time. They were a lap apart, so you have to take into account how much time was done for the first, then the next, and as you say, so much time can be won and lost for the in and the out laps as well.
It is. Algarve Pro Racing up into second, well, the virtual second place. At the moment 8th and 9th. Matteo Caroli does get out the pits ahead of Alex Lynn, but he was 6 seconds longer on pit lane. Did they change tyres?
Well, some teams will have had some tyres in reserve that obviously they want to use. Duquesne now leaving pit lane with James Allen at the wheel of that car again.
Keep an eye on this. There's the Panis Racing car. For the moment, ignore the car behind. That one, the 83 car, is an LMP2 Pro-Am and a lap down in the hands of Mathieu Vazafier.
So the top 7 cars, we're expecting them all in within the next 5 minutes, probably. They all began their stints at roughly the same time. That was at the beginning of lap 73. And by the time they get, well, to lap 20, it'll be 23 laps at the moment completed on the stint. 25, 26 laps will see them come down pit lane. Might be even earlier than that, actually, because we've had very little green flag running to dictate a typical LMP2 stint from.
Matthias Besch comes in the LMP2 Pro-Am leading car, currently running 4th. That's a slightly false reading. Will in real time be down towards the bottom of the top 10.
So if Besch is in on this lap, then I would expect Jarvis to come in very soon, if not now, and Bent Viscal. Jarvis 2nd in LMP2 Pro-Am, and then 3rd in the Proton competition car is Bent Viscal. At least that was the order before these pit stops began. No, Jarvis has stayed out, hasn't he, for at least one more. But will need to come in. So again, we've got pit stops happening on sequential laps, and the big question is, how long how does this affect the complexion of the race? Clearly, United think one lap where Jarvis has got clear air is more valuable to them than pitting at the same time.
Well, it's clear air and a tiny amount less time on pit lane for less fuel.
Agreed. Yeah, closer to the checkered flag, so less fuel needing to go into the tank.
A tiny amount of time is the distance the car takes to pass at 180 miles an hour.
So still to pit these cars, 1st and 2nd in LMP2 Pro-Am. It means that Matteo Caroli's up to 6th place, but all of those 5 cars ahead of him due in the next few minutes.
So what will be their final stops, and we'll keep an eye on all of that. LMGT3, while we're watching 77 car lap, is still the Grid Motorsport car, but by a decreasing margin. Daniel Serra is now 2.2 seconds back, catching fast. He's not being caught that quickly by Nicholas Nielsen, who's currently in 3rd place, So Kessel Racing second, Formula Racing third. Visiting Kessel Racing tomorrow, it could be quite the day. Nico Veroni is piling on the pressure, but not closing at the moment on Nick Nielsen.
Fuel going into Ollie Jarvis's car now, so he did indeed pit the next time around, but Ben Viscal happy to push for another racing lap, so that'll take him to 25. But Ben Hanley's doing the same, as is Will Stevens. They all pitted on the same lap 25 laps ago. There's obviously a little bit of wriggle room here and there. And back into the race goes the number 43 car now as well, Tom Dillman, slipping to 10th. So if they're lucky, they're going to be picking up a point or two, perhaps, unless Tom can pull something really valuable out of the bag late in the day. Jarvis, I'm sure, staying on board. Yes, he does. And that should still be second position in LMP2 Pro-Am once Ben Viscal has made his stop.
Through they come. And that's the 20 car going by. That is a change. That's Alex Quinn taking second place from Ollie Jarvis, or third at the moment. But what will be, it's effectively a virtual second place, isn't it? 10 seconds back from Matthias Besch. But with 27 minutes to go, watch for the pace here of all of these cars at this phase of the race, because this is where they're on the ragged edge in terms of what they've managed to save with their tyres, and it's another swing of the pendulum in this form of racing. It is about efficiency. That's why they're trying to keep the tyres limited in this formula. Here comes the number 77 car from the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. Car 22, meanwhile, is getting a drive-through penalty for overtaking car 12 under yellow. That is our current race leader, Ben Hanley. Owes us a stop and is going to get an additional one. In the meantime, the 31 car, the Racing Spirit Le Mans car, in some trouble there. Now, where is the Euro International car? There it is behind. That could be a very valuable position for Euro International. It's the difference, Johnny, between the lead or second in the championship at the end of this race.
Yeah, and it's quite a strange place to leave the road there at Cervelli corner, the left-hander. Not seen any cars go off there on the inside of the Arrabbiatas, and it was, yeah, all on its own, it seemed, although it was under pressure from the number 8 car at the time, Antoine Duquin in the number 31, with the yellow Team Virage car in behind of Julien Henriot. And Henriot, because of the pit stop for Jean-Baptiste Lehay late on, Henriot now up to second position. So what kind of strategy is the 35 car on? I didn't realise we would be expecting that car back in again. Do the team know? They're going to do a late driver change here, in fact, so it was expected.
Has Mathieu Lehay been in that car?
Has Mathieu Lehay driven the 35 at all? No.
That's why.
Yes.
Has to drive.
So Louis Stern did the opening couple, and now on track at the 11 car of Adam Ali, battling with Kai Askey, and Askey in the 88 green and yellow.
Well, that's Askey. That's Askey going by him.
Yes.
So that's good news, bad news. The good news for Ali is he was catching the somewhat troubled Racing Spirit Le Mans car. The bad news is Kai Askey's got there first. Meantime, Matteo Caroli cycles back round to the lead. The gap, and the gap is indeed now to Alex Lynn, is just 4 seconds. So mega stuff coming into and through that pit stop cycle by the Algarve Pro Racing team and their driver. Charles Malaysi is now 8.5 seconds back. Louis Delatraz 6.5 seconds back from that. Luca Giotto in the first of the Inter-Europol cars, a further 3.7. Any or all of those, and 1 or 2 behind, could be podium finishers here.
I have a memory of Ultimate doing a similar thing to this at Spa-Francorchamps. I don't think Mathieu Lehay scored championship points at Spa either, because he wasn't in the car for long enough. I'm just going to check that. But obviously they want him in at some stage, maybe just to give Jean-Baptiste a break.
Car 23 is a reprimand only for red flag procedure infringement. That means that Paul Di Resta can breathe again in 6th place. He's in this hunt, by the way.
Yeah.
And car 31, Antoine Duquin, a warning flag for abusing track limits. That will have been that run across the infield.
Yeah, Mathieu Lehay didn't drive the the requisite, I think it's something like 40, 45 minutes at Spa either, so they didn't give him championship points. He's not going to win the championship anyway because of what happened in Belgium. So if it's better for the strategy, keep Jean-Baptiste at the wheel for a little bit longer. That 35 car's dropped back to 7th now anyway.
It's kept them in the hunt, didn't it?
Yeah,
I think they were just looking to see whether or not there might have been an opportunity with another caution. Side by side here. This is a battle. No, it's not. If they're laps apart.
Yeah.
Benny Voisin and the 12 car. The 12 car on the recovery drive with Oscar Tinho. He's only 10 seconds back from Adam Ali. It's not a place that Adam wants to lose.
Meanwhile, Michel Gatting is getting caught by Valentin Hasclot in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Was it not those two that tangled at Imola on the long, fast straight?
Just clashed again. Have they not? That's the car that took the hit from the Porsche at the rear.
Oh, with different drivers, but yes, the two cars are tangled. But in Imola, when Michel Gatting was trying to defend, I'm pretty sure from Valentin Hasclot late in the race, and there was a little bit of a touch, kind of similar to Rahel Frey's moment on the back of Claudio Schiavone, but Michel Gatting, in that instance, held on to it when it did look like it was going to be a big crash. So yes, these two are locking horns again.
You can now, by the way, with that pit stop cycle, tell you where the order lies in LMP2 Pro-Am as well. That is Richard Mille by TDS and Hans Matthias Besch. 9.7 seconds ahead now of the Algarve Pro Racing number 20 in the hands of Alex Quinn. Bent Viscal is in 3rd place, but with Ollie Jarvis in the 21 United car in close proximity to the 77 Proton car. Nick Yellerly is piling on the pressure, but he's got about 8 seconds to find to get into that top 4. We've got 21 minutes left. Here's our race leader. Daniel Serra is less than a second back now. There's our 1-2.
Last laps for Cairoli and Lynn are wide apart, and I can only think because the gap's come down considerably now, Cairoli to Lynn. But is that now because Cairoli is in a bit of clearer air and Alex Lynn is finding the traffic that Matteo was in a few laps ago?
If anything, it's the opposite at the moment, because Alex may just have cleared. Actually, he is in the. There's a car hiding underneath his tracker.
Right. Because Lynn's in the 141s, Milesi 3rd, 142, whereas Cairoli's just done a 138. So,
but he's done that actually with traffic.
With traffic, you think? Okay, so he's found about 3 seconds, but that means if he's found 3 seconds on one lap, the gap was actually about 4 something. So Lynn's really reeling him in. Yeah, back down to 5.6 again. So does this go back to your point about tyres?
It very well could, and that can happen so suddenly.
Yeah.
That, you know, you just get to the stage where the grip falls off a cliff, and then 2 things happen. One is the physical grip that you do or don't have. The other thing is your confidence in whether or not you've got it.
Yes, because you're having to do that in real time and assess precisely how much movement is within the car, probably mid-corner as well, as the tyres start to go a little bit like jelly. And if you're working your way towards the canvas, as Louis Delatraz did last year at Le Castellet, he was leading with a few, about half an hour or so to go as that was for an overall race win, despite racing for Team Turkey when they were a Pro-Am crew, and so much delamination on the front left, particularly at Le Castellet because of that strong run into the fast approach to Senior corner. So how much tyre is Matteo Cairoli going to have left at the end of this? 5.2 seconds the gap remains, and here's the chasing car, number 25 of Alex Lynn.
By the way, further reprimands, one for JMW for that pit stop infringement, the 19 Virage LMP2, the investigation for the red flag infringement, that too is a reprimand, so they're done.
LMP2 Pro-Am, a gap of 9.6 seconds separating Matthias Besch from Alex Quinn. It's closer behind, potentially for the podium. Bent Viscal to Ollie Jarvis is narrowing nicely. off the track goes the number 5 car of Bailey Voisin, right in front of the championship leaders. That is Louis Delatraz, still hanging on to 4th place despite hard pressure from Luca Giotto. Giotto's been there for about 15 minutes now.
Absolutely.
But Delatraz not crimpling to the pressure.
Great little spell here from Kobayashi in this 88 car. Having dealt with the Euro International car, he's now closing rapidly on Antoine Decart for a podium spot here. Meanwhile, in the background, you can see that is our LMP2 leader, the pink Aston Martin. There in the background, the bright yellow Ferrari is Daniel Serra. That's what I like for the last just under 20 minutes of this race. All sorts of things to play for, and all sorts of combinations possible here in the championship positions, including LMP2, where a car not in championship contention is looking like it's going to grab 25 points. Algarve Pro aware in the points standing. They had a problem, didn't they? They're not in immediate contention, I don't think.
25 Algarve Pro. Oh, hang on a moment. LMP2 Teams Trophy. You're talking about the 25 and the Alex Lynn car currently. Yeah, they are 6th with 28 points. Actually took 2nd place in Barcelona, but then have struggled without a top 5 since then. 0 points in Spa-Francorchamps.
So they basically need 2 wins and hope that others stumble. But either way, in terms of the contending cars at the top of the points, we've got 2 cars, the number 9 that sits 13th in the points, by the way, at the moment. And we've got the Algarve Pro Racing car in 6th that are going to take, as things stand, the big point scores here. That's going to mean the slimmer pickings available for the rest. 14 and 34 here in a battle that could be significant, though.
And if we go the way of the number 9 at the end of this race, that will be our 5th different winner from 5 races as well.
Superb. Remarkable.
And we've had similar in LMGT3 as well, hence the reason why none of the top 3 teams in the championship are yet to win a race.
That was a bit of a struggle through the final turn there for Louis Delatraz. Luca Giotto there's got a run on him here. Not sure he's quite close enough. He's closing with the toe though, Johnny.
So, to the left, surely Giotto's going to go now, and Delatraz will brake as late as he can, but the Giotto car can brake even later. Far more manoeuvrability from the number 34 car, and that wider approach, which is exactly the line that Clement Novalak was using at about 11:30 this morning.
Tyres. And we saw that start. That started with a little bit of a bobble from the 14 car through the final turn. That meant he couldn't get the power down as quickly as Giotto. Got it tucked underneath, and that was a move that started about 2 kilometres earlier.
Yeah. Well, shaping it up and thinking that far ahead is part and parcel of being a world-class sports car driver. And now the 34 car's very close to Charles Milesi, who may have used the best of his tyres as well. Milesi gets through on the 31, but here comes the 34 into Europol competition car around the outside.
He's got tyres underneath that car, hasn't he?
Scarparia into Pelagio. That's 2 positions in 2 sectors of the circuit.
Now, while the 34 car is not the best place of the 2 into Europol cars in the championship standings, what he's doing is taking points from the cars that are in contention with the 43 car. And you might say, yes, but the 43 car's not profiting from that. The gain, there's a decreasing gain, isn't there, the further down you get the order.
Of course, yes.
The gap in points between the places.
Well, he's now deposited Louis Delatraz to 5th from 4th, so that's a drop of 2 points. And now Milesi goes from 3rd, where you would get 15, to 4th, where you get 12. So taking 3 more points away from the team in 4th position in the championship.
So stellar spell from Luca Giotto. Here is the battle for 3rd place in LMP3. All sorts of championship dramas possible here. Portimão could be quite the weekend, Johnny.
It always is, though. That's the thing. And it always has never really read the script of the rest of the season. It guaranteed a real curveball at the Algarve International Circuit. It just has a history of delivering that type of race. And you can think of all the possible permutations, and Portimão seems to have dreamt up a completely different world very often. Cairoli. It's a surprise, though, to be still leading this race in the Iron Lynx Proton car, purely because they've not had any similar results for the rest of the season. But it all started with Matteo Cairoli setting that blisteringly quick qualification time, and then some cracking stints from Jonas Reed and particularly Massimo Cappietto with all those restarts that he needed to do. 7.5 seconds now Cairoli clear from Alex Lynn. They're both back into the 138s currently, which is a bit more like it, having cleared a lot of that traffic now.
Yeah, cracking stuff from Matteo Cairoli since he got into this car. It's good stuff from Cappietto as well. The stints before, and actually a good opening stint or two from Jonas Reed. So a full team performance with under 13 minutes to go. Unless, I'm about to say it, unless there's further drama. A full team performance. The contact between cars 85 and 59 is another one that will be investigated after the race, so we could well have some dramas later in the evening.
In that instance, I just think there's too much to be investigated. Yes. You know, what, if anything, kind of impacted the JMW Motorsport Ferrari have on that? I know it's not listed in those numbers, but no doubt they'll be looking at, it was Jason Hart in that car, wasn't it? Did he slow too early, or did he slow at exactly the right time? And then the ripple effect further back.
Well, here's the irony, those three cars were in exactly the opposite positions they were at the point where that's happened. Okay. Nine Dames to 4, Racing Spirit Le Mans and JMW Motorsports. Looking where the gaps are that look like they're coming down. Daniel Serra still right with the leader, Lorcan Hannafin, in the Grid Motorsports by TF97 Aston Martin. Nick Nielsen not making too much of an impact at the moment. He's 11 seconds back from Serra. Veroni still closing on Nielsen, but it's in the tenths, not the full seconds. And then it's a larger gap to Michel Gatting. In LMP3, Gael Julien seems to have got this done. He's almost 30 seconds clear. It's been a cracking stint from him ahead of Guillaume Henriot. And Antoine Ducan, still with his mirrors full of Kayaski for the final podium position. Adam Ali, 8 seconds back, but not on the pace of the cars ahead of him on the last lap there. P2 Pro-Am, Matthias Besch has got a comfortable 8-9 second gap to Alex Quinn, with Chamil by TDS ahead of Algarve Pro Racing. Bent Viscal, similar gap, back in third in the 77 Proton competition car. This is the 25, just a bit of a lock-up there from Alex Lynn, who is closing back in a little here on the leader.
Yes, but he maybe needs to be treating his tyres slightly better than that. We had a concern about the state of wear, the rate of wear of Matteo Cairoli's tyres, but clearly they're still pretty good to be able to do 138s, or admittedly the high 38s, and Alex Lynn's just completed a very low 1:38. Now, we talked about Daniel Serra on a charge, and he's now got a windscreen full of the back of Lorcan Hannafin's Grid Motorsport by TF Aston Martin, which lumps its way over the curbs. That really did unsettle the big Aston.
I think the Ferrari is looking in better shape here. I think what's been going on here, Daniel spent a lot of time closing the gap. Closed the gap. He's sat there. I think he's just looked after the Ferrari. He looks to have the more raceable car. We keep with this camera. We can't because, oh, it's a final pit stop for the 15 car. Now that's a surprise. Is it fuel only?
Can they get the fuel in? They are going to put fuel in.
It's 30 seconds he's got over the chasing number 8 car from Team Virage. Where is that car? It's coming through the final turn now. This could be major drama in LMP2. He can't start the car.
The engine will not start. Hearing it in the background, the starter motor going crazy. There's an incident involving car 65 from a long time back as well. That's a no further action. We don't need to worry about that. Now the 15 car is away and gone.
Massively costly. That's cost RLRM Sports an opportunity to contend for the win. Guillaume Henriot goes through into the lead. Finally, Gael Julien gets away. Was that a Racing Spirit Le Mans car? It was. He's just dropped down to third place. Adam Ali is another 10 seconds back. so he should be fine there, but massive drama in LMP3.
But if Gaël Julien has had to pit for fuel, then Julien Henrion will have to pit for fuel, I think, as well. They both started their stints at the same time. So will it actually not matter? Antoine Ducat also beginning a 34-lap stint.
The big difference is going to be he couldn't restart the car.
Yes, so that was hugely damaging in terms of that, but it's not going to be quite as bad as now. Serra almost piled into the back of Lorcan Hannafin. The battle in LMGT3 is still raging, and they're about to be overtaken by the Nielsen LMP2 Pro-Am car, 24. So that is Nick Yellerly trying to stay out of trouble.
Martin Berry trying to stay calm. I'm sure that's pretty difficult right now.
Yeah.
Keeping a zen state, Martin. But, that has just interrupted this battle. Under 8 minutes to go now. It's been a bit of a different race. You'd expect that coming to a new venue. There's been some incidents, there's been some accidents, and 1 or 2 quite big accidents, but there's been some great racing as well.
So Julien had a 30-second lead. How much has that stall or non-restart of the car eaten into that? Because it wasn't a level playing field before the stops. I'm still reasonably confident that both of the cars that have since got ahead are on the same fuel mileage. So they're going to have to come in at some point. They surely can't do the remaining 7 minutes.
Kayaski, by the way, has been down pit lane as well and has dropped back behind the Euro International car of Adam Ali. That's now up into 4th place. In comes the number 12 car, so we are seeing pit stops now from a number of the LMP3 cars. It's about...
Antoine Ducat expected on pit road as well, with Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and surely therefore Team Virage as well. Here's Daniel Serra to the high side in the car guy Ferrari, trying to brake as late as he possibly can. If he can stay there, door handle to door handle, the next corner's a left-hander, and without any contact whatsoever, an absolutely superb overtake from Daniel Serra to take the GT3 lead away from Lorcan Hannafin.
Beautifully done by the Brazilian. Huge results. Roll of honour for Daniel Serra, and that was a close move to get across to the apex from the chasing Aston Martin. Almost took their nose off the of course of Orica, but perfectly entitled to take his racing line.
I know these cars have ABS these days, but you still, I've been talking to 1 or 2 GT drivers rather, about the different, almost how the ABS operates differently from one manufacturer to another, and you have to know that system inside and out, and some require a bit of finesse as you first apply the brakes, and then you can hit it as hard as you like. Otherwise, the flip side is hitting the pedal really hard and then starting to trail brake as well. But how confident was Daniel Serra there on hitting the brakes just marginally later than Lorcan Hannafin, and then effectively boxing the Grid Motorsport Aston in, so he couldn't come out wide, he couldn't carry the mid-corner speed, and then into Luco, you're away and gone.
Beautiful move from Daniel Serra. Great discipline as well, by the way, from Lorcan Hannafin. So easy in a situation like that to just overreact to the moment. Meantime, under 8 seconds now, but with 5 minutes to go. It'll be just under 5 minutes as he crosses the line. Matteo Caroli leads Alex Lynn. All sorts of combinations, and poor Jeff Carter in the media office for the European Le Mans Series been feeding us championship positions for the last hour or so. Pretty much all of them are going to have to be recalculated now. Sorry, Jeff.
Well, with potentially 2 wins now for Kessel Racing, they won in Spa, they're going to win potentially here as well today with only 4.5 minutes to go. They're right up there, maybe even with a championship lead. I can't quite work it out. We will show you the points around the podium celebrations, so that's reason enough to stick with us for those as well. But I'm telling you, Kessel Racing with the 57 Ferrari are totally in the hunt for the championship when we get to Portimão.
I'm really looking forward to this trip to Kessel tomorrow now.
Not a bad time to go.
It's going to be a party atmosphere, isn't it?
To the inside line, the 8 car, which still hasn't stopped again. Julien Henrion. It's only a handful of laps still to go. And will the 8 car pit at this point? It's not going to.
Has he been in a full fuel save? Is this what's going on here?
36 laps now, I make it. Although they weren't all racing laps. Some of that... Well, the other thing is, did they get in? Oh no, they probably would have pitted during the virtual safety car. The last safety car period... Okay. The last safety car period did incorporate a virtual safety car. So yes, they will have pitted in the VSC. Everybody got a bit more fuel mileage because of then the safety car laps after that, but maybe this has always been the strategy. This stint, I better tell you when this stint began, because often we time them as well to work out whether it's doable with 60 odd minutes left on the clock, but I think there's more than that for Julien Henrion.
Julien Henrion is definitely on a fuel save because his lap times are way off what Gaël Julien is doing, so he's absolutely on a fuel save. It's can he make it?
Yeah.
As things stand, he's going to be caught on the final lap by the RLR car, but can he be passed? Epic stuff on strategy of Team Virage if they make this one pay off.
Right, so this stint, I reckon, started at 2:35 for Julien Henrion.
So it's an hour.
The first 5 to maybe 10 minutes was still safety car, but green flag, I mean, we're well north of an hour now. So how much fuel is in that car? And are they risking everything to try and take the win in car number 8?
Adam Ali, by the way, has re-emerged in 6th place now. And the only car ahead of him that hasn't had a fairly recent pit stop is the Team Virage car. This could come down, Johnny, to where is the leader in relation to the LMP3 leader on the final lap.
Yep, and the race leader is going to cross the line. It's going to be nip and tuck this about whether this is going to be the last lap or not.
Well,
I think it will be.
I think he's going to catch the 8 car on this lap. This could be
last lap.
Absolute genius. It's the final lap, but the 8 car, if he doesn't catch him, will have to go round again.
Yes. So how much of a lead does Julien Henrion
Not a
have?
lot.
4 seconds.
And he lost, he dropped 3.5 seconds on the last lap to Gaël Julien. Yes, he did.
So Virage are hoping here that the overall race leader and no doubt winner, Matteo Cairoli, is going to catch the number 8 car and therefore lock it in, because with the number 9 car, the 8 car could take the checkered flag. However, if it's still ahead at that point, then it's going to have to go all the way around again, 5.2 kilometres.
This is the key moment. The number 9 car is coming up behind these battling LMP3 cars. If I'm in the RLR car, I'm not letting him by.
Gaël Julien is just mere metres away.
There's
in the
the
number
leader.
15 car. There's the race leader. And now, is the 15 RLR crew going to force the number 8 onto an extra lap?
I think that's what's going to happen.
We're running short of time here, and I don't think Matteo Cairoli wants to pick up the pace necessarily either, because he's got 6-7 seconds in his back pocket.
This could go. This is going to come down to just what happens in this final turn. Is the 9 car going to get by the RLR car?
Well, how many people predicted that the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton car was going to win this race? They are going to win this race. They're not going to provide the 8 car with a less lap either. So let's deal with the win first of all for Iron Lynx and Proton, because it's a fabulous drive from all 3 drivers, Jonas Reed, Massimo Capietto, and the finishing driver, Matteo Cairoli, after that qualification performance yesterday. A terrific catch and overtake for Daniel Serra in the number 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari. That's 2 wins on the bounce now for the Swiss squad. They're right back in the championship hunt with Esteban Masson and Takeshi Kimura, and that is what it means to those guys as well. We're totally fascinated by what's going on in LMP3. We'll get to that, folks, but first of all, in LMP2 Pro-Am, it's Matthias Besch in the number 29, Richard Mille by TDS Racing Crew with Gregoire Sauce and Rodrigo Sales with a good couple of opening stints for the bronze as well. 29 will win in LMP2 Pro-Am, and likely to be Algarve Pro and Proton competition to complete the podium is Julien Henrion, still circulating.
There they are. This is the lead pair for LMP3. Has he got the fuel? There's, what, 3 corners to go. I think he's done it, you know.
He could almost roll down the hill from here. Corintao corner, Biondetti.
Oh, big drift through there.
Having to keep enough pace to keep Gaël Julien behind, but not burn any fuel at all. Surely just on fumes now.
Magnificent stuff. Whatever happens from this point on, what a fantastic strategic run from Team Virage. They're going to take the win in LMP3 at Mugello. Fantastic stuff.
A stint that has lasted almost an hour and 20 minutes. Normally you can only do 60 minutes in one of these cars. An incredible result for Team Virage in their number 8. For Julien Gerby, Bernardo Pinheiro and Julien Omrion. They risked everything, it felt like, there to take the victory. That's why it is so emotional. And the number 8 car is also totally in the championship hunt once again, heading to Portimão. So just missing out the 15 crew, but remember they outscored in the process the number 11 Euro International
which dropped another place at the end of the race to the number 12 car.
Behind the 12 WTM by Rinaldi Racing car. So Adam Ali and Matthew Bell ending up with 7th place points.
And all of a sudden, here's the LMGT3 winner. Cracking run from the 57 crew as all sorts of dramas were around it. Even the pitot tube has bent back on the roof of the car in astonishment at that race. But LMP3, Team Virage, Gillian Henrion back in the hunt for a 3rd consecutive title on the ladder.
Yes.
Amazing stuff from the number 8 crew.
Yeah, excellent point there. And we were fearful when the 15 car came in for fuel that might be a problem, but no, they had assessed it and thought you can't get to the end without putting a little bit of fuel in that car. However, Team Virage says no, we can't. Well, will Virage even make it back to the scrutineering post-race is the other important thing as well. They need some fuel in there should a sample be required. Gillian Henrion is doing the rightful thing of running over as much pickup as possible and debris to increase the ride height as much as possible on that car, which will of course be checked as well.
Takeshi Kimura and Esteban Masson. Well, another great team performance here. You know, to win it, you've got to be fast and you've got to be fault-free. And in a race where most of the other contenders in LMGT3 were not fault-free, they've brought that home, and that was a cracking final stint from Daniel Serra. Great stuff to try to defend from Lorcan Hannafin, but a truly world-class pass for the lead from Daniel Serra.
Yeah, and he had to have ultimate confidence in the car when it was a tired thing, I'm sure. I know we hadn't actually run 3 3/4 hours in truth, because the cars were stopped on the main straight for best part of half an hour after that big crash halfway through. But to have the confidence in the tyres and more importantly the brakes going into San Donato, and that epic overtake around the outside of Lorcan Hannafin's Aston Martin will live long in the memory. Here are the 3 winners then. They are a long way back in the championship, but they won't care about that. It's now all about race wins to finish their season, and winners in the penultimate round here in Mugello.
Well, that also means, by the way, a 2nd-generation racer, another winner. We've had wins from his dad, but not one from Jonas Reed in the European Le Mans Series. Cracking stuff. Well done, all 3 drivers. Doff my cap here, though, to Matteo Carelli. That was some final double stint from him.
Yes. And really did open a huge gap of about 15 seconds, and we were a bit scared that he then used way too much of his tyres. But although the lap times were fluctuating a fair bit, and Alex Lynn got within about 4 seconds at one point, he then couldn't get any closer. So take a bow, Matteo Cairoli, and even enough fuel in the tank to do a bit of revving there for the number 8 car. They're going to attempt to pick up their 2nd and 3rd drivers as well and take them to victory lane.
Something about yellow and orange in this result.
It's a good point, yeah. Run some day-glow yellow, particularly on these cars, and there's yellow as well on the Virage as well. So that will slot in behind the 3 victorious cars already in position.
I do wonder if you're international as 50 minutes here at, 20 minutes rather, here at Mugello, with the red flag time being added again after the big accident for Giulio Schiavone. But it is Iron Lynx Proton that take the win from Algarve Pro Racing and the Intereuropol competition. The 34 car, Richard Mille by TDS. You can see the 29 car there, taking the win and 8th place overall in LMP2 Pro, and from again Algarve Pro Racing. So 2 second places for the Portuguese team and Proton competition.
Right, high time we hear from some drivers, because it's very easy for us to speak about what we think is going on, but we know for sure there's going to be high emotion with the winning crews. A chance to hear from the drivers. From car number 9, first of all.
I am joined by Jonas Reed and now Matteo, both the winners of the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton. Congratulations, a win for this race. Jonas, this is your first win in ELMS, I believe. I'm sure it feels great.
I mean, I think it's the best moment of my career so far. I mean, it's amazing. We nailed it. Matteo did a great pull-up yesterday. We had the whole race more or less under control. I think we had a great car. The teammates did a great job, the whole team. Everything was perfect, strategy. I'm like, just speechless.
All right, enjoy the podium. Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We all did a mega job. Thank you.
Well, I think particularly Matteo Capieto's restarts and how he built the tyre temperature ahead of some other much more experienced drivers at that way of going racing. Erratic weaving, but that's absolutely fine. And then he actually went at different times as well, sometimes in the Biondetti chicane, sometimes coming out of the final corner too. So many highlights to look back on. Getting underway earlier this morning at 11:30 on the dot, under beautiful conditions as well. And this field, this massive field of LMP2 and Pro-Am cars heading up to San Donato, the first corner, and getting through there cleanly. Some actually 3 abreast mid-corner into Luco. It would be Jonas Reed marginally ahead of Manuel Maldonado as Clement Novalak forced his way into 3rd position past Matthias Kaiser's Algarve Pro Racing car. The LMGT3 fight began straight from the off, and a good move around the outside. Seen this done a number of times through the course of the race, but Sarah Bovey overtaking the Derek de Boer Aston Martin. Then a very frightening moment for Niels Koelen after contact with Fred Vesti in the 47 Cool Racing car. That spat the Duquesne car sideways and almost into the concrete wall. Early overtaking from LMP3 and a nice little dive down the inside of the 65. But this was Robert Kubica rejoining after a pit stop on cold tyres, and there was a clash with the number 9 Matteo Capieto car that was under investigation for a while. That was, though, eventually flagged as no further action. A clumsy manoeuvre between the number 55 Ferrari of Duncan Cameron and Richard de Guerres. They clashed twice, and that would tear the front right wheel of the Ferrari off the car entirely. That left in the gravel. Richard de Guerres unable to get back into the pit lane, and the 55 would retire on the spot as well. Alessio Rivera for AF Corsa, trying to go around the outside of the Lamborghini of Hiroshi Hamaguchi. There was subsequently a penalty for car 83 for that, pinching down on the Lamborghini at Arrabbiata 1. And then this horrible moment that perhaps the race will be remembered for, which was a slight tag from Rahel Frey's pink 85 Porsche to the rear of the teammate car, Claudia Schiavone, on the main straight. It would fire the car dramatically right and straight into the concrete, and quite how all the other LMGT3 cars close in behind avoided hitting the Porsche for a second time, we will never know. What it did do, though, was leave debris all over the racetrack. Sarah Bovey puffing the cheeks out, and red flag would be the result whilst the track was cleared up. Then into the barrier goes Cedric Ultramar, and Daniel Ali was penalised for that. And then into another full course yellow, or a virtual safety car, some confusion entering it. Rahel Frey into the back of a rapidly slowing Casper Stevenson. What you didn't see was the 66 Ferrari slowing down at a significant rate of knots as well. Algarve Pro Racing got the jump during the pit stops, so very happy to see Alex Lynn into second position to try and hunt down the then race leader Matteo Cairoli. And how about this for a pass in the LMGT3 lead from Daniel Serra to the outside of Lorcan Hannafin at San Donato corner. Supreme confidence on the brakes for the Brazilian, but it is a first win of the season for Iron Lynx Proton and Matteo Cairoli, together with Maceo Capietto and Jonas Reed. The win in LMP2 Pro-Am goes to Richard Mille by TDS. That move for Kessel Racing sealed their victory. And running so short of fuel, Team Virage somehow got the car to the finish. Car number 8 and Julien Henrion win in LMP3.
Quite the day here at Mugello, our second race in Italy for this season, round 5 of the 2024 European Le Mans Series, and first race ever to Mugello. There is the result. It's the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton Orica, 114 laps under the wheels, 6.5 seconds clear of the 25 Algarve Pro Racing Orica and Inter Europol's 34. In LMP2 Pro-Am, Richard Mille by TDS take the win and the 8th overall with their 29 car, ahead of the 20 from Algarve Pro Racing and the 77 from Proton Competition. Spectacular finish in LMP3. Team Virage's number 8 car just edge it from the number 15 car of RLRM Sport with Inter Europol on the podium in that Class 2 in the number 88, and then a win in spectacular fashion for the 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari at a Grid Motorsport by TF's number 97 Aston Martin, and completing the podium is the 50 Formula Racing Ferrari. And that, Johnny Palmer, as a result sheet, is going to see some very different point standings at the end of the day.
Yeah, so stick with us for the next few minutes whilst we award the trophies for the top 3 positions in each category, because at the end of each podium we'll get a look at the points as they will be heading to Portimão, barring any later decisions today, of course. And we already know that the 2 incidents within the LMGT3s are going to be looked at later on, once all the relevant information has been gathered. It's quite difficult to do that whilst there is a race going on.
Great run from this trio, by the way, in the 34 Inter Europol competition car. They're being called to the podium now.
So it is Ollie Gray, who was put in for qualification duty yesterday. Clement Novalak, the gold, who started the race, did a couple of stints, and they were superb to witness. Luca Giotto with that reeling in of Charmy Lacey, wasn't it? And eventually he got ahead.
And Louis Delatraz.
And Delatraz before that, yeah.
There's 2 great scalps to take. This is our second place crew, the 25 Algarve Pro Racing crew. Alex Lynn with Matthias Kaiser.
But here are the crew from car number 9. We've mentioned their names already. Jonas Reed, who started, Maceo Capietto with at least 3 restarts to master, and Matteo Cairoli given the duty to extend that gap and then retain it, manage the race, and he did that perfectly. Perfetto, as they say here in Italy, and it's going to be the national anthem of Germany, because of the Proton bit, the national anthem of Germany that we hear after their victory. Great to have Christian Reed up there on the podium.
That's a real proud dad, I'm sure, this evening. The one driver, by the way, didn't manage to kind of splutter out as they reeled out the drivers. Ollie Caldwell in that second place Algarve Pro Racing car. Good efforts from him too. 9 deserved podium sitters there.
trophies being presented, first of all to the 34 crew, and the benefit of Luca Giotto's final stint, as we made the point at the time, was that it's denying Panis Racing and AO by TF Sport better points hauls, and in that sense protecting the 43's chances of still taking the championship. It's not been a great race for the 43 crew, but at least they got to the finish, and they will take 7th place points, which is 6. In terms of how that is the rest of the season, it's their worst result to date, but they've had 3 very strong races back-to-back. Le Castellet was a win, Imola was 4th, Spa 2nd. So again, it's consistency, and if you're not having a great race, pick up points at all costs.
2 Italian drivers on the top step, is being greeted very vocally by the guys assembled in pit lane and in the grandstands to watch this podium ceremony. So 5 different race winners in 5 races here in the European Le Mans Series.
Yep.
Whose turn is it going to be next time, Johnny?
Well, if we can't have a repeat winner, then you'd fancy who's the highest team not to have won a race so far? EDEC? I mean, what might EDEC have done in this race were it not for that incident involving it and Duncan Cameron's Ferrari?
Well, the 34 car hasn't won yet.
34 hasn't won yet.
And the 25 hasn't won yet. They're both on the podium.
Yes. So the wins so far: Cool Racing 37, 43 into Europole competition, 1 race 2. Panis Racing 65, race 3. AO by TF, race 4. And the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton crew, race 5. And there's every opportunity for that to be shaken up again. AO by TF will lead by 6 points with 1 round still to go. Into Europole competition with their 6 points in today's race. Hang on to 2nd. Panis 3rd. EDEC 4th. What about today's winners, though? Car number 9, they go to 8th. As I say, they only had 8 points prior to this race, but they got 26 across the weekend. Pole and 25 for the race win.
Means there's 4 cars now in the championship hunt mathematically. These are the similar points for the driver's standings. And it will include down to the number 28 EDEC Sport car, but they do need maximum points and the cars ahead of them to retire or non-score.
But bearing in mind how few cars have won, well, no cars have won more than once, countback could be very interesting as well. More reaction from Steph.
Well, all of the action in LMP2 was quite mad. Daniel, I'm going to come to you because it was incredible watching you chase down the number 97 Grid Motorsport towards the end of the race, and you just pit them to the line.
Yeah, it was very difficult. He was driving very well, no mistakes. Had to use a bit of the traffic to catch him. I think I pushed too much in the beginning, so in the end it was quite difficult to manage the tire degradation. But anyway, it was nice to win the 2nd in a row.
All right, enjoy the podium, guys.
Thank you.
And we reckon, we're fairly confident, that Kessel will have taken the championship lead. We'll be able to confirm that very shortly indeed, but we can enjoy the celebrations first of all. I'm sure this is Daniel Serra at the wheel as he's launching his way over the curves. Got to be careful again with respect to tyre wear when you do that, with that serrated edge, the inner edge of the curbs.
I think his point was he was just going for gold there. That's they needed that, and there you go. This is the points gap. It is indeed Kessel Racing that take the lead from Racing Spirit Le Mans. So 2 Swiss teams at the top. GR Racing still in it, and on 56 points, then the Iron Lynx Lamborghini squad.
So it was a 1-point gap in the favour of Racing Spirit of Le Mans back to GR Racing. It's now a 2-point gap, but for 57, who have leapfrogged 5 teams in order to lead going to Portimão. So in reverse order, Formula Racing's driving crew, Johnny and Conrad Lausen and Nicholas Nielsen onto the 3rd step of the podium. In their purple and pink race suits, the members of Grid Motorsport by TF's Aston Martin squad, Martin Berry, Johnny Adam, who did the middle stint, and Lorcan Hannafin, who tried desperately to fend off the attack of the 57 Ferrari, but just ran short of time. So Kessel Racing with their 2nd win in a row. Takeshi Kimura, Esteban Masson, Daniel Serra with that expert drive at the end. And let's hear the national anthem, therefore, of Switzerland. by 2 points. Kessel Racing. And there's Tiziana of the team, grinning from ear to ear, quite rightly so. Kessel did us a big favour actually yesterday when we missed lunch and were able to supply some refreshment, welcome refreshment, partway through our day. We remain entirely neutral.
Neutral,
of course.
neutral, but they're the best. They're the best.
Cannot be bought
They're
by
the best
ham and
team.
cheese baguettes.
They're the best team.
By the way, you know, if other teams want mentions like that, then we're open to a bit more catering.
Sandwich
being sent our way. That's generally all it takes. So
wow.
how entertaining again is this finale, the 4 hours of Portimão Saturday race on the, is it the 18th of October?
Well, stick with us for the remaining podiums because there's going to be a very emotional moment that directly relates to that finale.
It's the 19th of October.
It's the Saturday.
Correct that. Yeah, Saturday the 19th of October, with qualifying therefore happening on the 18th. Just picture everything being moved forward a day. So quali day's Friday, race day Saturday, and that's the case for Michelin Le Mans Cup as well as the 4 hours of the ELMS. So if you've nothing on that weekend, 3 weekends time, and you can get to Portimão, then we would urge you to do that to see both of the key races on the same day. Daniel Serra, Esteban Masson, Takeshi Kimura on 64 points, 2 clear of Stevenson, De Boer and Haas-Clos in their 59, Aston Martin. Davide Rigon, Mike Wainwright and Ricardo Pera for the GR crew, their Ferrari, a further 6 points back. And not out of it, Caldarelli, Jeffries and Hamaguchi in their Iron Lynx Lamborghini, even though they had a race to forget today.
All those teams can still win.
Even down to
all those
how
teams.
far are we going down?
It's only 20 points off.
Yeah, okay. So, and as we know, all permutations are possible in Portugal as well. Let's get straight back to Steph Wentworth. She's chatting to more winners.
Right, well, let me tell you, I've got the whole team from Richard Mille by TDS. Congratulations, winners in LMP2 Pro-Am. Rodrigo, what does this mean to you? Obviously, we're here in a beautiful new circuit, and you took the win today.
It's an incredibly special win for us. Absolutely love driving the circuit. Quite difficult with the traffic, but most importantly, it means we're back in the championship hunt. So we really needed a win today, and the entire team delivered. Great strategy, good driving, great pit work, everything. The whole team just did a fantastic job. So it's incredibly special, especially at this track, because it was not an easy race for anyone.
All right, congratulations to all of you. Enjoy the celebration.
Yeah, and the birthday from Matthew, team manager.
Happy birthday from all of us.
Cheers so much.
Enjoy, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's a great birthday present to get their championship challenge back on track. It was a non-finish at Spa-Francorchamps, even though they took pole position. So you can afford basically one no points score, I've always said, but you have to score consistently well in the others. And apart from Spa, they've never been off the podium.
Points almost turned on the head there. Of course, they retain the lead, but just by 2 points from the Richard Mille by TDS squad and by 8 points from Algarve Pro Racing's number 20. Further 9 points back Proton Competition. Nielsen Racing on 55, United's 21 car on 47. But that's another one. It's going to the wire.
Yep. So again, in reverse order in LMP2 Pro-Am. Just make sure that, yes, this is LMP2 Pro-Am rather than the LMP3s. We'll do that next. So third position for the 77 crew of Proton Competition, Giorgio Roda, René Binder and Ben Viscal. Second place to the 20 combination from Algarve Pro Racing, Crichton Landudis, Richard Bradley, Alex Quinn. But the win, we just chatted to them, Steph has done that job perfectly well, and Matthias Besch in the 29 car, winning with Rodrigo Sales and Gregoire Sauzet. And it'll be the national anthem of France for Richard Mille by TDS Racing to celebrate this win. And to celebrate the birthday in camp as well. A timely win, perhaps, for the crew that drive the 29 Richard Mille by TDS Orica, because they are also right in the championship, going to Portimão. A trying race meeting at Spa-Francorchamps, but it's amazing how quickly things can flip back again in your favour just a matter of weeks later.
Yeah, Mike McGregor from Goodyear hands out the trophies for LMP2 Pro-Am. Multiple teams in this one as well, coming down to the final 4 hours of racing next month in Portugal. Another fabulous circuit to finish this season. One of the great things about this European Le Mans Series is we are blessed in this continent with some amazing race circuits, and we've been lucky indeed to visit here this year.
Well, the other thing to look forward to is the potential of a 2025 calendar within the coming weeks as well. I'd expect that out before Portimão.
Before Portimão.
Stay tuned for the next 7 days. DailySportsCar.com will have all the information once that is released, but we understand that the calendar is pretty much firmed up. Can't see it departing from 6 races. That seems to work well for all involved, with the gap, of course, for June and Le Mans. 86 points for Alessia Rivera, Francois Perraudot and Mathieu Vaxivière, leading by 2 over today's winners, Gregoire Sauzet, Matthias Besch and Rodrigo Sales, with Alex Quinn, Crichton Endudis and Richard Bradley also on today's podium in 3rd. So they're all in contention. 69 points for Bent Viscal, Giorgio Roda and René Binder. They're close enough as well, but that top 4 teams, you think?
Well, it's 25, 26 points, so anything 60 points and over can still mathematically do it.
Yeah.
And dramas could take it any which way. Let's go down, though, for another final interview from pit lane with Steph.
And wow, what an incredible fight to the line for LMP3. Gillian, I'm going to come to you. As you can see, we have all 3 of you, the winners in LMP3 from number 8, Team Virage. But Gillian, crossing that line at the end, doing all of that fuel management was absolutely crazy. Did you expect that you were going to be here on the top step?
I mean, we had a difficult day yesterday, Saturday, so yeah, during qualifying. The team have done a lot of work this night to prepare the car well, and I mean, we knew that we had a good car for the race, and yeah, we show it.
All right, fantastic. Julian, Bernardo, congratulations to all of you. Enjoy the celebration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, there's going to be emotion there, and it's the young man in the middle that's going to be particular emotion for. Gilles Gerbier, of course, the team principal of Team Virage. Guillaume Henrion, their talisman, really. These are the points. It's a single point between 1st and 2nd. It's a further single point to 3rd, and they are the 3 teams that can now do this.
Yeah.
And it's going to come down to which of those finishes ahead of the others. Simple as that. It's a very simple calculation. I'll explain my point there. Guillaume Henrion stands at just at the gateway to a potential 3rd consecutive rung on the ladder. Ligier European Series champion 2 years ago, Michelin Le Mans Cup champion last year, both with Team Virage, and potentially now a ELMS champion as well. But for me, the emotion there is about Bernardo Pinheiro, the young man closest to the camera there. Why? Because his father Paolo left us suddenly in July. His father Paolo is both the founder and was the chairman of the Portimão circuit, which is where we will finish this season. I cannot imagine the emotions going through that young man's mind at the moment.
Yeah, well, you may well have seen the logo of the Algarve International Circuit very large on Bernardo's race suit. There's a little tiny version of it on Julien Gerby's waistband as well. There is definitely a strong tie-in with our final race venue of the season. So, going to be fascinating to see how this all pans out. But to deal with the podium today in isolation, 88 inter-Europol competition combination of Alexander Bukantsov, Kai Aski and Pedro Perino finished 3rd. 2nd place to the 15 crew, RLRM Sport. They're in the hunt, no doubt about it, for Gael Julien, Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen. However, the win will go to the 8 crew, racing on fumes, surely, at the end of that race. Julien Henrion, who completed it, Bernardo Pinheiro, the middle stint, and Julien Gerby, who began things, including some tidy overtakes from the team boss, effectively, Julien Gerby. And they'll get a team representative on the top step as well. The win going to Team Virage. And here's the national anthem of Poland.
Two Polish teams on the podium there.
Yes.
It's another mark of another nation that's come to be a significant part of endurance racing in recent years. Huge credit goes to Intereuropol for their very large part in that, but Team Virage, talk about coming on strong. Astonishing recent success. Michelin representative handing out the impressive trophies here this weekend.
Yeah, they certainly will look good on your mantelpiece or fireplace back at home.
But beyond that, the other significant storyline is the team that's not on that podium. That's the team that could have taken the title today.
Yes.
And they're not on the podium. They finished 7th and didn't do much wrong.
No, but there were one or two blips here and there and unexplained drops in position. I think they maybe got on the wrong side of a safety car, or fueling was slightly mistimed. I'd have to go back and work out precisely what it was doing on every single lap. But the pace from Matthew Bell was, as always, very impressive. And then Adam Ali gets on board and drives the wheels off it. So it's very tricky to work out precisely what was going on. But there were lots of different routes through that race within LMP3. Sometimes too difficult to monitor, plus the complication of the longer pit stops and when you may have done those, which gave road position. So we'll have to think about all of this again in 3 weeks' time, of course, with the now traditional and annual visit to the Portimão Algarve International Circuit. It was the scene of a double-header in 2023, just the one race this year, but it is a Saturday race. We're expecting it to be in the afternoon at some stage. The 4 hours of Portimão with 26 points in the offering and with all 4 categories still to be decided. 1 or 2 cars badly beaten up here. They'll be repaired in time. And with thanks to Steph Wentworth and to Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com. From me, Johnny Palmer, see you in 3 weeks in Portugal.